Good night an hour ago, so why am I still awake? I've said I love you so many times, but the meaning is starting to fade. You and I are past our prime, but I don't wanna let go today. So I'll put on a smile, push feelings aside, bite my tongue and pretend we're okay. The feeling just can't seem to go away. 'Cause I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. I'm overwhelmed by the smell of your great sweat. My mind and my heart tear each other apart when they're supposed to work together. No, I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. My mind and my heart tear each other apart when they're supposed to work together. No, I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. And I'm here trying to think of you with somebody else. But that creeping thought is slowly helping me hate myself. No, you and I are past our prime, but I don't wanna let go today. So I'll put on a smile, push feelings aside, bite my tongue and pretend we're okay. But the feeling just can't seem to go away. 'Cause I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. I'm overwhelmed by the smell of your great sweat. My mind and my heart tear each other apart when they're supposed to work together. No, I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. My mind and my heart tear each other apart when they're supposed to work together. No, I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah.
Been a long way since day one. I came to hit but never run. I would take on anyone. I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my I got a feeling that it's just begun. Hello, can you hear me? I think I'm still awake.
the army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. I got a couple thickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Ladies, show me where them curves be. Curious, I'm not pervy. Honestly, you and your best friend could go and develop a new twerk scene. Got the army with me like Xerxes. Army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. Understand you can't hurt me. I got the army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. I got a couple thickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Run straight to my yard and have her up in my bed. Yup, 20 minutes I'm dead. I tell her okay, leave. No Snapchat or back chat, please. What color is your backpack? Yep, green. Tell your boyfriend he's a whack twat. G. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Let's go. Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. Got a couple dickies chilling in my room. We'll be shaking it like the twerk team. Ladies, show me where them curves be. Curious, I'm not pervy. Honestly, you and your bestie could go and develop a new twerk scene like.
Call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face, follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get X and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Don, it's why you sad. I said I just need to think. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay?
It's been a road less traveled, all alone. Feeling my body leveled on my own. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it. 'Cause I'm out here staying, it's light to my soul. 'Cause lightning and thunder Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never let it go.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL One DPC Eastern Europe is brought to you by Intel and DHL.
Hi all, I'm Always Wanna Fly, Andriy Bodorenko. I'm playing position 5 for Team Navi.
Hey, my nickname is Yamich. I'm the position 4 player of Strike team, and that's all.
Hello, I'm Safe, and I'm playing position 4 for VP.
Hello everyone, my name is Yaroslav, nickname is Viposhka, I'm 23 years old.
My nickname is G, I'm playing for Team Extremum, position 5.
Hello guys, I'm Someka from AS Monaco.
And I'm playing for Dota 2 professional like for 4 years. Also, I'm playing for Team Spirit right now.
Hello guys, I'm Dukalis. I'm playing on position 5 for Team PacChamp.
Hi everyone, my nickname is Ghostic. I'm playing for Team Unique for an offlane.
That they're like, you take one step outside of that base, Palantimos. You are not looking for any good times here. As they do manage to get the soulbind up, but there's too much damage over here to Palantimos. Is he going to make it out? No, at the last second, Duracho managing to get the final hit. And there it is. There's that refresher orb we talked about. This puck is hungry as Ghostic will fall. Duracho finds himself a kill. The buyback now on Palantimos. Palantimos looking for the opening. Once again, there does have the Inkswell. FN, though, takes too much damage. This gyrocopter is just dishing it out in spades now. As Palantimos trying everything that he can, trying to get the final hits off. They're just sitting so very low, but they have the cheese. They have got the Satanic. They've got everything. It's a rampage now for Duracho. This gyrocopter.
Melet's already scouting things out for the trees. He's going to be able to get the jump on save. Arena's down for Desperate. They're able to pin Witch Doctor over towards the wall. Kingslayer goes down. Melet's still alive, actually, as he's off to the side. They will chase him down with the Blade Fury, take him out, as that's the back gone. But they've lost both supports for this VP. Now move over towards Crypt, bring down the Wraith King once. He's ready for round 2. Can they kill him off a second time? Desperate also coming in. Has the stun follow up onto the Jug. They've found Nightfall, focusing him over towards the side. Blade Fury's back up. It doesn't matter. Count. He's away to the high ground, but GPK will hunt him down. Jumps in with the Astral Step. It's a cleanup by VP.
Is the one just face tanking it.
Oh.
He actually dived to break the smoke.
The dive, yes, it did. A medium silence, though. The hit, the follow-up, and we're on with, look at the Sunray. It's doing so much. The Finger of Death comes out. Rapel, though, falls. Yamich Pantome also now down. As Duracho trying to run, he can't run fast enough with the Scotty. They'll clean up with the egg over back line. Chishket to fall, and Duracho, oh, that's a dead Wraith King. It's a team wipe.
The Eastern European division has gotten way more exciting in Season 2 than it was in Season 1, so it's a good day especially for a Sunday, to be able to sit down and watch some great Dota. So strap yourself in and get ready for ESL One, powered by Intel.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
And because it's Sunday, I get to welcome in my favorite panel. It's a panel that is nice and happy together and builds each other up rather than tearing each other down. It's T. Governor as well as BSJ. And look at that, T. Governor. You've got your tea all ready to go for the morning.
I do, yeah.
You're way more prepared.
Yeah.
I just looked right into the light.
I forgot that it's
that
for
happens.
the other region, so obviously I can't have it in all full force, but I'll hide it here. It's all good. There you go.
That's fair enough. You are way more prepared than you were on Friday.
Oh,
so,
whoopsie. Sorry. Had to go to the toilet, guys. It happens. It's a natural thing.
I didn't really need you to.
No, I'll remind you.
I didn't know about this. I feel like I didn't have to know about
He was just late to the panel last
Yeah,
time.
I was stumbling on. I was like this, basically. And I was like this, and then everything was going everywhere. That was being cables, obviously not literally everything. And but I made it eventually. Also had the mic plugged in the wrong way around.
Yeah, it was a mess.
He was a mess. Like one way to plug it, or is there? Actually
no, because you have like.
Oh, you're
and
saying
mic.
the in-ear and the wrong one.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
I see.
Yeah, so it was horrendous.
It was very embarrassing.
But that's why today, I've got my notes ready, hot drink ready, arm ready.
Hey, we all learn from our own mistakes, and it sounds like you bettered yourself. For it, so that's all we can ask of you.
Have you been bettering yourself in your pubs, BSJ?
I don't make mistakes, so it's not really
flawless.
Ooh,
absolutely flawless.
I've become more composed. I think the pace of the game here, as well as the environment of communication, is what I'll probably call it, is quite different. So I think I've become acclimated, and I'm handling it better.
How so? How so? What's different?
It's more like if my team looks like they might fight, I have to assume 100% of the time they are going to fight, and thus it's leading to less people going, pinging me while I'm hitting a creep wave. I'm not even like jungling or anything. I'm like pushing a tower or hitting a creep wave, but that just doesn't matter. They want you at the fight. So, and then when people tell me something that, they fight 300 gold off my BKB and they give me the same ping, I say, I need my BKB. And then he'll say something like, stupid American dog,
burger.
And then, burger. And then I mute him and we're all good.
But do you ever have a situation where you don't have a TP? Like, are you always able to join the fight? Gold being
I'm
set.
not Gorg, dude.
Okay,
I carry TPs with me.
You know what I appreciate is this. I feel like this region. It's not whiny passive aggressive communication style. It's more just regular honest aggression.
You're bad. Obviously I had to filter
you are
that
garbage.
For the stream.
Where is my juggernaut?
Oh, no.
My juggernaut's trash.
That is very true.
Speaking of NA, of course, that is what we are comparing it to anyway, or at least comes to Brian and I. I hear you've got an update for the day, Brian. You're going to be talking about a little North American Dota?
Yeah, sure. Is that thing ready? I don't know if it is.
Well, I certainly hope so, but you can go check it out.
Check
If
out
not,
what
you
happens
can
if I click it.
You can walk back here, but
Oh, perfect. It is ready. I didn't know how that worked. So yeah, I'm going to update you guys on the NA meta. Looks like the top most contested picked or banned heroes are pretty similar to what we're seeing here in EU and CIS. Beastmaster with the axes we all know and love. Puck from the mid lane. Not many teams are even flexing it nowadays. Warlock, the up-and-coming hot support of a lot of different regions, but especially in NA. 5 out of 6 games it is contested. Centaur with the annoying Vanguard build, and of course Timbersaw still left over from last patch. So we're going to see the quick standings here for NA. Pretty much nothing surprising here. The two teams that came from the lower division were simply 2-base in the cut. They're in the bottom 4, as well as Pint Ace and Black and Yellow, who were 5th and 6th respectively last season, are still down there. And we're yet to see a clash of the top 4 teams, which are the same top 4 from the first season, and yet we're going to see the first clash later this week. We see the first one between 4 Zoomers and EG today, and the second one will be between 4 Zoomers and Undying on Tuesday. So 4 Zoomers are really going to be running through the gauntlet, and we're going to have a good idea of who's going to be solidifying themselves, at least in the top 3. Only 2 teams are going to qualify for the DPC. And the top picks of the top 4 teams, I show you guys this because we see Warlock stands way above the rest. Every team has picked it at least once. EG is the only team that has only picked it once. All the other 3 top teams have picked it multiple times, and it's basically going to become a staple of this region if it hasn't already. And the thing about I wanted to make sure I highlighted about the top 4 teams is that all of their games have been 2-0s. So it's not exactly a close running for the top 4, as it is very solidified. And that's it for my NA update for Season 2.
Thank you very much, Brian. Very well done. I did notice you were giving a little bit more attention to the teams on top. I'm curious. The cut 0 and 3, have they faced only good teams or?
Yeah, for some reason so far the top 4 teams have not played each other, and the bottom 4 teams have kind of gotten picked on by the top 4 teams. So
so that like clear bottom top may not be, because when you start off 0-3, like usually means you're very likely to go down unless you've only faced up against the best teams, right?
Yeah, it just feels like the way the scheduling works, it's going to be the bottom 4 will be playing for survival quite quickly, and the top 4 are playing for the major, rather than it being, 3-4 weeks in, you kind of know what's happening. So yeah, it just feels like there's been a separation in top seeds wait for the final end, and the bottom seeds, you have to play out a lot earlier.
Yeah, the only series that went 2-1, I believe, was between Simply 2-Based and Black and Yellow. All the other series have been 2-0s, like all of them across the board. I think it's 9 out of 10 series so far. So it's definitely been slacking from the top 4 against the bottom 4.
Fair enough. Well, we can go ahead and turn our attention over to the Eastern European standings, as we actually have somewhat of a similar scenario, though not the team you would expect to be at the bottom. AS Monaco Gambit, yes, they've also had to battle against tough teams, but they're supposed to be one of the tough teams, and unfortunately they haven't managed to triumph yet. They're 0-2, and so they're going to need a victory today to be able to right the ship, as it were. Otherwise, there's no chance of them going to the major, pretty much.
Yeah, this is completely opposite of the NA region in regards to kind of like how the teams have played each other, because Team Spirit is sitting 2-0, and maybe you go, okay, they've played like a puck champ or something, but no, Team Spirit, they've beaten Na'Vi and AS Monaco Gambit, so that is, a great standing for them. And then Gambit on their side, it's like, okay, they're 0-2. Who have they lost to? It's been Virtus Pro and then again Spirit, like I just said. So this leaderboard, it's actually really scary. It's not one of those easier ones where you can go, don't worry, second half they'll claim some free wins, because they've lost to the hard team. So yeah,
Yeah, now I guess the upside for AS Monaco Gambit, even though they are 0-2, they did take a game off of Virtus Pro. That may say bad things about VP, or may say good things about AS Monaco Gambit. I'm not entirely sure just yet. It does seem like VP is a bit less dominant this season than they were last.
Yeah, I just haven't been too impressed with Monaco Gambit's series, because the one time they won, right, they tried to do the exact same thing in Game 3 as they did in Game 2 that took the win. So they weren't exactly... They don't have what it looks like it takes to take it to the next level and take the games off the teams. They have to run it out from here, and I'm just not convinced that they're going to keep it composed and consistent to do so.
You just gave me flashbacks to their final game when they played the Tree Snapfire Legion.
Oh, that last draft was,
so, yeah.
I remember thinking they had the worst draft of the tournament. I couldn't remember what it was.
I didn't want to remember that one. Can we move on, please, Cap? That was a terrible. Oof.
Well, there's only so far we can move on, because the next thing on our docket is, of course, the schedule, which is kind of what we've been alluding to. Na'Vi is going to match up against AS Monaco Gambit as our very first match. And then we're going to be able to see Windstrike, who has actually been kind of a hot team. And I've got a little bit of word. They're not faring too bad in scrims either. They're going up against Team Spirit, the undefeated team, and the team from last season that took fourth, but certainly has a running start this season, that's for sure.
These are 2 huge series, because for Gambit, this is probably going to be one of their toughest opponents left to make their clean sweep back to the top. And then for Team Spirit, like I fear for all of their opponents. They have not only won their games against good teams, but they looked very convincing.
Toronto Tokyo, he just kind of improved his game. He's not that kind of pubby style of player anymore. He feels like he's slowly moving towards being like a true competitive pro player who can hold his own. So yeah, it's good from him.
Windstrike has kind of won my heart. Do you guys think they have a chance against Team Spirit? I mean, they may be too well, but they matched up against some of the easier teams, supposedly, right? They played Puck Champ, I know, at least.
I think this is the most in-depth, like the deepest region in terms of 5th, 6th, actually having a legit run at beating the top 4, top 3 teams. So I 100% think it's going to be a good series.
I just think the energy that this team brings, it's like, from this region, we don't really have kind of that connection to some of the players, I'd say. But Windstrike, in the interview that they had, they just kind of exude this energy that I want to see them do well. So I really hope that they've already sit in 2-0. When they start playing against top teams, I want them to do well. I don't want them to fall flat because, you know, I'm kind of like a low-key like a fan just because of the interviews from Pantomime. He's infectious.
Yeah, and we'll absolutely get to talk a little bit more about him a bit later. But as the region as a whole, I do feel like part of the reason, maybe it's the DPC and the fact we get a post-game interview every single time we're live, but we get pre-game interviews and stuff. But I also feel like some of the younger talent are just bringing a lot more to the scene than there used to be.
Oh yeah, they've got so much more screen time to kind of present themselves. I think if this was any other tournament, like Windstrike wouldn't really be given that screen time, right? So it is because of the DPC that we get to see kind of a new side to these teams. They're not just Windstrike playing, it's Windstrike and the players, they're coming to the series properly. So yeah, it's good.
It's probably the best time to watch some Eastern European Dota in a long time, I would say.
Yeah, even the interview with Ramses, that's like the most I've heard him talk on a screen in the last
not to Kyle, though.
year.
He was pretty blunt to Kyle.
Yeah. that awkward question of Kyle asking him to hang out, that was a good time. Nah, the whole story with Ramses on Na'Vi, you know, we all talked about how it was a last-minute kick of general. They've been coming together pretty quick. I like what Ramses is doing on the team. They, you know, had a much better showing in their second series than the first, and look forward to seeing how they do today.
All right, well, we've talked about this division enough. It's time to get into the nitty-gritty. We are going to be talking about AS Monaco, Gambit, and Na'Vi matched up against each other. It's a hype match. You won't want to miss it. We'll break it all down after the break.
Halfway through you start to lose control. Orange autumn leaves on the ground. At the end there's nothing and you face yourself. Green is all you see as you fall. You go to hell, never coming back. There is nothing as
That's right, the hype series of the day is the first one up. Na'Vi against AS Monaco Gambit. AS Monaco Gambit absolutely need a win here. They've already lost against VP, they've already lost against Spirit, so they cannot afford to lose to Na'Vi here. Otherwise, they're looking at hoping that all of these other listed teams just drop games against teams they shouldn't, and somehow they end up making it to the major anyway.
It's just so scary to think that they potentially could lose to the top 3 teams in the first, 2 and a bit weeks. And when you want to play for major, there's only 3 slots in Eastern Europe. So yeah, it's not looking good. This is like do or die for this team to even think about TI.
Yeah, hell, just being in the wild card is pretty bad, especially since we saw how competitive the wild card was this last major. Now it's with the extra slot being in there as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's gonna be just vile.
Yeah, it was half the teams for the wild card.
Yeah.
But it should have been a third. Yeah,
that's
one way to look at it, right?
The wild card.
Oh, is that what it really was supposed to be? I didn't even realize that, because I remember 7 out of 8 teams moving on from group and knowing that it was supposed to be only 6, but it's only supposed to be 2 from the and the 2 of them are from China. It's like 3rd, 4th place team China.
Yeah.
One of which got like top 4 or top 3 at the major.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And that's now Gambit's only way, pretty much, it feels like, to get to the major, because like when they've already lost to the top 2 teams, it's like they're going to have some miracle run where these lower teams take off these surprise games and use the underdog factor, or yeah, they're going to eke their way into the wild card. So yeah, this is a long road now for them.
This Cinderella story starts here, though.
All right. That's what Brian's saying anyway. What about Na'Vi? I mean, they are the bit more established team, and they are the leaders here. Anyway, they had a really good run in Season 1. Always Want to Fly seems to have brought a really solid squad together. Minus that man right now.
Yeah. Sorry, General.
Sorry, General.
It's okay, buddy.
He does look good.
Yeah, he looks fantastic.
I'll say I'm a little bit concerned for VTune's hero pool. They were really willing to draft him Phantom Assassin, like first 2 or 3 picks both games last series, and it seems like he's kind of being targeted in terms of bans. And I think the reason why they 3rd picked him the one game is because they had banned 3 carries in the 2nd round, and I'm just nervous that if he's put on a hero like 9th, 10th pick, that he won't be able to get the hero that he needs for the game.
Yeah, I feel like Na'Vi, they're a team that when they had Jenna on the team, he was a sacrificial lamb in the draft. And it's like, okay, we pick your hero, be it, Beast or Enigma, and we get to play from there. VTune always gets his boss pick, and he can 1v9. Now that Ramsey's in the team, and he's more maybe like a captain figure in the draft maybe, he's going to give himself potentially this priority. And that's why you're seeing these early carry picks. Because I feel like every team that Ramsey's been on, he in some way has built it around himself to some degree. So now I feel like VTune might be kind of that new sacrificial lamb.
He's trying to take a step down? Exactly.
It's like, okay, VTune, buddy, you might play your casual jugs with PAs or whatever, and I'm going to get this like, haha, Underlord offlane pick or something that can just completely counter their carry. It may be good, may be bad, but the greediness now between the team has been leveled up, tenfold, because General, very sacrificial. Ramsey's yet to prove that in any team he's been playing in any other role other than mid.
Yeah, and that's something that he is a very influential figure, but a little known fact about him, it's also his birthday. So let's go ahead and check in on him as he talks about his career so far.
Plus 387 damage.
I come for Na'Vi like 10 days ago, like for bootcamp, and we just friends with Iceberg and Fly like for a long time. Like we played just like 6 years ago. And we're just good friends, and we just like to play Dota.
To the side, the loser always want to fly, but VTune's ready to turn, takes down Mellow, dying on the front of this.
I think I played Dota like 12 years, more than half of my life, I think. Like 25k hours on main account, but I have a lot of fakes, like 5 or 6 accounts. It's maybe like 45, maybe 40, like, I don't know.
Promise he's going to look to jump back in with the Iceberg over towards Nefrit. Nefrit down the once. Another drag here, another catch from Iceberg.
When I start to play Dota, I just work hard, super hard. Like some people need to work hard and just play every day, just Dota. But some players like, Anna, he can just come back after 6 or 7 months of like season and just go to and win TI.
Young man who's played Dota for over half his life, and, well, not too bad. This man is also just shy of $2 million in tournament winnings. He has had a wildly successful career.
Yeah, it's just the fact that he's turning 22 and he is an authoritative captain figure within these teams. You know, these players are older than him, and obviously the pedigree, you know, age doesn't really matter in esports as long as you have like the correct mentality pushing into the team. So yeah, it's testament to Ramses and what he's been able to achieve in his career so far.
I wouldn't even say it's more about like the credibility, but it's just how long you've been playing. He's been playing competitive since what? He's like 16 or something. So he's basically the like a lot of people start in their early 20s. So he's equivalently like a 28-year-old guy on a team.
Yes, the esports age.
Yeah, the esports age, and it's just interesting to see how far he's come. And now that he's an offlaner, I enjoyed watching him on EG, like try to play like a more aggressive style off lane. I always enjoyed watching him on VP. I think he's just meant to be that all up in your face kind of player, no matter what role he's playing.
Well, fair enough. Another person who is quite a young player and who has taken a leadership role is Sineko on AS Monaco Gambit. He's been leading teams his whole career, right? He's never really he just seems to have destined to be a captain. And here in AS Monaco Gambit, he was doing a good job for them last season. Unfortunately, he didn't quite squeak through in the wild cards. They ended up in that tiebreaker against Liquid. You lost a best of one, you know, that just kind of sucks. But otherwise, they had a very successful season 1, right?
Yeah, it was really good for them. It was kind of they just picked up the sponsorship. They've done really well. And I think it's one of those things where you do well in the group, you go to the major, don't perform as well, and then it's what after. It's like the same effect within Western Europe with Alliance. You know, they do really well in group, they choke at the major, but Alliance are doing well. Gambit's not doing well. So Gambit haven't really felt like built the correct systems after kind of the failures to then pick themselves back up. So you have to hope with that experience from Sineko, with the week that they've had, they've gone, okay, guys, we're now 2-0 down. This is how we need to approach the game. This is how kind of our new style to bring ourselves into this DPC, because you've still got 4 weeks left. You need to start doing stuff now.
And it is curious, right? Because they do have the backing now. The AS Monaco brand is attached to Gambit. In fact, they've got a shiny new boot camp that Sineko is going to tell us a little bit more about.
Confident as the arena comes out over on the back line. So Toronto Tokyo immediately silencing up the Tiny. They don't want to let him get any of this damage off. And the toss up into the air will work out here. It is the Snapfire Kisses coming in. The dual damage though coming through. It should be a kill here for Legion Commander.
In this bootcamp, we have the guy who makes us food, dinner, breakfast, everything. You just ask what you want and he will make it. Yeah, it's pretty cool that you can ask about what you want, and if he can do that, then and you appreciate it, of course.
Here, he's got to be a bit careful, especially if he gets glimpsed back. Nice, he burned into the Phantom Lasher. Ultra kill, Rampage coming out for Dream as he has just taken out everybody in the backline.
So we play table tennis. For example, we a few days before played poker, and there is like really good nature around our like bootcamp, and and you feel like this pure weather, I would say. So for example, I always going to outside every day, and I just usually run for like half hours or a bit more. Without bootcamp, it's not much serious. You can take the officials or some scrims. So when you just come to bootcamp, you just face to face with each other, and he understands that you really serious. And you talk already different.
They just call the GG. They have been just hit so hard.
I could definitely use my own chef. That sounds pretty sick. Unfortunately, that boot camp is yet to be able to result them any good wins here in Season 2, right?
Yeah, it's you can have the facility and the structure, but it's all about what you do in the day, making sure that you have the correct approach. And AS Monaco Gambit drafts, not so much. Fun fact, Monaco Gambit, Na'Vi, they are the only 2 teams within this region to have lost with Beastmaster mid. There have been 4 games and 1 loss apiece for Gambit and Na'Vi. So maybe both teams are like, we can't play this hero, and we don't get to see it for once. Realistically, they probably practiced it in the week, and we are going to see it. But yeah, these are the only 2 teams in the region to have lost with Beastmaster.
All right, well, are they going to lose with it? Are they going to ban it? We'll have to see. The draft is coming up very shortly. We're going to take a quick break and be back with AS Monaco Gambit versus Na'Vi. We closed down our last thoughts about this matchup, about Beastmaster, and how apparently both of these teams, despite being top tier, no doubt, somehow managed to lose with that hero, a feat that not many teams can claim right now. Robson, is there anything else noticeable about the draft before we jump in?
I feel like for Monaco Gambit, we can look on the fact that they've only really shown, I guess, one working strategy, which was the IO, and then other than that, they've felt pretty lost. So yeah, I need to see something new from Gambit, and we're already 3 picks deep, and this is something new. This is refreshing. We're seeing the Centaur line across now all regions. It's the Lion plus big offlaner, be it the Timbersaw, be it the Centaur, very stable stuff.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of moving factors this patch, but I think since a lot of the Vanguard heroes are coming back into meta, that's making a lot of ranged fours be much more enticing, which usually you want a mixture of like a beefy support and a backline support. So that means that a lot of 5 positions that are melee heroes are starting to get picked up, which because you're getting a melee 5, you're starting to get a lot of ranged carries, such as the Luna. They beat me to my point before I even made it.
Speed running the draft.
Yeah, and it's very interesting how like sometimes one hero pool, like in this case the offlane hero pool, can bleed into every other role.
Okay, I've seen this Reddit thread. Why do pros keep picking Luna? Keeps losing.
Well, why? It loses, but I feel like pros like the hero because it gives you a strong timing. You can take the ancients quick, and you can play on the other side of the map very quickly, playing for objectives. The issue is it puts your team into a position of we have to play for this timing. Otherwise, the game can get pretty hard. So if they have the confidence in hitting their timings, hitting the beats, and playing their lanes well, it can be a good hero. But of course, we've seen time and time again, it's kind of fallen short.
I actually had a discussion with my Twitch chat about this because Luna's a funny hero. She farms really fast.
Yep.
But no matter how farmed I am, I feel like I'm 1 or 2 deaths away from losing the game. Like, you never feed and go, yeah, we'll recover, just like retake the map. Luna's all about her fragility as a hero makes it so that if she ever loses map control, her team has to follow her around as she farms, which means that nobody else on your team gets farmed, which inevitably means you have like Luna up here, and then everyone else is like bottom 5 or 6 net worths, and it just means that Luna's not going to solo carry the game. So if you want to hit a timing with a hero that buffs up all her allies have to have a little something.
All right, so it's a 4 protect 1 strategy, but the 1 isn't like a true hard carry.
Yeah,
it's like a 1.5.
50 minutes into the game. It's meant to make you all strong enough at 30 minutes into the game to take a Roche and hit racks.
And this is why Na'Vi, they identified this style and they just pick up that casual Tidehunter. One of the best offlaners that can park himself in front of any kind of objective pressure. And touching on the Luna again, she farms Ancients early. She has objective pressure. Might get a couple kills with Eclipse, but then the next timing after that is that ultra late game, Butterfly, Manta, Satanic +1. So I feel like Tidehunter is the perfect hero to play into the earlier power spikes of a Luna. So yeah.
Do you think we'll see the Deso build from V2 in this game? We saw him go Battle Fury in his other series, but the last 2 PAs I've seen yesterday both went Orb of Corrosion, Deso.
I think in those games, in the Western Europe, we did have Lil Shredder or Snapfire with the Solar Crest, and then we had a Slardar as well. So there was that clean way of taking Roshan, and I wouldn't be opposed to it because now there's a Tidehunter as well, so you have that minus armor for taking Roshan. But I'm kind of leaning more towards PAs being fighters. I like the Orb of Corrosion, I like the Deso pickup, 18-minute Aegis. Now you don't really care about not having a Battle Fury because you're actively seeking out these big kills that kind of cushions the fact that you're not hitting jungle creeps for that extra 3-4 minutes.
Feels like you just don't have that time to hit jungle this patch.
It's hard, yeah.
I feel so much more in tune with the meta here now that I've been stuck playing it, and it's just like, I want to farm from 15 minutes to 18, but you just can't. You literally just can't. So I think that kind of explains why a lot of the PAs are opting for the Deso. You're quite strong. You can like 3-shot supports 15 minutes in the game with just those 2 items.
Yeah, you kind of have 2 farming patterns right now, which is you have a flash farm jungle with big stacks where you could go run to them, clear them out quickly, move on, or you have the draft that has that perfect balance of the support can take over the safe lane, the carry can go jungle, but it's rare that you have those type of lineups because skirmishing is more prowess, and that naturally means that you don't have wave clear and lane pushes.
They just need a strong laning 4. I think Rubik, if it's still in the pool, I think it got banned. Yeah, it got banned. Maybe Lena.
How about Shadow Demon? Oh, banned. Oh,
Shadow Shaman? How about Shadow Shaman? I wouldn't mind a Shadow Shaman here. It gives them a little more disabled. They don't really have tower push.
Is Willow available? I feel like they need a hero to play around the Stampede and kind of that movement. Because Oracle, if he's jumped, he dies. You know, PA Puck, they're able to be elusive. And I feel like they need one more element of you can't kill me straight away to make this Luna upset. Like how many?
Some coil synergy too.
Yeah. Okay, let's go for a Snapfire.
No, that hero's still in the pool. You were talking about it though, the minus armor, PA.
That unlocks the Deso build that we mentioned before.
Yeah, and it makes Tide's lane really strong too, right?
So
what kind of mid do you want with Luna? Like if she falls off a bit, can you have more of a semi carry?
I actually like DK a lot.
SF?
I actually like DK a lot because it's good against PA, it's good against Puck, and I do want a semi carry.
Okay.
Yeah.
DK is good,
Yeah, it was just too. I think they gave them that on a silver platter. I'm almost surprised they banned out the heroes like Viper because.
Oh, and with the Puck as well, yeah, of course. This is, yeah.
Yeah, because the Viper, you don't play up on the map. Viper isn't exactly tanky until he gets like 2 items. So this Luna has a super fragile window between like 8 and 15 where she really can't exert any pressure on the map unless somebody else on her team can exert pressure, where she shows up to a fight late and that guy is the one that gets initiated onto or starts the fight himself. So DK just synergizes really well with this. It gives them a hero that's going to put some tower pressure, going to move early. Centaur is relatively stagnant in terms of the laning movements and all that kind of stuff. So I like their draft a lot better.
Also a hero with pointy horns. All 5 of their heroes have some sort of pointy horns of some kind, whether it's their ears.
I guarantee
their
at
antlers,
least 100
their
people in
helmet.
the Twitch chat noticed that before you.
The
horny draft.
Pointy.
Thanks, Brian.
horn.
Yeah, so I actually think that
I knew what he was
Gambit.
going for.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. So I think Gambit they have a really solid forward-moving lineup where they can play around objectives, but the key thing is execution now. If the DK crosses the river, tries to hit that tier 1 alone, Puck Coil comes in, they collapse, they kill him. DK's game can get a bit awkward. So Gambit has the better entry into the game, but if they make a couple mistakes, then the scaling of Na'Vi just comes into full effect. You have Tidehunter, you have Puck. These are the best anti-aggression heroes. So it's kind of a offense v defense, and you know, it's can Gambit execute with their offense.
Ryan, fast prediction?
DK.
Okay. Fair enough.
Simple.
Nice and simple from Brian. Let's go ahead and check in with our commentators. We've got Moxie and Purge. They've been a great duo all week long. We're going to see them again.
That's very succinct coming out of Brian there. DK all the way, but I'm liking the draft coming out from the side here of Na'Vi with that negative armor strat. And I've yet to see a Luna, or at least cast a game with Luna, that has been successful. What do you think, Purge?
Yeah, I think Luna's a really cool hero. She has a lot of stuff going for her, but you know, her ultimate, her Lucent Beams have felt a little bit weak lately. And from a carry potential, she just doesn't scale as well as some other carries because she doesn't have the ability to just blow heroes up by herself in a team fight in a late game. It's just more complicated than that. But great sieger. She does a lot of AoE damage. There's a lot of good things she has going for her. But I really like the minus armor strat. I think that's pretty cool. In the lane, level 4 or level 1 Gush is -4 armor. Lil Shredder will do up to -5 armor plus the Blightstone. I'm sorry, he doesn't have a Blightstone, but still, it is good harass potential, especially once they get a Deso later on. With that said, B-Tune's already queued up a Battle Fury, so maybe just supposed to look like a minus armor strat.
It's possible. He could also go back later on, pick up a Deso, but you know, at least that lane, right? That lane is going to be terrifying with the Snapfire and the Tidehunter for sure. But a lot of pressure resting over on the shoulders of this Luna. She's gonna have to be able to get that farm, and the rest of the team is just gonna have to try to make that space for her because she is a bit fragile. It takes a while to come online.
It does, yeah. Your raw HP is not super high for a while, and that you kind of feel like you need BKB to protect yourself, otherwise people just burst you. And if they force fights where there's creeps around, then your ultimate just doesn't feel good. There's just a lot of ifs that Luna has to deal with that makes the life hard. But looks like she's going to start in a tri-lane. This is a great circumstance for Luna. Classically, when tri-lanes were more common, Luna was one of the best carries because of the fact that she could skill her aura at level 1, and it gives bonuses to 2 other heroes in addition to herself. So tri-lane versus tri-lane situations, Luna's pretty strong, so she should be completely fine in terms of getting off to a good start here with the Tide heading top.
The other thing, too, to keep in mind is the fact that if they do try to send too many heroes up to try to mess with this Luna, they have Elder Titan. Elder Titan, one of the better heroes in dealing with any sort of tri-lane situation, loves having more units to walk that spirit through, so Na'Vi has to be a little bit careful in their considerations with the laning, but it definitely feels like AS, Monaco, Gambit have a decent idea of how they want to work this laning stage, at the very least.
Yep, get the Luna ahead. Use that to start pressuring towers with Dragonite. Centaur being in the game is very strong for them. The more I watch, the more I think Centaur is very strong right now. He's picked almost every game. And once he finishes Vanguard, it feels like pretty much nothing can touch him unless you have like Maledict plus a lot of magic bursts. He's just not going to die. So he basically just gets to do whatever he wants. He bullies your carry out of their lane every single time, and then he goes to important towers, and he just like is so powerful and difficult to kill and takes so many heroes that enemy teams just ignore him basically and let him take your towers. So with that said, if Centaur gets a decent Vanguard at a normal time, and Luna gets off to a good start, and they have Dragonite get a Blink Dagger at a reasonable time, we're going to see some crazy good tempo coming from AS Monaco Gambit.
I mean, what can they really hope to do, though, to really mess with the Centaur? Oh, yeah, Luna has not a great win right there. I didn't get to see the exact numbers, but was not looking too hot.
The best time to pressure him is before he gets Vanguard. So right now would be a decent time. We saw a game like that last night against Mind Control, where he had to jungle a little bit more than we normally would have expected out of the hero. But he still got Vanguard, and then he still recovered, and he still had super high net worth, so it's fine. But yeah, you'd have to like pressure him in lane or kill him a little bit here. But with Seneko being in the lane, it shouldn't be that hard for him. I'm not worried for him at all.
This is interesting that they have opted to go for a tri-lane down here with Seneko. Just on the Elder Titan, the fact that, you know, I just literally said, you know, he really thrives in these situations, especially when you can have these camps over to the side that you can stack, get even more, you know, capability to just harass using your Astral Spirit. 38% and in the DPC, 18%. Oof.
18 in DPC, yeah. It's not good. It's not looking good for Luna right now. The reason they rotated down the Oracle is because he's a hard counter to Elder Titan. You can dispel his Astral Spirit, effectively making him a level 1 hero that doesn't have any other benefits to him. So that's why I always want to fight transition right away. It would have made Snapfire a little bit too useless, and as a result, Snapfire will now rotate to top lane. So hypothetically, they can't swap anymore. Seneko already TP'd to the bot lane, so he can't counter this rotation even if Lion could shift. So this should be completely fine for Na'Vi. This is what they want.
All right, well, pretty standard here in the mid lane. A little bit of a lead here for the Dragon Knight. 9 and 3 currently CS, 6 and 2 on Iceberg. But of course, it is going to be very important that the first time that this Dragon Knight goes for the Dragon form, once he hits at level 6, that we see some sort of a rotation come out from the side of Na'Vi to respond to it.
We see actually nobody go for Water Runes coming from the supports, so that's going to give Iceberg free choice to pick which one he wants. He's able to, as a result, buy time to get his bottle first before he bottles it up. I guess both players do have bottle now, so no huge loss here. But yeah, the side lane is just pretty important, apparently, to stabilize at the moment.
Afterlife seems like he's having a perfectly fine time, as Seneko is forced to head back here. Does not have any regen other than the Ring of Regen, so it's going to just wander on back, and I'm sure teleport back into the lane.
Yeah, could be a little expensive to do this, but he saves the tango, basically. You would have to use all 3 charges just to get back up to full, so it wouldn't be worth it. And for now, it's just a Centaur anyways, so for now, it's not going to be a big deal to give him a little space. Centaur's almost at ring health.
Otherwise, it's been pretty... Oh gosh, I didn't realize. I forgot that that was a taunt for Luna. I remember the one where she like has the... she spins the thing, right? She's got her glaive that she spins, and just... I did not know that there is this... I forgot about this one with the cat. Yeah. Boy, that's annoying. And I love cats. This is... Oh dear, Valve.
Most taunts are pretty annoying, I gotta say. Once you hear more than like once, you're like, okay, that's enough. Please stop.
Yeah, I know a lot
Never
of people
again.
get triggered by the music with the Crystal Maiden one a lot. Got like
They're
a
all
little
bad.
piccolo solo
They
or
all.
something. Which one really grinds your gears, Purge?
I don't know. Maybe that SF one is, I'm a little softer to it nowadays, but there was a period of time where that one was spammed constantly in the mid lane. Pro players have ruined almost all taunts for me, frankly. Because they just press them constantly. They're bored, so they're like, well, this is all easy laning stage stuff. A little pressure on Sapphire.
Yeah, they've definitely got a decent amount of damage. I don't think they quite have enough, though. You can see that Dream was considering it, but has those 2 points in the Lucent Beam. Might have been able to... It would have been very, very close. I'm not sure the exact math on it. But
If the creep wave didn't block him, I think he would have gotten him probably, but a bit close.
Which is interesting, because I figured that this lane, especially with all the negative armor that was going to be coming out of it, would be pretty scary, I think, for the Luna to approach, but definitely see more of the aggression coming out from the side of Gambit here.
I think it'd be scarier if he didn't have a hard stun, because if he does get gushed, Tidehunter will approach, and they have to do follow-up right clicks. That's really important. but the Sun's going to be able to lock that down. And Luna's got pretty fast boots here, and a Wraith Band as well, so he's actually got pretty high armor. So really the vulnerable one is Lion. So as long as Lion is relatively careful in his positioning, he'll be all right.
I mean, Immersion has been incredibly careful with it. In fact, he's the one that's setting up most of these stuns as well, so I think he'll be all right. And that being said, over here, Roger getting clicked down. Looks like they're going to be happy to take down the Courier instead, because it is, of course, the Ring of Hell. And is he going to get a kill here, too? Ooh, the dream for Dream.
It really is. And at first I was like, like what the? Is he's going to get distracted by this Courier, but killing a Ring of Health against a Tidehunter is super value.
Yes.
I believe that would have been the Ring of Health that would have eventually been turned into a hood to help make Tidehunter really tanky. So breaking that up for a while is going to be a nice advantage.
Like we said, we do have a rotation over to the mid lane. The Dragon form has been used. Got the bottle service coming out from Roger. I'm not sure how much they can actually do here, though, with just the two of them. I think they would have needed maybe +1, tried to push him off the tower. But he is taking advantage of this Cardi wave, of course.
Yeah, Iceberg just wants to clear the creep wave here, but he's being careful with his nuke just in case there's a chance to get a kill. And so pretty darn good damage with the first catapult here. I mean, down to 500 HP on the tier 1 tower. It's great.
Pretty calm in the bottom lane. Haven't seen anything too wild. Like you said, being able to purge off things in the bottom lane makes it very, very valuable to have the Oracle over there. But no one. Positioning, grabs himself up the rune. Over here on Iceberg gets the Arcane. He's going to be poking away here on Seneko. Going to go for the Dream Coil as well. Looking for the stop. Nice silence, though, from Iceberg. Waiting patiently. It is a little telegraph. He's going to just poke forward here. Needs another click or two. And down goes Seneko.
Not a huge net worth advantage from that kill, but a kill is a kill. And with the Arcane Rune, his Dream Coil is going to be off cooldown a long time. And frankly, if they weren't going to gank the Dragonite anyways, it's not a big deal to put Dream Coil on cooldown there. So I like what Iceberg did there with that kill. Lost his bounty, but hey, it's a punished enemy team.
You get the bottle service yet again here for no one. Looks like couple pings coming out. They want to make some plays over here on Roger. So they'll open up. They've got a nice Earth Spike, the Hex, and Dream just running out and is going to respect Ramses, though. We'll back off a little bit. It is his birthday, after all.
Hey, that kind of pressure into Snapfire is really effective. Roger does not have Tranquil Boots yet, so this is going to make him feel like he won't be able to fight to the death anymore. So small trades like that are excellent. There's second Dragonite ulti.
Yeah, and the pressure's on this tower. It's not going to be lasting for very long. I don't think they're going to be able to do much of anything here to no one. But you see the wrap around here coming out from Merchant. The teleports are coming out. Nice cookie coming out from Roger. As they go and use the Stampede, they'll be able to stun up the puck. Turning right back around again. The Dream Coil. Perhaps the Dragonite has gone a little bit too far here, as they'll also join in. And down will go the Dragon Knight. But looks like the tower was taken down in the process.
Yep, Seneko moved forward and punched it. Oracle tried to deny it, but Oracle's crappy base damage was not enough. But ultimately, what saved that fight was the cookie from Roger. Incredible play there. If that cookie didn't come at that moment, there would have been a Dragon Stun follow-up. Lion sensing some danger through Earth Spike out. Both of those two basically were less effective or missed, and as a result, Puck gets out of danger. I thought he was dead for sure when that Hex came, but good cookie saves him.
It's not often that we get to call a cookie incredible here, so...
Yeah, but that one was excellent.
It absolutely saved him. Yeah. This is looking scary for Dream. Smoke immediately breaking. The root into place. Roger trying to get close enough for the cookie, but this time not going to be able to bridge that gap, as Immersion also makes his way back up. And they did smoke underneath a ward earlier, so even though, you know, Dream still was a little bit forward, they probably were expecting something to happen, so backed off.
Yep. It would have been a hard kill anyways. Dream's got boots, Tidehunter does not, so his ability to like gap close and get damage on his opponent was pretty unlikely, so it would have been a dangerous Ravage, low chances of succeeding. So
ooh, these stacks are beautiful over here.
They do look nice, yeah.
That is going to be...
Okay, and Luna went for 2 points in Lucent Beam to lane. A little bit more than we normally see, but still effective, and now 2 points back for Glaives. So he should be able to clear waves decently here. Getting some damage into Tide. He's got a hood, but...
Well, I mean, you've got a double damage on no one. You've got so much damage here. I don't think you survive this. Dream will find himself another kill, and the pressure is on this top tower.
And so with DK being here, he can pressure the tower. Luna can't help if he wants to, but he's also got Mask of Madness finished. It's flying out right now. And now the Ocean Heart, so he's going to be really happy for jungling purposes here. Sitting waiting to come forward. Just going to clear the wave most likely, and we'll see if they stick around and finish this tower.
Looks like they're going to try to make a play. Afterlife, the cookie hop. They've got the little shredder, the root into play. Stomp does come out, but he's very tanky, and you can't run away from this. He finds the kill on Roger, but does eventually get slain by Iceberg.
Centaur is balanced, guys. It only took 4 heroes to kill him, and they still lost one. I suppose he was taking, I guess you might take return damage from Lil Shredder, in which case that's kind of a lot, but that was a lot of effort just to kill one guy, but they got him.
Yeah, but what percentage of this is that Centaur is too strong and that Vanguard is very strong?
It's almost always when something becomes overpowered in Dota, it's because there's multiple layers, so it's both for sure.
But like what percent, like which one is stronger than the other?
You know what, Moxie, I just didn't do the math before the cast. It's hard for me to estimate right now.
You literally had one job, dude. One job. You're not even here.
Tower damage,
you slacker.
That's true. That's true.
Oh
Tower damage got
God.
reduced, so Vanguard damage blocks more. There's it's the fact that Centaur's gotten buffed in other ways. The Stampede cooldown got reduced by 20 seconds, which is massive. So just a mix of everything.
No, he definitely has been gaining in popularity. It seems that he and Beastmaster are showing up in almost every draft. Either they are being banned or picked up. So perhaps something to look at, Mr. Ice Frog. But this Luna Dream very happy. Just farming up these stacks. Look at that net worth, too. Keeps on creeping up higher and higher. He's going to have that Yasha online very, very shortly.
Yeah, this is pretty good, actually. Really good farm speed. And he's actually gotten a lot more Lucent Beam than we normally expect out of Lunas at this phase. Not going for the max Lunar Blessing build. Seems like everyone has very different ideas about what the best skill build is for carry Luna. And I think I like this one a little bit better. I think not getting any Lucent Beam at all is a bit of a mistake at times. But yeah, he's going to have Eclipse more viably ready in an earlier phase than we've seen with some other carries.
Well, definitely feels like there's a lot of fighting early, but Silence gets tossed out again. Centaur, they end up using 2 ultimates, and they still have not managed to kill him. So, yeah, I would say that this hero seems very powerful indeed.
Level 10, and he's got almost 2,000 HP. And yeah, he's got a Vanguard and a Hood, but yeah, it's kind of an insane bonkers amount of survivability there. That's like the easiest Dream Coil break I've ever seen. He's like, oh, 300 extra damage? It's fine. I'm gonna keep running.
God, I remember there was an ESL song like a while back that was just all about running, and that's the first thing that comes to mind now whenever you say that. That was a missed opportunity. They could have tried to work that in. Oh, wow.
That's true.
Luna just doing Luna things, though, has that Yasha completed, and is going to be going for the BKB as the next item. A lot of neutrals, 33% and 33% of the lane creeps as well. And look at Afterlife.
Yes.
He's just not afraid here. He can tank the tower. He's got the rest of the team standing behind. No one pops the dragon form. And Roger's going to be careful here. Blink completed.
Yeah, they can't stop this. I mean, Afterlife's tanking it on purpose. He's regenerating 25 HP. Great deny by Roger, though. That was
Had to use the little shredder, though, to do it.
I mean, it's fine. Ooh, 70 mana, it's gone. They weren't going to fight anyway, so...
Efficiency purge.
It's fine. He's going to regen it back. It'll be no problem at all. And that's Dragonite ulti half gone now. They're going to get tempo like this, but what you're doing is just trying to buy time for PA to get farmed. And this is one of the downsides of the Battle Fury build, is that the tempo has gone up a lot in this last patch. And if you buy a farming item like this, your impact in team fights is going to feel less. And, you know, sometimes that's not going to matter. You'll still win fights without it, or maybe with PA just not being there. But he needs to get his next big items for sure. And the timing for Lunas is probably going to be faster, but we'll see. Because BKB is just being worked on now for Luna.
I mean, that definitely becomes the issue when you're up against something like a Luna. And the fact that, you know, you can build a Luna very differently depending on how you'd like to do it. But she is just naturally going to be able to farm faster. And the PA, I'm not sure. You know, we talk about the fact that, you know, she could have gone for the Desolator. She could have gone, obviously, you know, she's got the Battle Fury. But with the timings coming out from Na'Vi too, is it better to have the Battle Fury over than trying to be overly aggressive and putting all your eggs in this early basket?
I mean, I wouldn't say they're not putting all their eggs in the early basket with the Battle Fury, though. I mean, a lot of their other heroes are very strong right now, absolutely. And part of that purpose was just to make their team fights easier and to make sure that they could slow down the towers being taken a bit, and they've been semi-successful at that. But Luna is still the most farmed hero. There still is a net worth advantage on the side of the Radiant, so it's not perfect for them. But PA just like PA is a better ultra late game carry than a Luna is almost always, just because once you get BKB and like Abyssal Blade, she's going to jump on one support and she's going to kill them really, really fast, and those supports aren't going to be able to defend themselves often. Luna can't really do that. She has to like walk in, pop her ultimate, start right clicking, and hopefully people die. Kind of. She needs to be able to like weather.
So underwhelming. Did you break up with Luna at some point, Burge?
This is
so disparaging.
It's the reality of Luna in the late game. She's about getting advantage and then pressuring towers and making it scary for the enemy team to ravage into her because she's got BKB. That's the value of Luna. It is not like taking an even team fight and like just picking off heroes, but killing enemy heroes at the start of the fight is huge. And here we'll see if
smoke on smoke action. All right, the jump immediately over on Luna. She's trying to just dodge around. Knows that she's probably not going to survive this, so will fall, but they'll find the kill and always want to fly over in the back lines. No one is just chasing after Roger here, who has already used that cookie, so he is slowly just getting chipped down. And oh, look at that finger from downtown over there. My goodness.
That slow creep screwed him, man. He walked right past it at aggro. That's 25% slow. Gave him time to catch up. I'm just gonna be mad about that one. But yeah, Luna died instantly. Obviously, that was a bit of a grab, but...
Merchant has found himself a puck here hiding in the side, but I'm pretty sure he should be absolutely fine. The Earth Splitter does get used, though. So get the silence. No one on the hunt. Searching for this puck. They do have the Astral Spirit. It's going to try to teleport away. I don't think they're going to be able to cancel in time.
That was really close a couple times, actually. Nice that they're able to get there so fast, but no kill, not a big deal. With Blink Dagger up on Dragonite, he's going to be sitting great, very ready to be the first initiator or the follow-up to Line. These two heroes, Line and Dragonite, just make the rest of the game really dangerous for Navi, because if they ever do get caught split pushing, they're going to be stunned for like 5 to 7 seconds kind of a thing, which is not going to be a fun time.
I mean, we've seen the power of, you know, a Dragon Knight and a Centaur, actually, in one of the Alliance games. I think it was Alliance versus OG, where Limp was playing the Dragon Knight. He'd get an opening, he'd find that Dragon Tail, and there would someone be immediately running in to try to help him. Then just the stomps coming out from S4 immediately were able to, you know, counter-initiate, and they took great fights off of it. So that is something definitely Navi has to be very aware of, especially because they just picked up the Blink Dagger on the Centaur as well now.
Yep, that's definitely the best thing about the late game draft for AS Monaco Gambit, is that all of the heroes playing around Luna can get pickoffs, can amplify each other, can you know, secure a lot of advantage if they do get those pickoffs in other ways. It's just Luna will be following up, not so much like the guy that can do it himself. Map control and initiations is really the name of the game from here on out.
Well, the PA is, of course, catching up, though, in terms of net worth. It's a 9.4k over on Luna, 8.4 over on PA, so the Battle Fury is helping out, and do have a Mithril hammer picked up over on the PA. Not sure if she's going for the Deso first or the BKB. Lots Power Ranger TPs coming out immediately as Roger gets spotted here by no one. Rest of the team, they've got this lockdown for sure. Roger's not able to do anything but just sit there and die.
Yeah, might seem like a little bit of overkill, but they don't know how many team enemies are going to be there, and they're trying to force the issue with their gold advantage. And with Phantom Assassin running around, with Blur pretty much constantly on, it's difficult to find PA and Limitus farm. So if he just keeps hitting creeps and finishes Battle Fury, and that's going to give a really good timing window for Navi, especially with the Solar Crest finish now on Tidehunter. So between Ravage and Solar Crest on the PA, yeah, there's going to be a lot of damage coming. To which item he's buying. He is going BKB first to be safe. Pretty needed. If he doesn't have BKB and he runs in and there's an Eclipse and any disable, he's just going to die, and it's going to make his hero feel not valuable. With that said, now his problem is that his damage is not that incredible, so like his damage impact will not be as obvious, but he'll get there eventually.
I think the thing that worries me right now is if you take a look at what AS Monaco Gambit have online for initiation, you have a blink on Immersion, you have a blink over on the Centaur, and you have a blink on Dragon Knight. So if that PA steps even the slightest bit out of line, they have immediate just blink initiation to go and just hold her in place, and then all of a sudden you're missing all your physical damage for the most part.
Yeah, and then getting chain stun from full to nothing is the scariest thing for PA, absolutely. But the whole purpose is reading the map and predicting where you think your opponents are going to be, and just not being there with your PA. You want to be, if you're going in first, you want to be jumping on a support or something like that instead. So VTune is a very, very high-ranked player. He is very talented, so I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't get picked off out of position too often.
And you can see the way that Navi is playing too. They're trying to kind of stay in the general vicinity of one another, so in case someone does get jumped, they can immediately respond. Except for, you know, Ramses here, but of course he is a Tide Hunter. He definitely is chonky, and the rest of the team is now making their way over. BKB is completed over on Phantom Assassin. We also have the BKB complete on Luna. So this could be a big reveal for both teams here as Ramses just swims on over, starts with the Gush. VTune is nearby. Dagger's going to get tossed out. They're trying to bait a little bit here. Lunar hit down over onto Ramses with the little mini stun. Will slow them down, and it feels like Gambit don't really want to take this fight. They sense something's up. No one's showing in any of these lanes.
Yep, they know their opponents are in the area. They got the tier 2 tower already. They don't want to waste BKB. Very safe for Dream to not use it. Well, not really. It was the right choice, but you know they wanted to get him to force BKB just to waste it. That way they could force a good fight. But yeah, net worth advantage from earlier is still about there. It's all about the initiation. And with Ramses in the front, he's very difficult to kill. He's got tons of armor. He's got a hood. He could die to magic damage. That's maybe the most vulnerable thing, but he's going to get Ravage off if he does. So for now, just posturing and trying to break smokes and looking for the right initiation while VTune farms more.
3K net worth lead at around 20 minutes in here for AS Monaco Gambit. Ramses very much posturing himself very forward. Just hoping that they, you know, they get impatient, maybe take that bait, but it doesn't look like they're going to be doing that over on the side of the Radiant. Being very, very patient, just continuing to play around the Luna, and both teams kind of mirroring each other's movements.
Yep, just this cliff ward is really important right now by the Oracle, just for controlling the jungle down here. It's the one that I see contested the most right now. This one and the opposite one near Roshan feels like the two big ward spots. So if they just keep ward vision down here, it should make it really easy for VTune to keep playing in this area. Keeps hitting creeps, keeps pressuring towards the tier 2 tower, which is going to force AS Monaco Gambit to potentially react themselves. But both jungles a little bit scary at the moment.
God, every time I hear this Luna use her taunt, it just makes me think of Sir Action Slacks. It sounds like he's the one making the meowing noise.
Very similar tone, yes.
I know, right?
Can see why you're confused, yeah.
Bottom lane, though, Afterlife hopping forward. They're going to miss that Earth Spike on the Oracle here, but they're not going to miss the finger. So that's another finger stack going over for the Lion. And will force the side of Navi a bit back here as they do smoke up, hoping to catch stragglers, hoping to find anyone. And again, it is just Ramses, but I guess they've decided they've had enough of his just taunting around, and he's so tanky as all of the team having to show up for the most part here. They get the stop, the sleep, they hit everything on Ramses, and eventually no one will get the kill.
Took a lot, but they got him. That's with Elder Titan in melee range, by the way, so he was losing almost all of his base armor and base magic resistance, and he still tanked a lot of damage. Having Solar Crest, Dragon Scale, Phase Boot, Soul Ring really helps out a lot in that circumstance, but they finally get a big pick off. He didn't want to Ravage, it wasn't going to save his life anyways, and they finally get an opportunity to take Roche without having to worry about their opponents showing up.
Yeah, that is the one hero on the side of the enemy team that you don't want wandering over to that Roche pit, so we'll happily clean up this Roshan, get some immortality online, and probably go for another objective. Lincoln's completed too.
And this is where Luna wants to be. Your match net worth with the enemy carry. You've got an Aegis now. She's finished Sanj and Yasha, so the Suns that do affect her aren't going to last very long, nor are many of the disables. And then you've also got BKB to back up. Pupil's Gift, great item for any agility hero too. So he's just like abnormally tanky at this position and difficult to kill. Kind of curious to see if he plays with the Shard later on. I know it's been talked about as popular and valuable. And he went lots of Lucent Beam cooldown, so I assume he's going to get it later. It does the 2 attacks off of the Lucent Beam target, so it helps you, even with a right-click build, accelerate. Puts him in a good position, but But Deso's up on V-Tune, so this would be a decent time for Navi to fight.
Yeah, well, they're going to initiate again on Ramses. A follow-up, though, from Iceberg as they managed to... Oh, they just absolutely blow up Immersion as all of their ultimates just getting tossed out over here. So not looking great. The buyback now from the Lion. No one had jumped into the back lines. They still have that Lincoln's online. And the Luna is just ticking down with all this damage over on the side. Cookie Hop going forward is going to be enough to save all. Yes, it is. He's going to be fine as they go right back in. That Aegis will indeed get popped. No one, though, still alive, still chasing after them here. Has his attention now over here on that Snapfire. Afterlife will follow up. The Lucent Beam from Dream will clean up. But they did force a buyback out of Immersion during all of that. And again, you know, jumping on the Tidehunter.
Yeah, and it was multifaceted. They disabled the Tidehunter at first. They popped BKB to protect against the Ravage. They used Eclipse, but very interestingly, the Oracle used Fate's Edict on the Tidehunter ahead of time. He anticipated the Eclipse and ended up eating a bunch of the beams and just made Tidehunter feel not that really tanky actually, way more than you would have expected. Because the max beams you get per unit is 5, so those first like 3 or 4 got eaten up by Tide at 0 damage. So the Eclipse just really didn't feel good. Again, that's the biggest issue that's hurting Luna as a carrier right now. Eclipse just feels like it has a lot of solutions to it these days.
Iceberg just playing around a little bit, gets a snipe on the courier. Yeah, look at this. It just goes from 0 to 60 so fast. That Dream Coil, the Ravage.
There's the Fate's Edict. 3, 4, 5. 5 beams hit him while he was completely magic immune. It was insane. Really good usage there by the Oracle to protect him without having to use his ulti.
Initiation again. Cookie Hop not going to save them as Immersion gets another stack. Did drop the splitter as they find the pick off over on Immersion, and the dump forward here from Afterlife is able to take down Iceberg. Now they're still chasing after Ramses as the BKBs were popped over here on the side of no one, and of course V-Tune, who just wants to get out. They don't have any way to cancel it, but this is not looking great now for Roger and Ramses as they are left behind, and Roger just a little bit too squishy. So eventually, are they going to just let... Oh no, he's got the Glimmer Cape. He's actually going to survive, but it's not looking as promising for Ramses, although they're using everything in the kitchen sink to try to take him down. But look at this boy. He is so tanky. They'll even go and just use the Oracle ultimate to try to keep him alive, and perhaps no one has gone just a bit too far because they will be able to take him out. And they're going to try to re-engage here. Ravage, of course, going to be up in a couple seconds. This is a good stomp here from Afterlife. Okay, that time Ramses is not going to be protected as he does get blown up by the Eclipse. They're still thinking about going in, though. V-Tune making his way forward, sees Saneko, has that Deso online. Lucent Beam will buy a little bit more time. Saneko trying to just teleport out. He is going to get rooted into place, and who's going to get nuked down by Always Want to Fly.
Really well done with the Fortune Sun anticipating this. Puts on his ally, he gets the easy route as a result, and not terrible. They do lose the Dragonite. They got a little bit too overeager thinking they were finally going to be able to kill the Tide, but takes a lot of damage to pick him up. Now Blur Evasion picked up by PA. This is going to make V-Tune, who's already very difficult to kill, almost impossible to kill. 80% evasion is what he's rocking just passively right now. They do have a lot of magic damage, so they can kill him, but it's going to have to be when BKB is on cooldown is the only window that they're going to have here to deal with V-Tune. So as long as V-Tune doesn't make any major mistakes, or as the rest of his team doesn't get completely wiped in a one-sided fashion, then PA is going to have a really nice window where pretty much nobody can do much other than stun him and deal with other heroes instead.
Iceberg does have a double damage bottled up, so I'm sure he's eager for the next fight, although he does have that Ags queued up. They do have a problem with all the BKBs coming out from the side of Gambit. But looks like they're thinking about maybe doing some sweeping motion here. Ramses does have the Ravage up again. Bashers gets picked up by V-Tune. I'll drop a sentry, try to get a little vision. They have the scan. They know exactly where they're headed. But do they do anything?
It's difficult to fight past this mid-river point. Your opponents stand on their high ground, you stand over here on the high ground in your jungle, and you got to be careful as you approach these situations. But the Basher is going to be a really big deal. Using that, who picked up the Orb of Corrosion? Was that?
Looks.
Was that Radiant or Dire? Didn't see.
Well, no one's got it
It's a
equipped at the
Radiant one.
moment, so.
It's Radiant, so that's good for AS Monaco Gambit. You do not want a PA to have that item if possible, because it just increases his damage so much. He does have Mindbreaker instead, which is also really good actually in these circumstances. You can throw out a Stifling Dagger and get a 2-second silence just about. And considering he's also got Basher, that means that Lion is shaking in his boots right now. If he gets initiated on at all by PA, there's a really good chance that you get a kill even without having to pop BKB.
Some movement over here in the mid lane. Looks like they'll initiate on the Snapfire. Be a Stampede that gets used. The jump forward from Afterlife is going for the double edge. It buys just a little bit more time thanks to the Oracle, but over on the back line, they always want to fly. So there's not going to be an Oracle available for this fight. So it looks like the rest of Na'Vi is on the back foot.
Okay.
Smoke comes out from the side of Gambit, maybe hoping to catch any sort of stragglers. See the supports are trying to push out over here in the middle lane. As the rest of them get into position, they will see Ramses. He's going to pop the smoke on no one. Again, not really the target that they're hoping for, so they might try to comb through the jungle here, see if they can grab anyone else. But they might just have to settle for Ramses again here. Yeah, the Dragon Tail will come out. And you can see V-Tune just tossing out the dagger. Look at that damage over on Dragon Knight.
That was pretty good. Almost nothing they can do to the Tide. Although they're building towards it, the Shadow Blade pickup that we saw in Dragon Knight, a little bit atypical, but the whole purpose is he can build into Silver Edge and get a break off. Here's that initiation on Snapfire. Once again, full magic resistance on him is why it took so long for him to die here with these right clicks, but DK also hit the Oracle. Hitting the backline is a great thing to do if the guy you first initiate on is busy. But now with Smoke in a live game, they're going to find Centaur.
They will indeed. He snaps that coil, and there's a lot of negative armor coming out as Roger will be able to get his revenge here on Afterlife.
That's pretty YOLO, actually. I mean, they didn't have very good vision in the area, and he goes to take the shrine, just really expecting the enemy team to be somewhere else on the map, and they ran right at him, getting that kill. 50 seconds now, where AS Monaco Gambit's not going to want to engage. Roshan is probably not going to be up in time for them to begin it, but they'll pressure the tier 2 tower with this kill advantage that they got. Every kill matters so much right now, feels like.
You just want to keep that tempo up. You don't want to have a moment where you're just sitting back for too long, so.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to engage without the center, but I could be wrong. Doing this very far forward here. A little bit scary considering, but feeling confident.
Just an extra tower kill. That'll make it easier to go high ground when it comes to it. And frankly, with that tower being gone, it's a lot easier for Na'Vi to control the tri-camp area. They can move from each position to the other without having to worry about smokes breaking and stuff like that. But Gambit on the map again, moving out. Luna trying to finish an MKB, but still about 1,500 gold away. She finishes that, she will finally be the person that can deal with the PA.
Snapfire also picking up a gem as well, probably to help get just some more, you know, map control. Try to take down any sort of vision and also try to spot when people are coming forward, like that Dragon Knight, for example, who again is working towards the Silver Edge. So,
I mean, the vision's so good on Na'Vi; they can see almost everything. See if they decide to jump. They've got Blink Dagger on Tide. They could Blink Ravage if they want to.
Do like the way that Ramses is playing very, very forward. Very difficult to take him out at this time. So every time it seems that they go for a smoke, they usually run into Ramses first, it seems. And he's more than happy to soak up a lot of that damage.
Yep, the value of the tanky offlane hero. Buy all these items and break the smokes and make everyone happy on your team. Lion gets the ever important finger kill health talent.
Ooh, tanky boy.
Only got 4 finger kills, so it's not that good here, but it's fine. He'll take the extra HP. Maybe that will, you know, if PA sneezes on him while attacking him, that could be the difference of him staying alive.
That was
not,
so
you know?
unimpressed dad of you. He's like, only has 4 finger kills. Let's not get too crazy about this. Poor Lion. You know, he's doing the best he can. This is a hard game.
Yeah.
There is a PA
His KDA,
that can just...
his KDA is great. It's just, you know, there's limited amounts of kills.
It's great. It's fine. Cool. Cool
BKB
beans.
picked up by DK. Very close to the Silver Edge, about 1,000 or so. that'll be possibly a big game changer, because then it's going to completely change how Na'Vi can play the team fights. Tidehunter can sit in the front, but the problem is that he's going to get broken. Therefore, Kraken Shell will stop working, and therefore stuns will actually become valuable against him again. So if they can find him when he's out of position, they can break him and chain stun him. They can just kill Tide at the start of the fight. This is going to completely change the dynamics of how Na'Vi can stand around engagements. They're going to need sentries to protect Tide in addition to however their position.
Is Snapfire...
And then maybe Oracle's going to have to save him instead, which isn't what they want.
Yeah. Is Snapfire the one who's holding the gem currently for Na'Vi?
Nobody's holding the gem for Na'Vi right now, actually.
Okay, that's strange. No,
So,
Iceberg,
I'm sorry,
Iceberg
it's
has
on
it.
Puck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's the best carry for that, because I was about to say, if it's Roger holding that, that's really scary, because he has been jumped on multiple times and just erased from the team fight fairly early on. So I like the fact that Iceberg's going to be holding on to it. Definitely a lot harder to get your hands on that puck.
Roche is up, so both teams are going to be trying to play around it here. They're going to spot this observer ward. Okay, there we go. Ward killed now. Tide's got to be careful.
Yeah, look at no one. Look at him. He's being so patient. Gem gets picked up on the Elder Titan as well. It's a vision game here. Ramses. Oh, there's the break. They'll open up. Follow up with a nice Earth Spike. And again, he's just so tanky. They get the stomp off. They also get the Earth Splitter, but...
Yeah, Fate's Edict came out instantly to protect him from any magic damage follow-up. Break again, though.
Break again. Do they want to go in on this, though? It's just the battle of the tanky boys right now. All right, they'll finally go and they'll use the Oracle ulti because they used the BK... Or, not the BKB. What did they use there?
They did use BKB and DK, yeah.
He did use the BKB. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, but Oracle ulti on cooldown for 80 seconds. This is an okay window. You could also argue there's a little timer where BKB comes back up, but they're looking for the fight. They've got MKB ready. They don't have Satanic just yet, but...
All right, there it is. They follow up. They had a beautiful Dream Coil, but they've also got the Eclipse coming out from Dream now as V2 and Dream just trying to fight each other, and they're not really finding success. Oh, the Ravage just barely clipping two of them. The Cookie hop forward. They do manage to take down Dream. And the Bash coming out as well over onto Afterlife. He tries to get the stomp off, but it's not enough to save his life as the gem does indeed get just picked up again over here as Iceberg fell during all of that.
Huge plays by Na'Vi. I mean, Always Wanna Fly just made that so difficult for AS Monaco Gambit. Despite them breaking the Tidehunter, every single time that he got gone on, they slapped Fate's Edict down, and then now there's just no magic damage follow-up. Here's the second break that we see. Instant Fate's Edict is going to make all this extra damage weaker. Puck gets a great silence, and V-Tune dives to DK, knowing he doesn't have BKB. Once that kill happens, we get to see Dream and the PA fight to the death, more or less, but V-Tune gets cold feet, knowing his BKB's done. This Cookie was so good. Gives them the follow-up Ravage after the first stun, and they get to clean up the important heroes on the backline. But I think that fight was a really good example of like both carries, the PA and the Luna, having the ideal items, and just one of them is stronger. PA just looked more valuable there in that head-to-head fight, especially with the Scotty pickup that V-Tune has grabbed. It's going to limit all of the nice lifesteal that Luna's hoping to have when she picks up her Satanic and 25 talent later on.
You know, it's interesting to see the different ways that people have been building Luna currently, but I just have yet to see it really impress or look good.
Yeah. It's a hero that I like too, and I want her to feel to be valuable, but she has issues right now for sure. And it doesn't help that the talents got changed recently. She lost her cast range talent in the big cast range apocalypse that happened in the last patch. She used to have a 350 cast range talent, so some of her ability to like affect team fights without putting herself in danger just got removed. So even though Lucent Beam Stun lasts longer, which is kind of cool, it just doesn't quite feel as valuable, and it also took away her viability as a support. So while she is still being used because teams want up-tempo carries, we're probably going to have to start seeing some buffs to Luna, or people are just going to stop picking her because they realize they lose too often with her. So we'll see. For now, maybe she can still pull out the win. She has farm goal, but now there's a 11k net worth deficit in Navi's advantage, so it's just getting worse for AS Monaco Gambit.
Is it a situation where you could possibly build her a little bit differently and maybe have more...
I don't think so. Unless you try to do like Ags or something like that, to do like that hybrid cheese. You could argue maybe she should be using her shard potentially, but it's a lot of net worth, and if she buys her shard, then you know it's going to delay her ability to fight PA to the death.
Right.
And this is not the game to do that. You need to make sure that you can remain competitive against PA.
All right, well, V-Tune has that Aegis online and is shoving out the wave here bottom. It looks like they're thinking about going high ground here. Ninja Gear gets found by Luna. And the meanwhile,
That's nice.
It's a nice, yeah. Definitely something nice for her. Protect her a little bit. Lotus Orb is placed over onto V-Tune. It's rooted into place, though, as all the other TP... Oh, my goodness.
Oh
All
my
right. You know, we talked about Centaur looking tanky, but he doesn't look tanky at all when that comes down. Obviously, the Stomp, the Earth Spike. Dream Coil gets used over on the Luna. She's being held off to the side as the jump forward over here from V-Tune to still just leashed up. And there's a decent amount of damage, but they've got the Oracle to just keep him alive and healthy. The Ravage comes out. Dream goes down, but they are going to buy back these Mortimer Kisses, just landing right square over onto Sneko. As they jump into the back line, though, they find Always Want to Fly. The cookie up forward, oh my goodness, no one is just ripped to shreds as now V-Tune's just running over here, over at the Luna, over at the line. It's a good sleep, it's a good stomp, but can they do anything else beyond this? They bought back on so many heroes and they're just losing them. The Aegis finally goes down, but then so does Dream. Ramsey's just running at him with their face. The cookie hop forward, just a little bit too far forward over here. Not going to be able to go land on no one, but look at V2. Look at these daggers.
Broken.
Look at this damage, this negative armor. The GG gets called. Na'Vi looking very, very strong here, and unfortunately, the Luna still not finding success here.
That was great success for PA, though, I gotta say. I was a little bit unsure about the Battle Fury, but I think Na'Vi did such a good job with their other 4 heroes to buy time for PA to become the carry that we've all seen her be. Great itemization as well. Got the Scotty to basically shut down any potential worry about Luna's Satanic. Got the evasion talent to make Luna just have to delay and delay and delay strong items. And then he picks up the Shard right at the end to break the passive of the Dragon Knight, taking away like 12, 15 armor, something like that, to make DK look like a not tanky hero. So Na'Vi's itemization and gameplay there was excellent. Ramsey's position well, just so many things went right for him.
Yeah, the itemization was fantastic, especially too as you got further and further into the game. We talked about Centaur being so tanky. We talked about, you know, this Dragon Knight, and they didn't look tanky at all. But for me, 2 MVPs of this series, definitely Always Want to Fly, having some really clutch plays, being able to negate so much of the damage coming out from the Luna with the Eclipse. And then the cookie hops that were coming out from Roger, just really very, very nice, spot on. But I'm sure, you know, they're feeling really good right now, but we do have, you know, potentially 2 more games. Never be sure, of course, best of 3. But for now, we're going to throw it over to the desk and see what the guys have to say.
Well, all I have to say is that was another Luna game and another Luna loss.
Yikes.
Why do these teams keep on picking this hero? More about the draft, all after the break.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
An opening in the clouds, and I'll take it. Yeah, reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out.
AS Monaco Gambit and Luna continue to lose here at the Eastern European DPC, while Na'Vi, they looked very good. They looked like a very solid team. They look like a team that got second last season and still tried to make improvements, and we'll see just how far they can go. But first, they have to be able to wrap up this series. Gentlemen, what was it about this game that made it look rather easy for Na'Vi? I mean, from my perspective anyway, after like 25 minutes, it felt like, okay, Navi's gonna win.
I think the easiest way to describe it is just the Luna effect. You know, I love the fact that you put them into the offlane, you apply some pressure, you get to stack the Ancients, and you get farm. But it's then leaving the triangle. At what point in the game, as Luna, do you feel happy enough to cross that river, fight into Titan, to fight into Puck, take towers and objectives and feel good? Like, they got the first Aegis, but that gave them this false confidence to take a team fight. They get picked apart, and suddenly PA goes from being, you know, moderately farmed to now #1 fighting to just win the game.
I want to highlight the way Na'Vi made moves, because a lot of times when you're behind, they were down by, I believe, like 3,000 gold, 15 minutes in or so. You play for your own objectives, but in this case, they have a PA, a hero that all she really needs is time, and instead of fighting to like take towers, they actually just smoked at the Luna constantly, and they did such a great job of prolonging the timing that this Luna was supposed to hit. Those 1 or 2 early deaths. What I've seen from Luna consistently is she's always top net worth around like 15 minutes into the game, but then she dies once or twice, and then she falls off like a rock, and the enemy carry comes back. I had faith that they were going to be able to hit that timing, but I really do think Na'Vi just played around it so well. They played the team fights really well. Purge was highlighting it all throughout the cast, and overall just their fight selection with their use of ultimates was so good.
Well, if you need to be able to close out a game, the first objective that stands in your way is Roshan, and we have Fog to be able to break that down.
Hello, everybody. I have a couple clips of just Gambit doing some nice early game moves, but then I think it all comes down to that last big team fight from Na'Vi around the row. So we're just going to look at some quick early game clips of just Gambit making those early moves, getting a tower advantage. So we're just going to see this quick move top. You know, they kill Ramses, and this is after they've already taken mid tower. No one's going to progress to take this one. I'm going to kind of skip through these next few clips pretty quickly because it was mostly just, you know, me highlighting just that early game from Gambit, getting that advantage early on, and Na'Vi maybe making some spell usage mistakes that got Gambit in that position, but it didn't matter because Ramses was patience. I'm gonna just keep clipping through, so showing these towers, but you know, we see Dream also farming over here, but we're gonna get to these later points where they get this rush advantage, and this is one of the bigger clips. So they've got Aegis on the Luna. We'll look at net worth. It's looking pretty good for Gambit. However, they look for taking this fight, and at this point, Ramses has yet to use Ravage. So it's just been great patience from Na'Vi, just looking for that one big fight to rule them all. So this one, just because of this Aegis, it actually looks better for Gambit, but V-Tune comes in and he's just able to clean up so many kills, and Gambit don't really get anything big out of this fight. Like, look at Dream on this left side here. He just has to run away constantly as soon as his BKB ends. That's the Luna effect right there. So this fight progresses, some kind of trade kills, but V-Tune survives during all of it. He never dies this game because of stuff like this, because of Na'Vi avoiding the fights. So this one, you know, there's just some kind of trade kills. We don't really need to see the rest of it because they're not really fighting around an objective either. So Na'Vi, when they use these ults, it's all fine for them. Next big clip, this is what the Silver Edge has done. Gambit's feeling their power, but Na'Vi, they have excellent position and they're starting to actually get the gold lead. PA starting to take over. And this clip is just them pretty much just poking the Tidehunter constantly. trying to get a forced reaction from that Oracle. And once they do, it doesn't matter. They are still ready to fight because now looking at this Dragon form, as you see on your screen, it's ending. They've already used the Silver Edge. They've already used the BKB on the DK2. So it's already a tough fight for Gambit going forward. And now we're just going to watch how difficult it really is when Na'Vi actually looks for the fight. BKBs are popped on the Luna. DK dies instantly, and Luna just can't fight. BKB's ending, and because of this Eye of Scotty pickup, which I loved on VTune, you can't actually stand toe-to-toe ever in this game. Even with MKB, even with Butterfly, even though VTune doesn't have True Strike of his own, this Luna cannot take the fight. As soon as BKB's done, they have to retreat, and I think that's kind of everything when you see that Luna effect and Na'Vi hitting their timing.
Thank you very much, Fogged. Yes, it certainly seems like Luna has a very specific timing and not the easiest game to be able to win with. And perhaps some of these teams have yet to be able to figure out what exactly a winning game with Luna looks like. We'll have to see what AS Monaco Gambit does in Game 2's draft. We're going to check that out all after the break. Their backs are truly up against the wall now. AS Monaco Gambit, one game down against Na'Vi, 0-2 so far in Season 2. This is must win for them. Both game 2 and game 3 has to be theirs if they want to be able to have the freedom to be able to go to the major based off of their own score and now the other people's losses. We've got game 2's draft now underway, which I'm hoping we're not going to see a Luna, because that hero seems hard to win with.
Yeah, it's not got a win in East or Western Europe yet. I think it's like 2 for 2 losses there, and now this was the first loss for Luna in this region. So yeah, hopefully we don't get to see any more Lunas.
Now, AA is a fascinating pickup for me here. There's no particular reason to pick it up just yet.
Yeah.
It's almost like a pseudo-deny pick in the sense that all these Timber Saws and even Centaur, you don't necessarily feel good picking them. AA just gives you that extra burst required to bring down the strength heroes in the off lane right now, the Axes, Centaur, Timber Saw. But they pick one anyways. So they kind of say, screw you, we don't care. Going to be keeping an eye out for Wraith King and Sven. 2 prime meta carries that synergize quite well with the Ancient Apparition.
I guess the main thing for an AA pick, it's just the idea of like 4 protect 1 strategies. I'm trying to kind of put some reasoning here where when you first pick this puck, you assume it's mid. The offlaner for Monaco Gambit is often quite sacrificial. Therefore, it's all about the carry. So like a casual AA pick, game 2, it's just, well, sure, if you want to play some 4 protect 1, we're always going to be able to isolate that hero with that initiation of this tiny. But again, it's early days. It's just a kind of a casual AA, nothing too much. It would remove like Monkey King from the game, Slark from the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of carries that you can't pick up anymore, right? Alk is on that list as well. See, Lifestealer is going to be banned by Gambit themselves because, again, a hero you probably aren't feeling great about picking.
You know, hero is okay against AA. That's PA.
This is why they pick it here. Bang. There you go.
Ooh.
Wow.
Nailed
block pick carry.
I had to say that quick enough so it sounded like a good prediction. There you have the Phoenix. Okay.
I don't like this PA pick nearly as much as the last one. Now the PA is playing into the puck, now into a Phoenix. You don't like playing against Phoenix. She's a support that is guaranteed to take at least once A gets level 2, you're guaranteed to take 8 hits. PA ain't meant to hit you 8 times. She's meant to kill you in the first 5 attacks if you're a support. So suddenly if they get themselves a Faceless Void, throw it up there. You got yourself Phoenix plus the Void. I know you're against AA, but so like Time Walk won't heal
just
you.
Dodge it, Brian. That's it.
Just dodge it. Honestly, any hero that that is not stationary in fights, I think is fine against AA. It's not as much about the heal reduction as it is that you just move out of the way. Heroes like the Alchemist, on the other hand, he is going to stay in place in the fight.
I like from Monaco Gambit, though, that they have kind of flipped the script on their approach, where game 1, they were all about this kind of Luna win condition, let's go play early. And now they've got like this ultimate team fight scaling point where this Phoenix will have the freest of games unless there's some ranged hero that can deal with egg, because right now there is no egg hitter. So yeah, I like the scaling factor from Gambit where they are so good.
How does dive work in terms of carapace? Like, does it register
you'll get
damage
stunned
instantly, or can you like dive through carapace and egg?
You'd get so as you dive, it's like a small fraction, then you get stunned after.
Okay, so you'll probably be able to egg if you do it, if you're aware you're gonna get carapaced. I was just curious. Jug, it's not exactly the hero I had in mind, but it's very survivable against everything that's not the tiny, or I guess tiny mid game, PA late game. It is like one of the meta carries right now. It's pretty reliable. Lets the Phoenix take over the lane. It can go jungle with level 5, 3 points and spin. They don't have any BKB piercing threats so far.
This is a like, of all the drafts that Monaco Gambit have presented in DPC so far, this is one of my favorite though. Simply because they first pick a puck to instant react with a tiny, and now they've picked 3 heroes that do not care about a core tiny. And Na'Vi have clearly presented that this is a mid tiny. So it's like, okay, how is he gonna have a game? Unless he crushes this puck, he's not gonna be able to suddenly run to lanes and get kills. Phoenix has egg, Jug has spin, Healing Ward, Centaur has natural tankiness with Vanguard and Hood. So yeah, I like how Gambit kind of utilized their first pick to kind of force Na'Vi into a weird position, but
let's make sure we ban out the Slardar if Monaco Gambit wants to round it off. I think they would get absolutely screwed by Slardar here.
Yeah, that's 100%. We saw that yesterday as well in Western Europe, how last pick Slardar can wreak havoc, but then of course he didn't win the game in the end. But just the first 20 minutes of the game was very enjoyable.
That Slardar was amping up a Faceless Void, which is okay.
Yeah.
But if you compare that to like a PA, that's That's a very different story, I think.
Yeah, Na'Vi, they're all out on just skirmishing. There's Zardaban, yep.
What else is left in the off lane? As they have given Ramses that overall 10th pick a lot.
I'm telling you, this is the Ramses effect. He joins the team. He's drafting as well. It's like, guys, don't worry. We can talk about my hero. Oops, we've picked 4 heroes. You've got to pick my hero now.
Oh my god, we're stuck with this last pick off lane.
Oh
again.
no. Oh, it's working though.
I guess I'll pick PA.
Vici, what hero do you want? No, I've already locked it in, mate. Too late, too slow.
I feel like we should see another... Oh, PA.
Whoops. Just bound his right click to picking PA.
Exactly.
So Monaco Gambit, they are looking for their position 5 or 4, depending on what Phoenix is doing. I'd like to see them pick up Enchantress or something here, like a strong laner. Okay, they go CM. Oh, sure. Not the worst, not the best. I think, of course, you have to think about, is CM that good? I think Nyx Carapace removes CM ulting throughout the entire game.
This is all about the early game momentum.
Exactly, yes. Right? It's all about the lanes now. That's the key thing here. CM Jug, strong lane. Phoenix Centaur, strong lane. Puck, somewhat countered, but still should be fine farming.
4 heroes that do utilize mana to accelerate their farms, so CM will help that a lot.
And you can't really go like Darkseer now, for example, here that Ramses has played before, because CM Jug happily plays into Darkseer, the Frostbite onto the creep that has the Iron Shell, and then the rundown with the Crystal Nova plus the spin of the Jug. I still think they might pick it though, just for the Aura Buyer and then the...
Yeah, you might go something like that, or something like a Necrophos.
Into CM Jug though, I think that just...
The problem is I feel like you need a ranged hero with Nyx, because if you're against Jug CM, any melee hero is going to struggle. I guess Darkseer would do the best out of all of them.
Yeah.
But...
I'm just thinking like the skirmishing style of Na'Vi right now, they're looking just to really run at them and have that non-stop reset and fight.
Nature's Prophet could be really strong here. I would actually be very down for a Nature's Prophet.
Oh yeah, Furin vibes.
They need that a little bit of early tower pressure, amps up the global presence they have from the AA Nyx combo. Nyx is able to roam because you're a pretty self-sufficient offlaner.
CM can't really lane too comfortably into that either. But it then puts them into such a position of they have to get that quick Aegis and just go, go, go. And I love the fact that the teams have kind of flipped the pattern of how they play. Game 1, it was like Na'Vi can wait, eventually win. And now it's like Na'Vi, they have to go, they have to play strong lanes and kind of get online before this egg comes into full effect.
Yeah, I just look at the spot and say there's no way they're gonna try to contest the team fight, right? Like the team fight's
maybe an Underlord or something.
Woo-wee.
All right.
Now this is a hero I was spamming at the start of the patch.
All right.
And he wins his lane. This hero owns 315 base move speed. They've given him like 4 base strength in 2 patches.
Yep.
He just feels good. I'm curious to see if Ramses just goes straight bracer like a lot of strength offlaners have been going. Has a great target to buff up in the PA. Best way to deal with Puck is to just stand still in the coil. The status resistance makes it last less amount of time. Dude, I'm down for the Omni Knight. I actually think this hero's sleeper OP.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I like the idea of it because right now it's Jug v the world for the big damage outside of maybe an egg and a coil. So 1 Guardian Angel and you're going to be pretty happy. So I want to see Omni do well. I like seeing new heroes.
I mean, it certainly seemed like Ramses was having quite the discussion with his team. He almost looked like he was arguing adamantly. Omni Knight is a good hero here, guys. Trust me. Kept nodding his head, kept telling his team, let's pick Omni Knight.
No, that was V-Tune saying, why am I playing PA again? And he was like,
Stop talking to me.
I'm picking Omni. You know, that's exactly what was happening.
All right, so is it enough? Are we going to believe in the Omni Knight pickup for Na'Vi?
I want to believe it just to like validate my own beliefs. Starting at the patch where I'm like, damn, this hero feels good.
Did you stick with it?
I've stuck with it.
Okay, cool. I don't know if you gave it up then.
Nobody's tried it. I haven't had a chance to like be disproven yet. So this is like the first big stage game where Omni Knight Core has been getting played. I'm excited.
What if it just feeds though to like a CM
If it absolutely feeds, then I will forget this conversation ever happened.
That's fair. We can roll with that.
Anything special? Skill builds, item builds, anything like that?
Hey,
That's
just
special
a buffer.
about Omni Knight?
I think Solar Crest, phase boots, Solar.
Even a pipe just to get the lads a bit more.
Maybe Hood Solar.
Okay, just same old Omni Knight, huh?
Just run around.
But you honestly do a lot of damage yourself, and I think the shard is reasonable. I'm not even kidding. Like, you bonk 300 pure damage.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
4-second cooldown.
AS Monaco Gambit, they're going to be matched up against an Omni Knight here. They desperately need this win. Are they going to be able to get it? Let's check it out with Moxie and Purge.
Well, once upon a time, Phantom Assassin and Omni Knight were one of the dynamic duos, and we're finally going to see an Omni Knight again and a PA in the same game. Tell me about this, Purge. What do you know?
That should be interesting to see. Yeah, Omni Knight has been, outside of the fact where he got really popular as a 5 for a period of time, he's been a little bit unpicked for a long period of time, but I'm happy to see him get thrown into the game again. He should be very survivable in the off lane. His raw HP is going to be pretty high, so like dealing with Jug Spin, it's like heals are a great way to deal with it because Jug just does a huge amount of damage, but past that, Jug has issues in the laning stage. So Omni should be very survivable there between Heavenly Grace and Purification.
All right, so
or
you
Koch
can
lost
see.
with it. Rough.
Yep. Yeah, but Brame won with it versus Tundra, so be a lot of fun to watch the instant realization that there is indeed a ward over here. It's Iceberg.
Oh, just
yeah, he just waits.
He holds it.
It's like, hey, you want this? Yeah, no,
He wanted
you're
to
not
get
getting it.
that he wanted to get that free damage in on Puck with the extra hit toss, so that was cool.
Calculated.
Uh-huh.
Another taunt for you to enjoy, Purge.
Yes, this one doesn't bother me as much, I guess.
Really? This one is like way
less
worse.
abrasive.
It's all the noise.
Loud.
It's loud.
It's loud, but
yeah.
I don't know. It's just not as harsh to my ears for some reason.
Interesting. Learning a lot about you today. A little bit more damage over here on no one.
The battle begins.
I'm surprised Ramses didn't go for this one, but okay. Definitely safer. Probably make his way towards the top lane now, queuing up for fast boots. Very good against Jug. I see him picked up a Basie, so a lot of mana spam will be happening up there.
Did Always Wanna Fly not have items? Did I see that?
Oh no, is it a bottle rush? No, he's got items.
Okay, all right. For some reason, I thought I didn't see anything there for some reason. All right, well, that's good. I mean, we've yet to see a really successful support just rushing the bottle.
Yeah, it used to work. Well, I don't know if I liked the way the tech or that Slacks out with techies, but it got nerfed anyway. So the whole suicide thing. You used to be able to suicide and then TP back to lane and refill your bottle continuously, basically on suicide cooldown. It was very valuable. Not so much anymore. Now it's just probably weak. Roger doing normal pull stuff here. He's got the camp blocked with a sentry, so not gonna see Seneko deny just in time here, but they'll miss the first one. Everything normal so far?
Yeah, it was a pretty quiet game. And again, the the side of AS Monaco, they do want to play fairly quick and up-tempo this game. You have that Crystal Maiden who's going to be able to also enable them with the Arcane Aura. So get that little bit of extra mana regen early on. Always feels pretty nice. But, I mean, there's not much that this Crystal Maiden can really do to Roger on this Nyx Assassin right now. Occasionally, tossing out the Frostbite, but not great at trading here.
The Frostbite, like the time it took for her to turn around Frostbite and run away, it's like Roger was already moving again. It just did not feel very good here. And CM is generally just not picked very much right now as a support for various reasons. But I mean, Clarities did get nerfed recently, so a little bit extra mana is not terrible. But I don't know, does Center really need the extra mana? Not really. I mean, it'll be nice for like Puck, I guess, and Jug a bit, but I'm curious to see how it works out. It's lockdown, I guess, against somebody like PA. That part's not bad. Attack speed reduction and Frostbite against her, it can be good, but I'm not really sold on CM right now, but maybe he'll make it look good.
A little bit of a stomp down here coming out from Afterlife, just trying to harass a bit. Nothing too wild. So with the Crystal Maiden Shard now, right? So it makes it so she's able to run around within the ultimate. It's no longer channeled, if I understand correctly, right?
Yes. That's right. Yeah,
So-
you can basically buy the shard, then when you use your ultimate, it's just on, and then you can continue casting spells using items. You just run really slow.
So I mean, it's hard, right? Because it is a position 5 Crystal Maiden. It's not like she's going to be, rolling in the cache unless she gets like Philosopher's Stone or something to that effect. But that is, of course, a solution. We heard the panel actually talking about the fact that you've got the Spike Carapace on the Nyx Assassin to try to interrupt any sort of, Crystal Maiden ultimate, or, the fact that they have other ways to really stop it if it is, without the shard. But you also have an Omni Knight who's going to negate the physical damage, but the magic will still come in handy for sure.
Yeah. I just don't really see it being a thing this game. Spike Carapace is like the ultimate counter because if any of the things hit you, it's going to interrupt it. Avalanche is very good against it. It's kind of cool, but I don't know if, at least from like a 5 position perspective, I just don't see it being useful.
This is a nice little snipe there. They take the Ring of Health away from the PA. That definitely
in
hurts.
the mid lane or something. I was puck killing V-Tune's courier. Puck is mid right now. He must have like gotten the Ring of Health from his side of the map or something.
Maybe, and it just took a strange
a strange
path.
Must have been what happened.
Bounty round's gonna get picked up here by Iceberg. And it feels so strange that we have all these runes on the map and we're just not seeing like a lot of contestation, I guess.
Yeah, those there's just so many of them that it kind of becomes a struggle at times to commit to them. Ooh, Iceberg getting both water runes.
I'm pretty happy about that, but there's a little bit of an opening here in the top lane to put out Harass over onto Ramses.
And there's the solution. Like if he jug spins on you, you can heal yourself, and you can increase your raw HP with Heavenly Grace and get regen out of it. So it just offsets the spin damage. So even though he will be taking a lot of harassment from these two guys, it's not as dangerous.
Just continuing to trade a little bit with the damage here in the mid lane. Nothing too wild going on for the time being. Where do you think we're going to start seeing some real action popping off here, Purge?
Puck hitting 6 is going to be one part. Tiny could potentially roam really effectively.
So you figure...
Jug Omni Slash, when Jug hits 6, that's another kill opportunity for sure. But before that, it looks a little bit mild.
That was what I was trying to figure out, is do we have, any sort of really aggressive potential coming out from the lanes as is before these ultimates come out. But it does seem to be very much the, just waiting and being very dependent on these mid laners to make some sort of a rotation for the most part.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Centaur doesn't really expect 8 kills in his lane anyways, ever. It's just not something you'd ever see. Unless it's like on the support, basically. So as long as A doesn't make any major mistakes, it should be fine. So it's totally normal, though. Nyx will get into the game a bit later, too. So far, though, PA's got much more last hits than Jug. Maybe not as many as they did a moment ago, but Ramsey's pressuring Dream a bit, going for the max purification build. I was a little unsure what skill build he'd go for, but this one will give him the best ability to harass Juggernaut.
The bottom lane, though, always want to fly, is ticking down to these flame spirits, and it is going to be Immersion who gets the first blood. Beacon also going to take a little bit of harass. I think they're very happy, though, with that kill in the support. We'll get too greedy here, but some harass, and the Dream Coil does get used over in the river as Roger does tank it up. But now Iceberg, no one's trying to plink away a little bit. They'll get the double Nova off, try to slow. Go, use the Illusory Orb. I don't think that Puck really wants to show up there. Snako, again, tossed up into the air. It's just a matter of time. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Iceberg because the body blocks are coming out from Roger, and they take their time in hitting that Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, nicely done. Wasn't sure why they were unable to get the kill to Dream Coil. Maybe a little bit scared about Spike Carapace or something, but yeah. Another kill, evening things up. There's some pressure on the Phoenix bottom, though.
He's fine. He's got Icarus Dive.
Doesn't even use it.
Doesn't even use it. Look at that. That's how sure he was that he was fine in that situation.
Yep. Centaur almost got his Vanguard just about 500 gold away, and so that means PA's ability to get a kill in this lane is gone here, but that's fine. Ooh, nice mana burn on the mid lane. I like that.
Doing a little bit of a dive here. Do you have Snako nearby? So they do manage to take down the Observer Ward over on the side with nice D-Ward. Roger considering going for the Impale, but just going to
That's a taunt right there. Just pressing his taunt button 8 times. TP bottom from Tiny in a good position here.
Yes,
maybe they can kill Afterlife.
Yep. They've got the Avalanche and looking, waiting here. No, not going to be able to go and toss back just yet. The jump forward, though, coming out from B2 and Afterlife going. There's the toss up, and they do manage to burst down Afterlife. Top lane. Oh, Ramses is just tanking the Omni Slash. The opportunity presented itself, and Dream took it, so found a nice pick off in the bottom lane, but they did end up losing the off laner here. And giving a kill over for score.
Really surprised Jug was able to get a kill there. I thought Ramses would be able to out-heal just about everything, but he's got more last hits now by about 10 or 15, so that's a big moment for AS Monaco Gambit.
Good silence. Dream Coil gets used. Snako is here, so this time around they will be able to get the kill on Roger.
Not bad.
Yeah, the top lane,
Yeah,
though, exactly what you said. You know, the fact that we aren't going to see any real kill potential until the Jug gets the Omni Slash online. And so, you know, that's exactly what ended up happening, despite the fact that he does have so much heal and has a lot of solutions here.
Yep, yeah, he does. He didn't have enough mana for his ultimate, it looks like. He's still holding a 6th skill point, but if he has ultimate ready, he could have traded that out for the Omni Slash, but it doesn't work out for him. That said, though, Iceberg's got 2 kills. He's really close to Blink Dagger, and this is going to change the game. This is like the moment that all Tinies want. Get that Blink Dagger up quickly, and then you move around the map, helping get kills on the map. And one really nice thing about the AA, like they talked about on the panel, is that it's going to be very effective at killing these tanky offlane heroes. Centaur has to be worried about rotations, even with Vanguard. Vanguard does not protect you much against magic damage, because it's just raw HP and physical damage block. So if you gank a lane where an AA has like level 6 with Ice Blast, and you can amp the magic damage by 15% with Ice Vortex, like Tiny can absolutely kill Centaur with a little bit of help.
We already saw him rather get the kill early on with that rotation. So definitely, you know, while we say that Centaur is very, very powerful, very tanky, they do have some nice solutions for dealing with him in this game.
Mm-hmm. Which is rare. It feels like there's like literally no games that we've seen Centaur. Right. Does he seem like he can be pressured once he gets Vanguard, but this is the one. Max out Double Edge as well, just so he can harass V-Tune a little bit more in the laning stage. Kind of a cool build. But Ramsey's sitting top, Iceberg sitting top, and still no Blink Dagger, about 200 away.
No one is creeping his way over. Does walk right into the Tiny, and they have the follow-up this time around with that silence. They're going to try to buy a little bit more time. The Avalanche comes through, and the Guardian Angel, but not quite enough to save him as Immersion finds kill. And now Iceberg should be able to... Nice. Oh, boy.
TP's out.
Woo.
The Dream Coil was effective, but the Avatos was able to catch the Phoenix as he dove in. They ended up killing the Phoenix. No, he wasn't 6 yet, so no egg was possible. But yeah, the big ulti there, absolutely saving Tiny's life. And while Ramsey's died, pretty good considering the counter rotation. So Tiny's back on the map now with Blink Dagger. Here it is one more time. Gets spotted, Dream Coil, lots of nukes and silence as well. He couldn't react quite yet, but the heal first. With the Heavenly Grace and the ulti, more than enough to offset the damage output, so he just TP's away. Frostbite's gone at that point, and yeah, just ends up being Ramsey sacrificing himself.
That was
in the
so
live game,
close.
V-Tune just killed the carry, by the way.
Oh!
That's a big deal.
That is 228 damage for the coup de grace. My
yes, huge one. A huge kill. I didn't see how it happened. I was watching the playback. My bad.
We're going to need a playback of the other one now.
Yeah,
just do playbacks of playbacks of playbacks.
This is what it's like doing Weatherman. You just like miss something, so you go back and have to watch that, but then you haven't been paying attention to the live game for a bit. Okay, it was Iceberg, really.
Yep, it was the setup. The setup with Vortex and everything.
It's misleading. Interesting Ice Blast here. I think he thought Iceberg was going in, is why he threw it.
It's possible. Dream Coil's going to get used, though, again, over on the Nyx Assassin. He's silenced. A couple more clicks. They buy a little bit of time there, but the spin coming out from Dream will ensure that he goes down. And the pressure over on the mid lane.
He's just happy he got the mana burn off. That's going to make no one's next fight a little bit harder here, even though the tower's taking damage. They got everybody, though.
They want this tower. They want this advantage. They want to make sure that they've got the pressure. And again, this is the draft that they're playing. It has to move fast. They have to be very efficient. Iceberg, though, getting into position. Immersion's already teleported out, so they'll take down the tower.
Ooh, that Nova. That was so big by Seneko. It interrupted the Blink Dagger. Iceberg threw toss because he was trying to do Avatoss on Puck, aiming for that back line.
Oh, he just can't catch a break here, too. He loses the Arcane Rune.
And they lost the tower.
Yeah.
So, really nicely done by Seneko to save Puck's life there. If not for that, there's probably disable follow-up, very possibly kill there.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like we have a Nyx on the hunt, but they also have the sentry down, so he's gonna have to go and hunt elsewhere. In fact, he's going top, and he is gonna run into this Phoenix. Gonna take Taz V-Tune also here. They'll open up Vendetta with the Impale follow-up. They do have an Ice Blast, but doesn't quite connect. The Spike Carapace, though, will slow down Immersion, and I don't think they have quite enough damage here, as it looks like now they're just on the back foot. They're trying to run away. Can they find V-Tune in time, though, is the question. No, he's going to be able to go a little bit more. Ramses, though, left behind here. Egg is going to come out. Roger turning around. He starts to give a couple of these clicks up. Not going to be able to do anything. Oh, Ramses, though, with the Guardian Engine. It's not enough. Stream collects the kill. Egg goes off on the back lines. Roger, just one little Roger alone can't take down an Egg.
Kind of weird for Roger to hit the egg there, but either way, Guardian Angel comes out, but the Maelstrom damage that's proccing off the Jug does magic damage. It goes right through that physical immunity, and that is why there are 2 dead heroes there. V-Tune did barely escape. The orb didn't get vision of him, so they weren't able to get the Dream Coil off. Great juking by him. But ultimately losing 2 heroes now. That's the 3rd death for Ramses. 0-3-1. Playing from behind on Omni Knight's not the worst, but what happens is you just kind of become a support eventually, and that doesn't feel very good net worth-wise.
All right, well, a smoke coming out from the side of Na'Vi. They are hoping to possibly get some sort of a pick off, maybe put up a little bit of vision as well. Iceberg and Roger leading the charge here. Always want to fly, tailing behind. They get a scan off. They realize that something's going on. You can see Afterlife immediately crossing back to his side of the river. Getting some vision placed, Seneko. Gonna spot the side here. They've got a haste over on Afterlife. Moving very quickly. Doesn't have Stampede up just yet. Might be able to go and collect. I always want to fly. No, last second. He's able to teleport out.
I thought
very
he was dead
close.
for sure. Yeah, they get the D ward though. They just invaded. They're going to be looking for stuff like that. On the bright side, V-Tune, excuse me, has Battle Fear already. So he just cleared a bunch of stacks, Ancients, and Large Camp, pushed out the top lane. He's doing great. So probably similar as last game is what we'll see.
Link also now picked up on the puck, so it's going to make these initiations perhaps a little bit easier and also make it much harder to kill him as well. Roger's going to have to do a lot of scouting in order to help lock them down, but does place a ward over here. Spots out Dream, taking the stack. Surprised that they're not going to try to punish him for this, but they do have a smoke over here on the side of AS Monaco Gambit. So
I mean, it's difficult. He's so deep. And he has not felt quite as strong as I was hoping he would be, considering his start here. He's going to break smoke on Immersion, though.
Come forward over onto Iceberg with the silence. They go. They use the Dream Coil to stop here from Afterlife. The spin to boot. Iceberg will fall.
You know, that happens sometimes when you walk high ground, and with the ward there, he thought that he was going to be moving into a safe place, but because they were smoked, doesn't get the easy grab, or at least the safer grab, so
well, definitely
collapsed on and killed.
Yeah, I was going to say, it felt like Roger, you know, he placed up that ward quite a while ago and was just kind of waiting for +1, but again, the smoke making a huge difference in that particular play. Definitely don't want your mid-tiny getting picked off like that. Roger, though, finds an open here. Doesn't have any help, though. V2.
DD's moving. He finds V2. He could kill him now.
Yeah, he's got the Omni Slash, and there's nothing to jump. Oh, yes, at the last second, he jumps over to always want to fly. He'll slow down just a little bit. The Phoenix, Icarus dive coming in, fries him up just a tiny bit, and they will re-engage a little bit here as they get the Avalanche off. But doesn't feel like a hard committal.
It's hard not to go for that as Dream there, because you don't want to Omni Slash a PA almost ever, because he just casts Blur, he goes invisible for a fraction of a second, and then Omni Slash ends. But he saw Blur break on the PA as he approached, so he knew he had an opportunity there. If he had gone for it right away, he actually would have killed V-Tune. But because he hesitated a bit, he was able to get close enough to his ally to jump to him. So it's one of those tough decisions where, like, a bad player absolutely would Omni Slash instantly and lost and gotten the kill, but a good player has to hold back for moments like that, and as a result he went half in, and it was a waste, unfortunately. But either way, they're still both farming really, really good, so it's not that detrimental. 2k gold advantage to AS Monaco Gambit. The Jug should scale fine against the PA in this game in comparison to the previous ones, especially with how Jug helps out his team fight with a healing ward.
Yeah, they're definitely neck and neck right now on the side of the cores. A little bit ahead here for V-Tune, of course, but I feel like we've yet to see a big full-on fight break out between these two teams. It's a lot of just making space for the cores to get things done.
Yeah, getting little pickoffs, which is kind of surprising. The games, at least these 2 matches so far today, have been a little bit farm heavy and slow, but not for lack of trying. Iceberg has been trying to get kills, but his opponents are just shutting it down with nice rotation. Smoke breaks. This looks pretty good.
The jump on the back line, though, with the silence. Always want to fly. Will fall, but over on the side. Roger getting tossed up. Will land on Sneko. They'll find the kill. The dagger. Icarus dive coming out for the Phoenix as he goes in over onto the high ground. Great positioning for this egg. DreamQuest going to land over onto 2, though, as Iceberg tries to run away. The egg will indeed pop. Iceberg still alive, trying to bottle through. Eventually, he will fall to Dream. As the hunt is on now from Monaco Gambit, they're looking to grab any sort of stragglers, but they're not quite finding anyone, as they do manage to snap up a regen rune over onto VTune, and the rest of them just trying to leave.
I mean, they definitely can fight, potentially get a kill. I like this. He's farming towards his ward. That way, if he sees his opponents, he can jump on them. Like, he could kill Phoenix right now, for example.
Especially when the Ice Blast lands like that, but there is a puck nearby. Snakeo's here as well. That'll be the jump forward. They want to just get rid of Immersion. They'll be able to do it. Stomp coming out, though. Perhaps they've just gotten a bit too greedy as VTune has to go jump over to Roger. They need to be able to close this gap. As you can see, the puck trying his best, trying to do some body block. Not going to be able to do it, as they do manage to see Roger. More body blocks coming out. They've got the freeze. They've got the vision. They've got the dust on top of that. The leap forward from Afterlife, and down goes Roger.
That could have gone so much worse for V2 there. I love that moment where, like, you clear an ancient stack, and that's the exact moment your opponents approach you. So then rather than running for the hills, you have to go pick up those neutral items, and then he ends up killing the Phoenix. They get the D ward on that cliff ward. So kind of cool of him to be there. It ends up working out, and then Nyx does the right thing and runs towards it. Yeah, the Ice Blast, they're spotting out Phoenix. He has to grab the neutral items. Then he's like, uh-oh, this isn't good. But luckily with that vision, he's able to jump directly on the Phoenix, get that kill after he'd used dive. And then Roger, halfway through this, basically just commits to trying to body block. He starts slapping the Centaur to make sure that he can't blink, knowing that disable follow-up is really important. And the live game always want to find trouble, though.
Yeah, he will fall again. We get another nice Icarus dive over the back lines, though. And then try, oh, look at the sun rays doing so much as Sneko does fall. Iceberg also going down, and so does Immersion. Roger trying the best he can to throw out the Impales. Not going to be able to quite do it as Afterlife. Chasing after Ramses here. Does land the stomp, the double edge. No one is going to go join back in. And again, these body blocks have been the name of the game here. Over on the side, Roger just barely able to crawl away, sitting with 60-something hit points.
It's really hard to play Tiny if you are not the guy that gets to initiate. If he gets Dream Quilled like this and Jug walks up spinning and you're about to die, you have to throw your spells out. And I think the thing that's really hurting Na'Vi so far is that their team is great at initiating. Nyx Assassin is great at initiating. So is Tiny. So is AA following up on those two guys. But I just feel like we haven't seen it all game so far. It's always Na'Vi on the back foot. And this game could be so in control if they were just the ones initiating successfully.
I mean, they get a beautiful Ice Blast off in the pit. So we'll push Gambit back for a moment. But I have a feeling they're going to go right back in just a moment. You have to be careful, though. Iceberg would love to get in one hell of an avalanche. They don't have to worry about the Ice Blast though now. Vortex gets dropped down for a little bit of vision.
Get ward dewarded too. That will help a bit, and they're gonna get a little scared. The Vortex is scary. They have perfect vision now. Makes going in so much easier.
I mean, perhaps they can like smoke and make some sort of a wrap play, but
yeah, I think they just don't want to. They don't want to gamble here. They're in a good place right now, so they don't have to deal with anything that's overly aggressive or dangerous. They've got big team fight ultimates. They just don't want to get like bursted down. Like the worry is certainly the stun into burst like this.
Ooh, that is a great stun into burst. No longer have to worry about Afterlife joining in, as the rest of the team is smoked up behind, but don't think they necessarily.
Use Solar Crest too.
Yeah, they don't want to go in on this.
So much.
They do have to. I don't think they like that they're losing this, but I'm not sure they have a lot of choices. Perhaps maybe the puck can make a cheeky play. Okay, the Fire Spirit tossed out. Roger try to get in front and forward here. They get the egg, but it's gonna be the oh wow, VTune actually snatching up that Aegis. Egg will go off.
Okay. Nicely done by Puck to kill it, but he ends up dying as a result. So probably not worth the trade, because that's gonna buy them 40 more seconds to get map control here. And there's another kill for free.
Just trying to get the D wards off. What were the chances?
Not terrible. They're bottling. There's a rune spawning, right? And they just gotten a kill, so PA was going to be aggressive. Their whole team was going to be aggressive on the map. And he was blurred, so he couldn't see him coming. Rough one there. And now AS Monaco Gambit on the back foot for a bit as a result of that Aegis. Aegis definitely more valuable than the gold here. Yeah, they just went for the rune. Snake was like, I'm going to nuke you. I feel like I die like that. Yeah, he was
just a
playing
casual.
one-handed at the time. Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
Incredible how well he casted Crystal Nova there with one hand, but for him.
Sometimes, I mean, as a Crystal Maiden player, you're used to this, right? Like, you're just used to always kind of being cannon fodder, unfortunately. And hey,
Sometimes you get blown up.
at least you're the one who got blown up and not your core. It's space, Perch. It's
Who was
space.
already blown up. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Looks like we are going to have a couple people running into one another over here, but no vision currently. So Afterlife needs to be very, very careful. No one, of course, over on the side, though. They'll
Who is
spot
in
out
this right now?
Roger. Immediately, the Spike Carapace, the stomp forward. No one showing himself, but immediately the response here coming out from Iceberg. The Sunray will be able to clean up over onto Roger. And no one is still alive. He gets off that Dream Coil. They do manage to take down Afterlife, but it's not looking super great here on the side for AS Monaco Gambit. Oh, V-Tune hoping he can get his hands on no one who's trying very hard. He's trying to sidestep the Avalanche. He's still alive, but it's not going to be for much longer. As he blinks off into the side, do they have the vision? Do they know? They don't.
He doesn't get him this time. He's looking for him, but man, he read him the first 3 times, and that's the only reason no one got initiated on. He even noticed that he had the debuff on him. That's why PA was able to jump, but good attempt by Always Want to Fly. But unfortunately, he was a little bit too far away. Tiny combo does not stun for a very long time. The Ice Blast wasn't able to get there in time, and as a result, Pucks ends up staying alive. Very scary, though.
Very close.
Yep.
For sure. I believe we just got an Agnum Scepter, though, completed for the Jug. So that is going to come into play here, yeah.
Yep, that'll be really nice. And protect himself from stuns while initiating. Oh, there's the break.
There's a lot of people over there, V-Tune. They're just hugging in this woods over here on the side. All right. Navi's looking pretty scary right now. V-Tune sitting top of the net worth. You can see how well their burst strategy is working out for them. And it's starting to get a little bit later, which is always a little bit scary for the side of Gambit.
Yeah, but both carries scale pretty well in various ways. So I think both teams have a lot of good strengths going for them right now. Jug's just going to be more and more of a monster against PA as the game continues. Whether he wants to go MKB or Scotty or something like that. I mean, Maelstrom is already very effective against evasion heroes. It gives you like 40% of the true strike that MKB does, so like going for the full upgrade is usually just not worth it to buy MKB instead. But we'll see if he shifts into it, depending on the skill or the talent that PA goes for.
True.
If he goes Blur, yeah, you're probably going to need it.
Well, right now, it looks like Dream is considering picking up the Shard for one of his next items. But
It's a good solution.
Still putting pressure down here on the bottom. They've already lost the top, and the creeps are pushed in a little bit. Looks like Navi's not too concerned about Oh, no, they're making their way down. V-Tune looking for the opening. They'll use a Stampede to run away. No one, of course, though, is stuck over here with Ramses. So is going to throw out the Illusory Orb, try to dodge away. V-Tune's on the hunt. They don't have any great solutions of being able to find this puck, though, right now. So he's going to be able to walk away.
Virtually no way he dies here. He's got Aeon Disc as his first major item after Blink to protect against this burst from Tiny plus AA. So he's super safe right now. It's going to have less offensive potential, but you know his goal is basically to get a good Dream Coil on the right heroes and lock them down to buy time for Jug and some of the other heroes to deal damage. So maybe they're going to struggle a bit damage-wise mid-game, but him dying is just way more realistic. So he's got to be careful.
Right. More pressure being placed over on the mid tower. Oh boy, all right, Snako just took one step outside of his base and he just got blown up. Afterlife trying to do some counter initiation here, but they actually commit, they go in. They do have a couple of these little slashes. The Omni Slash just gets tanked by the creeps, which is a bit of a disaster for Dream. It's hoping for a little bit better here. No one's still hiding in the tree line.
We went for the Swift Slash first to initiate and like feel things out, and it looked good. He's like, all right, let's keep slashing. Then he jumps all the way over to the neutrals instead. Really unfortunate there for him.
No one needing to be careful. They do have a sentry ward down, though, so they can see Roger on his way over. Spike Carapace, they'll fall for the Dream Coil. Aeon Disc does get popped as they leap immediately over onto Roger, but the Sunray does a decent amount of damage to take him out. There's the spin coming out from Dream. V-Tune had jumped in pretty far there, but not quite going to find any more kills after Roger falls. Snako had bought back for that, too.
Yeah, that was Saneko's second death in that engagement. Looked pretty scared for the puck. He ended up getting caught by the Spike Carapace, but the Aeon Disc kept him alive and allowed them to squeeze out some more team fight advantage without no one dying. So item absolutely paying off here. Gonna finish an Ags next up, but no one's still struggling on mana regen a little bit here.
I'll refill his bottle. That'll help at the very least, but the leap forward immediately. Oof! That is one cooked bird.
The Basher and the Mindbreaker, actually the perfect item for getting little kills here. There's that Swift Slash, and he's like, look at all these heroes that I can Omni Slash.
Oh, no.
And Ramses is there too, and it just stuck on the neutrals, unfortunately. Would it have been amazing if it kept hitting heroes? I'm not so sure, honestly, but they were all pretty full HP. They didn't really burn any cooldowns. They probably would have been fine, but you know, maybe they would have forced Guardian Angel out earlier or something like that.
I'm surprised that they committed on that, because it almost felt like a little bit of a hesitation when it first opened up, and then like the leap forward coming out from your Jug as he just gets dragged further and further in by these heroes. I was a little surprised. I wasn't sure if they necessarily wanted to commit like that.
Yeah, it was a little dangerous for sure, but you know, if his Omni Slash did a lot of damage, it would have been fine. But most of the heroes on Navi's side are pretty high armor, relatively, especially with Omni backing him up.
All right, well, PA making work at the bottom tower now. They just want to get rid of all these exterior towers. Continue this pressure that they've got going, because they're looking very nice right now. Definitely feel that pressure over on Gambit currently. They're not sitting too pretty in the standings either. So definitely want to prove themselves here.
V-Tune changing his mind on his neutral item, goes back for the Paladin Sword. Doesn't want the Mindbreaker anymore, and that's because he's going to build the Satanic next. So amping up his lifesteal into massive heights is going to be so useful for him when he plays against Jug and fights him to the death.
So much negative armor. All right. Well, Gambit grouping up a little bit over here on the side. Maybe gonna make a play on V-Tune here to get the stomp, the double edge, the Omni Slash. Oh no, but they have the Guardian Angel. So they'll immediately use the Stampede and run away. They do Dream Coil up Iceberg over here. I'm not sure they want to go hard commit-ons, but they do. They actually go right back in again. Afterlife was looking for another victim here. Not going to be able to quite find it, though, as he does get frozen into place. And Iceberg, even though they initiated him, it looked so nice. Not enough damage to take down this Tiny.
Really good choices there. I thought he was going to use almost right away, but just kept running. Just kept running, and he ends up staying alive there. Escape by him.
Yeah. So, another smoke coming out from the side of Gambit. It feels like they're getting a little desperate, trying to find just some sort of a pickoff, trying to find one person that they can actually take out of the equation.
A little harder for them to get these solo kills for sure with Puck's items, with their other heroes.
We'll try to get the jump on Ramses here, and he's got his own BKB though, so he just immediately pops it, runs away. He's the Heavenly Grace on there as well, had a Glimmer Cape, everything to just keep him alive. It was like they were expecting it. Roger.
They can't chase on their opponents.
Standing side by side here with no one. He's got a lot of information, but no one's already blinked away.
He had to read the Waning Rift there, but he was a little slow.
Ooh, but he walks right back into Roger, yeah. Well, put a little bit of damage down. Waiting with the Spike Carapace in case he tries to do anything else. Tricky here. Ice Blast coming in hot. Will land over onto Dream. We'll wait patiently. No one has already just dipped away as V-Tune goes right back to hitting creeps.
Yeah, both lineups having a little bit of issues of chain stunning, and as a result, their opponents are getting counterplay. So that's why some of these kills that seem like they're really close to being successful are just being misses. The Aeon Disc again, saving Puck's life. It's happened multiple times now. A really clutch pickup, but again, as a result, they're having damage issues a little bit. They're having burst issues. Jug is not the most conventional for killing solo semi-evasive heroes like PA or Omni or whatever else. but they're both still farming. PA way dwarfing the Jug now, though. Satanic's finished. He's picked up Titan Sliver as well, so he's got BKB, he's got the Dispel Satanic, he's got tons of status resistance. Looking good for VTune.
How do you get your hands on this guy? And then on top of that, you've got Icebreaker just completed the Assault Cuirass. This time, it's going to be the Radiant who take the kill on Roche and who also get that Aegis. Agnum Shard picked up.
Takes Fan of Knives.
I mean, we saw how strong it was last time.
It's DK, yeah, really good. It's going to be great against Centaur and good against Jug, too.
They have a haste over on the Tiny. Nice wards, too, spotting out the movement. The way that they're playing around VTune there. There's a courier over here at the secret shop. They have to... Ooh. Nope, they'll fortify up the courier. Look at Roger, though. He's on the hunt. Waiting, and he just takes... Oh, no. Those are the Blitz Knuckles. And yeah, so takedown always want to fly, at least in the meanwhile. So they do find a little consolation prize.
Kind of a weird place for his courier to be, but it was hanging out there waiting to get enough money to buy the Demon Edge so that he can finish MKB and have true perfect solutions against PA. More or less perfect. If he couldn't blur constantly, that is. But, yeah, pressure in the high ground. V2 knows he can get away with it. Oh, he saw it running over there. Okay, that's why.
Oh, yeah.
Nailed it.
They briefly saw it over by the secret shop, and then they watched it just go right across. Roger was in good position. In fact, Roger, again, in a very nice position here as he immediately sees no one. No one will just hide away. But the leap forward here from VTune, absolutely just slicing Dream into ribbons, has all those knives. It's not looking great. The bash, can they finish up? No, there's going to be the egg. 3 of them all grouped around this egg, though. They don't seem to care. They don't have enough magic damage to do anything about this Guardian Angel as they go right back in after Afterlife. It's a triple kill now for VTune. They want more. Can they find it, though, is the question, as the rest of them just run right back into their fountain.
They read that team fight so good there. They jump in instantly, get a couple pickoffs, and
they just call a game.
Just called. Wow. There's no buyback on Jug. The game just ended. And if with Jug being dead like that, that was minimum 2 racks, possibly more. Maybe a little bit of an early GG call, but really well played by Na'Vi. I think things were definitely a little bit sloppy in the mid game, but the laning stage went solid. They just didn't quite have the perfect heroes for these AA pickoffs, but minimum, it forced Puck down to an item path that made his impact less. And that was certainly valuable, even if the itemization was good.
It's always nice to get a win on your birthday, so Ramses has to be pretty happy about that. We also got to see, this Omni Knight that BSJ keeps talking about, saying that he feels is pretty strong, but, that P8 just got out of control. We watched as they went into that high ground, and I think it was, 3 hits, and just Jug disappeared. Just absolutely obliterated
that fast, yeah.
So, things are looking great for Na'Vi, but not so good for AS Monaco Gambit. I don't believe they're sitting too pretty in the standings currently, but, they'll have another chance in another week or whatnot. But for now, Na'Vi will take both the games.
Yes, they will. And Na'Vi now being 2-1 in the Eastern European DPC. The last of the top-tier contenders for them that is left is Virtus Pro. We'll talk about exactly what happened in this game and this series as a whole, all after the break.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
this is what you finna There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck, too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top, cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know, why you always tripping like you top, cause you not my team pop, my team pop. Who really got the block, sipping to rock in a cop car, They say they wanna party with us, 12 asking how much be that boofy, it's a lot, My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show what's that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the shower. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to your promethazine, only THC, NSC is my new lean. We no longer up next, on top, lay your girl when she counting my checks. There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck, too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top, cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know, why you always tripping like you top, cause you not my team pop, my team pop.
Never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss.
Welcome back to the show. We have just concluded our first series. Na'Vi versus AS Monaco. Gambit went 2-0 to the favor of Na'Vi. And while AS Monaco Gambit may have had an argument in the first 10-15 minutes of both games, ultimately about 25, it felt like they were just going to be losing out. They were on the losing side, whether it was this a drafting thing? Was it a playstyle thing? What was it, gentlemen, that just made it that once we were outside of that sort of like weird mid-game, they was just over?
Do you want to say it, Brian, or shall I?
I was going to say that I think they just played around their carry way better than
there it is.
Than Gambit did.
Yeah.
They clearly have a reason for picking PA second and third pick every single game. I think that hero's not straightforward at all to play around. It's not a hero that groups up for objectives. It's not a hero that has like straightforward timings. Yeah, you have damage points where you hit the deso and stuff, but it's more about like picking the right fights, skirmishing in the right places, and avoiding disaster because PA usually outcarries pretty much everyone in the game. So they just do that expertly.
Yeah, I just like the fact that, you know, technically the last 4 games they've played all had PA, but it's the off-lane pick from Ramses. It's kind of changing up based on game to game, and that's kind of unlocking the PA to either have room to farm for 20 minutes or have the teamfight necessary to enable the PA to get the good jump. So I like how Na'Vi are playing around this hero, but I will say 2 series win, only with PA, that alone is a little bit concerning for the depth of how far Na'Vi can go. So I'd like to see maybe some developments, but I'm really happy with how they played. So after week 1, they looked really shaky, but then they've kind of found themselves with kind of the strategy now. Now it's kind of like flesh out a couple drafts, and then we can say Na'Vi's really improving and looking to be a solid top 3.
All right, well, Na'Vi has been playing around their carry a bit better, and that's why they were able to take this 2-0. Fogged is here to be able to break it further.
Hello, everybody. We have some clutch moments in the early game, at least from Iceberg, that I think applied a lot of kind of this invisible pressure and just it forced no one into this weird kind of spot in the game where he had to go Aeon, kind of limited a little bit of the aggressive potential for the puck where he could have gone Ags early. So just highlighting a few early clips here. And we'll see Iceberg. This is that first move up top that I think we remember. Coil comes out. It looks like he's going to die. He's so close to his Blink Dagger. He's like 100 gold away. Ramsey saves him. This is a big move here because he's able to TP out, get a kill, get his blink. Ramses dies, but whatever. That's Ramses' job this game. So we see this blink gets finished up and really quickly just immediately onto the next clip. An instant smoke. No hesitation. Goes straight back up to the top lane with the Ice Vortex combination of the AA. He's going to be able to just go for this kill here, as this Jug is very vulnerable to this type of burst early on. Vtoon actually comes in and secures a last hit here. So PA enabled. Just the constant thing that I've seen Na'Vi doing is just making sure that Vtoon has best game possible. This next clip, I think this is probably the most important one of the entire game, is just a small catch that they're able to get from Na'Vi. It's playing around this Roche area and just waiting for that one moment. Just waiting for some type of pickoff because they know they don't really want to take these head-on team fights because Gambit, they have the better team fight lineup just straight up with Coil and Phoenix. But if they get a pickoff like this, we see what happens further. The Roche is already kind of at like half HP because Gambit was working on it. Na'Vi walk in and get a free Roche for Vtoon as he's already still top net worth. And not only just that, we're actually going to see poor no one on the side here just get burst. Fairy Trinket, Ice Vortex, a free kill, and a free Roche. This kind of enables the whole game to open up for Vtoon as they can just do anything they want in the further stages. And we're just going to watch, this is a small one because Vtoon's lived like 4 or 5 times this game, barely. Just getting out because they didn't combo their spells properly or his team came and helped him out just fast enough. So we see they try to combo him down. Again, he has his team back up to bail him away. And then they instantly reset. It's all about Vtoon. Next clip again, another free Roche. Ults were used earlier. Coil was actually forced in a different lane. And immediately Na'Vi just goes into Roche Pit and they get this one for free. So disaster really for Gambit overall in map control. Nothing really happens here. And then that final clip. This is the last fight. It's actually not too one-sided here. It's 8k gold advantage, but we watch Dream. Look at this poor Jug. He gets silenced from Mindbreaker, bashed, dead, no buyback, game ends. And I really feel like the biggest thing really was playing around your carry and playing around that idea of just getting Aegis and Cheese constantly. Even if you have fight disadvantage, if you have second lives, if your carry is fully enabled, you'll be able to take this game, even if you can't take every single fight. Just taking the right one, the right perfect one at least one time.
Thank you very much, Fog. Yes, positioning was a big part of Na'Vi being able to win that game. And I remember Moxie and Purge especially pointing out their captain always want to fly in his great positioning in game number 1. And fortunately for us, we've got a chance to talk to him after that successful 2-0 against AS Monaco Gambit. Always want to fly. Welcome. Congratulations.
Hi, guys. Thank you.
All right, so I wanted to start off looking forward into the future. Not too long from now, you have to face up against Virtus Pro. How you feeling about that series?
It will be really tough, but we will try our best. We will prepare for them. It's the best team right now in CIS, so it will be a really tough game.
Now, looking back at just this series, do you feel like AS Monaco Gambit, last time you guys faced them, Season 1, that went 2-0? This series, a pretty easy 2-0. Do you feel like you guys are getting better, or do you feel like Gambit is in a bit of a rut? Or a mix of the two?
Yeah, I think Gambit just not moving up, you know. They are just picking some weird heroes. We get all heroes that we want, so it was not really a hard game for us.
Yeah, okay. So, of course, you know, Ramsey's joining the team. He was drafting as well in the series. Was that something that you discussed before he joined the team, as he was joining the team, or was that kind of a development during scrims and stuff that he took over that role?
Yeah, it's development, and he just want to start drafting. It's okay, we're drafting as a team, so he's not alone. He asking for some heroes, he asking some questions, who is good, who's bad. I tell pick Omni in the second game, so he said it's really good, and we pick it.
Nice.
So pretty much we're picking like as a team.
Oh, that's good. He just wants to click the buttons. And of course, it's his birthday today. Have you got him a present?
Yeah, last night we got some presents, and today we will continue to do that.
Nice.
What would have been your birthday plans if you guys lost the series?
Same as if we win.
I like that. I like that. Real quick question. We talked about how different General and Ramses are as two players, and just wondering how much of a dynamic of like the team strategy and like communication in game has changed since he joined.
I think I don't know. We became really disciplined team. I think it's the biggest Ramses. I don't know how this worked. He gave us discipline, good discipline team, and it's easier to play right now.
All right, final question. Real quickly, our next series is going to be Windstrike versus Team Spirit. I was wondering if you had any special insight, especially into Windstrike, as I'm sure you know them a bit better than us.
No, I don't know insights, but I think it will be 2-0. Team Spirit will win, for sure.
All right, fair enough. Team Spirit does look super strong. Congratulations today, and good luck next week against Virtus
Thank
Pro.
you, guys.
Looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Awesome. Always good to hear from Always Want to Fly, one of the most experienced players coming out of the CIS region, a great captain, and from what I hear anyway, I don't speak Russian, but a great talent as well. So looking forward to seeing more of him in the Dota scene. But that's right, we do have Team Spirit that match up against Windstrike, the lower division team that got promoted. They're on a hot streak right now, but as you heard from Always Want to Fly, Team Spirit is also really kicking butt. So we're going to have to see what happens in this series. It's going to be an interesting matchup. You won't want to miss out on it. Of course, we do have a bit of a break, though, as I believe we're not going to be starting for another 50 minutes or so. But we will, of course, come back. We'll do the pregame, all that jazz. And for now, we're just going to go to the break. We'll be back. I promise. Don't go anywhere. We'll still be here.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always, always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said all. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said all. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. Then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy crazy to the ones who settle. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who settle. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Cody fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Cody fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, no, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind, 'cause lately
late. I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home.
I've been so anti yeah, you're a bad chick and you know that. Eyes roll back every time you throw that. Love letter on your bed, I wrote that. I need you and I'm not afraid to show that. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. My world falls down when you pick me up. I came up from a small town, no one hit me up. Now they wanna be my friend. Everybody play pretend. But now I'm pulling up in a Bentley. There really ain't shit you can tell me. What? I just wish somebody would help me. This lifestyle is not healthy. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything. She's a goth girl, welcome to my goth world. Fell in love with the diamonds and pearls. Yeah, we do what we want when we want. Saks Fifth with the new Saint Laurent. Party too lit, get kicked out. All alone, that's the only way to live now. Yeah, we do what we want when we want. I'ma get you anything that you want. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Yeah, I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. It's so high from here. You can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small? Set aside your subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight we go inside. The man is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be borne. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your omission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper with minimum effort. Yeah, your corpse getting severed. The industry dry as a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping this basic, skipping this classes. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, again, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we counting them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon, I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this, don't like surprises. I cause a crisis, man, I'm a scientist. With the music, I spice things up to my liking. Man, I want nice things, nice things. This not an AK, it's a Uzi. I pull up and shoot it to movie. I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie. Cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. Word of my nigga from the 0 to 1. You count 6 shots and I count 2 guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here. Swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea. Soon you have no career. Take a good look in the mirror. They need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear. Yeah. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard.
Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah. Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah. I left my demons in my past. I still want something that can last. You make me feel like I'm okay. We both know that you feel the same. Ooh. Baby, I got nothing else to prove. You talking about your bad side of me. Remember that you always get to choose. Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah. Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah. I don't friends, yeah, I guess you got my intention. Got no place I'd rather be, feel like another dimension. I don't wanna talk, baby, you should let it go. I don't wanna go, let me stay a little more. Now talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah. Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah.
moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see, I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Deuces to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Through your eyes I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time, and the towers looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Look into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. I'll take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside,
they ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
That sounds like a pop song.
Take a dive before you die, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Real stories. It's the only way to live. Oh, fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Pick up panel to be right on. Yeah. Cause no one really gives. Don't look back, I'll keep your eyes on. Long ago. Doesn't matter what it gon' cost. Never gave a shit. Real soul. Let it take a hit. Hey. Who's getting high on emotion? Look around. People fight all their life for some peace. Yeah. Look around. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Take off. Rush at the rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush.
The momentum of some of these teams continues to build as Na'Vi are beginning to get themselves further and further into the upper division. Meanwhile, we've got Team Spirit, who have only been getting wins and only against some of the better teams. Now they're going to face up against Windstrike. Of course, Windstrike will have also been doing quite well for themselves, but they have also been facing some of the towards the bottom half, I would say, of the field. Still good. Still looking hot. We can actually take a look at maybe some of the standings here, gentlemen, as we talk about these two teams and how they've been doing so far and what are the chances that Windstrike can beat Team Spirit, because despite them being 2-0, it's a different story, right?
Yeah, I think the 2-0s here are kind of very opposite because, of course, you know, Team Spirit, they've beaten Na'Vi, Gambit, very respectable teams, top 3 in the previous season. And then Windstrike, a team that we love to watch, the energy that they bring, they've only beaten Extremum and Unique. So teams that kind of clung on to Season 1, kind of survived and didn't drop down. And I think it only gets harder for Windstrike each week. But yeah, Spirit's looking so hot. So Windstrike for sure is still the underdog here, but don't rule them out for sure.
I mean, this is pretty much a major berth for Team Spirit if they win, right?
It looks that way, yeah.
In most ways, yeah. I mean, Windstrike looks to be their most, like, obviously Virtus Pro's still out there, but okay, let's, you know, assume that VP's first. Windstrike is kind of looking like the best contestant to go up against Spirit as it is.
I think if you beat 3 of the 4 being not counting Extremum, Unique, and PuckChamp, I think you're almost guaranteed to go to the major. So this is a big series for them on the side of Team Spirit. Winstrike, it's a big series for them as well. Obviously, they're 2-0 and it's the start of their rough road, but they haven't really started the rough road yet, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they've had it a little bit easy, and this is the start of DPC for them.
Yeah,
if anything, and
warm-up game so far.
Exactly.
And if anything, a team like that could use the warm-up games, right? They came in from the lower division. They are just operating of just pure energy. It seems like a lot of good vibes on this Winstrike team. Young up-and-comers almost entirely, except for Cheshire Cat being the old dog of the group. But, they're being led by a new captain as well. I mean, this is, for me anyway, a very interesting team to watch.
Yeah, I just think it's so refreshing. I think Cheshire Cat is a name that I've known from when I first started playing Dota.
I've even known that game.
Yeah, like Power Rangers. Yeah, it's all right. It's all good. Yeah, like Power Rangers back in the day, he was like the old guard. And he just... Every time I saw open qualifiers, his team would be like, he'd be there. He would never really qualify, but he'd be like, you got to get through me if you want to get to this tournament, or at least qualify for the qualifier for this tournament. And it is so refreshing still seeing his name appear, and now with the young guns in the team as well. Like, and the energy from their interviews, their position 4 player, position 5 player, they've all kind of phrased how they want to play with Cheshire Cat. They want to play with this guy. They really enjoy their time with him. And I feel like this is the type of team that we want to stick together. We want a Eastern European team not to break apart after one season or to feel defeated. So yeah, I just want to wish them the best. Because I think out of all the teams in this bracket, outside of the obvious top 3 or 4, they're the one team that kind of looks at me and goes, "Wow, that's so exciting to see a new team."
We haven't talked too much about their carry player, Duraccio. Now, he was actually on Con about a year ago, I think, and he has since bounced from a number of teams until he's now landed on Winstrike. And from what it looks to me like he left each one of those teams. I'm not entirely sure if that's true, but it looks like maybe he's just been trying to build up more and more and more. Yeah. Now he's on a team here on Winstrike with Yamich, who he'd played with before. I mean, in some ways, it feels like this is like a team that is a build-up for a lot of these players who are like, okay, I'm now finally on a squad that I really believe in.
Yeah, that's kind of happens with a lot of these rosters, especially when they're not tier 1 and locked into the big teams. It's you kind of bounce around what opportunities you get, and eventually things just align, right? And it's I think that's how Virtus Pro formed. They weren't able to form last year because, DM was playing for Chaos and jumping around some teams. There was the VP Prodigy stack, but same again for these guys. Yeah, they're playing their little tier 2, tier 3 teams, and then they finally get into the same team. They're like, well, guys, why didn't we do this sooner? We're actually doing pretty good. So yeah, it's just things are looking good.
It's hard to find that success, right, Brian? Especially with, whether it's finding the right teammates, sometimes there's real life stuff going on. There's a lot of roadblocks in the way to being a professional player.
Oh, the problem is that most of the people in that spot, they don't make enough of a living from Dota that they can afford to full-time commit. Every team I was ever on, somebody had some other commitments. There was always a different level of commitment from different players. There's priorities in check. You have to count real life issues that sometimes come up, all types of random things that if it's not a job, you can't afford to drop for it. And I think it's kind of like a gauntlet. Who of these players can make it past that level? And there's players like Cheshire Cat that you see them all over the place. You think of them as very solid players, but they never quite make it, and you can get stuck there for almost eternity. It's almost like what's that place between heaven and hell? Purgatory.
I would actually love to interview Cheshire Cat if they win, by the way.
Yeah.
Just to understand how he was able to continue with his career for so long. What was his actual career on the side of Dota was he able to pursue? Because I'm just gonna put that as a little stamp for later if they win.
Maybe let production know if Winstrike does indeed win. But yes, the trials and tribulations of being a professional player, much like oftentimes outside of the game. There's a lot of stuff that goes inside of the game. There's a lot of, player issues and roster issues and even just playing up against really tough opponents. But there's also issues that happen outside of the game. And here, no more than a bigger issue than losing a loved one. We've got Pentamem in a pregame interview.
I have a big family. I have a brother, younger, and have an older sister with a child. So if I have some problems, I can talk to them and they help me because family is always behind me. My mom supported me a lot. My dad died half a year ago, and it was a hard time for me. And when I joined Winstrike, it was like, Father, you watch me, and I'll try my best even for you. He support me every time he was about me, and after every tournament I came to him and said about my results, how many money I won, and it doesn't matter, like it was $5 or maybe $500 every time he said the job, and I miss it a little bit. And now I had a success because I consider that Winstrike is like the best what I got in like 3 years, which I'm very happy that I had a chance, and I will try my best.
What a beautiful story. Pantomime, the captain of Winstrike, the 5-position player, having to go through some pretty rough stuff. But he's here now, he's playing on Winstrike, and he's on the upward trajectory, and he's here to make his father proud. Guys, this is something that I think, parents supporting their sons or daughters, especially when it comes to esports, because it's a new industry, you may not know anything about it. That kind of support is something special, right?
Yeah, it's irreplaceable. And I think it's nice he had that connection. And of course, I'm so happy that he found a home in Winstrike so that he can continue his career performing well. It's not like he's, had battling the kind of finding his place. So like he's got his home, they can kind of new family to also build around him. So yeah, really happy for him.
Yeah, I can relate to him on a couple levels, and I hope his version of the story goes better than mine in terms of the team results. So,
well, you're here. You're still a successful.
Hey,
you're a successful streamer.
I know. I'm trying to put a little of a lighthearted mood on something that's very serious. But at the end of the day, it's really cool to see how much you could tell it meant to him, and how much of a part of his success his father was. And I'm sure he's gonna do his best to carry on his legacy.
Yes, and as much as we want to be able to pull for some of these stories and players, their opponents are no doubt the favorites here. When it comes to these rosters in the Eastern European Division, I was not expecting Team Spirit to be the potential contenders against Virtus Pro for the throne, but they are certainly making a run at it here at Season 2.
Toronto Tokyo looks like a straight badass.
Yeah, I think simply put, it's this guy is the main guy in focus right now for Team Spirit. He's a confident young lad who's doing his job for this team. Yeah, Season 1, very volatile. I think that alone kind of put this team in like how much can they achieve this season? Way much more disciplined. It feels like the team's on the same page, and the way that Toronto Tokyo is playing, it's not like he's coming from the pub. He's playing for his team, and that alone is the biggest change in it. Yeah.
Well, let's talk to another player. We actually have Miroslav with a little bit more about him.
Yeah, there's the show of the length, the jump forward. Oh, but look at the static storm, so they get the kill on Iceberg. But there are 4 heroes over here stuck in the static storm. They'll end up losing Toronto Tokyo. Ramses, though, will be next to fall.
I am Mira, I'm position 4 player, and I'm from Team Spirit. We had a good start. We faced the two best teams after VP. We're playing Clan Wars, thinking about new heroes, and playing pubs and stuff, and it worked out. We won 2 series, and it's like a big boost for us.
Oh, he's in. Always want to fly. Absolutely eviscerated, like you said. Roger's gonna be. Ice Blast does connect with the Terrorize. Buys a little bit more time. The Silence comes out here from Toronto Tokyo, drags him back into double kill.
After the match, I said sorry for a bad gameplay. And after that, everyone told me that everything was fine, and I played good.
And Team Spirit playing their draft absolutely perfect.
I think Winstrike is a very good team. Last match against them wasn't that easy. We almost lost third game in best of 3 series, and we got a bit lucky there. We just all in Tron and won that game, and I think it will be an interesting match.
I don't really see almost any mistakes coming up from Team Spirit this game. This was some flawless execution from them.
Everybody needs a support system, and it seems like for Miroslav, he's found one in his teammates. As we talking about him just apparently not playing so well, and everybody said, shake it off. You did fine, dude. But Team Spirit, they are now going to be playing up against Winstrike. This is going to be the first time they play that they're not the underdogs. Can Team Spirit keep this train rolling, or will Winstrike provide the upset In a Cinderella story, we'll have to see after the break.
Will you follow me under when I'm crumbling? Every night I wonder, will it ever end? Sometimes I can barely breathe, dear. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Demons always bother me. I'm leaving, but they follow me. Will you follow me under when I'm crumbling? Every night I wonder, will it ever end? Sometimes I can barely breathe, dear. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Will you follow me under? Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here.
Part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams out lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I
For our final match of the day, these two teams are both 2-0, but one of them is much more favored just because of the field that they've beaten so far. Team Spirit, who already took 4th last season and just barely missed out on going to the major because of a tiebreaker, they are now sitting at top of the board right there next to Virtus Pro. Gentlemen, drafting-wise, what have you seen so far from either of these teams?
So I think starting with Spirit, they are very sacrificial for their mid laner. We just saw how Na'Vi, they like to throw out their carry kind of into the winds, like, yo, buddy, play your PA. But for Team Spirit, they love picking up Toronto Tokyo Terry in the first phase. Just, doesn't matter what you're going to counter him with. You'll play your Storm, you'll play your Puck. You're going to have a good game.
Out of curiosity, so you say sacrificial. What is the difference between, because I've heard some players say, oh, we picked up our off lane last because he had a wider hero pool to be able to grab from. What is the difference there between a sacrificial early pick and a we're going to give you exactly what you want early pick?
I think you kind of touched on there. There's two styles here, which is one, the player itself doesn't have a big enough hero pool, so the confidence of just, we will pick your Storm, your Void Spirit, your whatever, just it simplifies your draft because you now have one more pick to unlock someone else's game. And then the other side to that is more, you value having a different lane, having a better pick priority, so you can counter something. You know, currently the patch is mid's a little bit too easy, therefore you want to pressure maybe side lane. So this is Spirit's read of, well, we're always going to pick these heroes for Toronto Tokyo anyways, why not give Collapse a better matchup?
Yeah, when we're talking about sacrificial-wise, it's funny because the hero that gets picked 10th can be the sacrifice in the sense that you're not like making them have a bad game, but their game is about enabling the other guy. You know,
Exactly.
the Ramses, he picks Omni Knight last. He's not going to carry the game. He's meant to make the PA carry the game. The hero they've been picking second or third every single game. On the other hand, with Storm, you just need some people to play around. These Storms and Void Spirits, and they do that a lot. They have like Tusk AA, they have these like support kill combos that no matter where he goes on the map, if he so chooses, he can make a play happen, and that allows you to farm more. It allows you to have more options in terms of item build on these heroes. So it's not as much that they're necessarily going to carry, but they get to play the game they want, and it'll dictate the pace of the game for the team.
Little Mars pick here.
Figured it had to be Mars or Void Spirit.
Yeah, no,
for Team Spirit,
I was
right?
like,
It's like
yeah,
you see
yeah,
a
yeah.
puck, yeah, you're gonna go for one of those two heroes.
Surprised Mars hasn't been seeing much play. Has it been getting banned every first round? Usually we're not in the draft by the first
It
round.
has been getting banned in either the first round or the second round a lot.
Especially for these two teams. Collapse, best hero, Mars, easily. After that, maybe a Slardar. And then you look towards Windstrike, Rebel plays it mid, and also they can play it off lane. So yeah, these two teams are probably the biggest Mars, teams out of this region for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how much of a difference there is between a player's like top 1 or 2, maybe 3 heroes and the rest. People say like, aren't they just better than that? Well, it's like your best hero is just so much better.
They bring more to the game, right? They have that read on how, like, certain players, they're kind of stubborn in the way in which they think they can play heroes, but they just play them to, like, that level. A real player who has, like, that specialist hero pool, they can pick that hero, identify a weakness, and then itemize, and you see this new plays coming
It's
out.
specific adjustments to the specific game. It's where some heroes, like, for instance, I would feel comfortable picking Slark in almost any game and trying, and I would be able to adjust as best I could. But maybe in a game where I'm playing Luna, a carry I've played 100 times, 150 times, I would have to have it be 8th or 9th pick in a game where I'm like, I know what I would do based on those 4 heroes in the game. It's just less situational awareness, less ability to adjust.
How many times have you played Slark?
730, I think.
Okay, so I was just trying to give some context of number-wise, what's the difference?
Almost every player has like at least 2 or 3 heroes that they've played 500 plus times. And
Spirit Breaker, guilty.
Yeah.
Oh, I love the hero. Absolutely majestic. This region, though, hasn't played it. Bit upset.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker. He's weird, man. It's just his early game. I think his map presence, like 15 minutes plus, is really great, but it's just the first like 1 to 3 levels. Like as a carry, I would 10 times rather be laning against a Spear Breaker 4 than like a Willow or the Snapfires of the world.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, there's a Snapfire. I wasn't even looking at the draft. I heard the Lion, but we were so busy talking.
Yeah, they apparently they're saying, okay, Team Spirit, you want to play some area. You want to play in some team fight area? We've got a good combo for that as well. Puck as well as Mortimer's Kisses. Lock people down, throwing a bunch of damage in that area.
Well, this was the first time that we saw the Snapfire 5 was from Windstrike. It was Phantom playing it with that little Shredder Blightstone build. Of course, we then found out actually they got it from Chicken Fighters in a scrim, so we're still yet to truly find out who brought it to the scene. But yeah, it was devastating. And Phantom in the interview, he was just like, yeah, man, just play Snapfire so easy. I can just carry the team. It's such a broken hero.
Yes, and it feels very good against all of these 4 ranged heroes, which seems to be the current meta, is a lot more ranged 4s rather than the Clockworks, Earthshakers of the world.
Yeah, the funny thing about the pace of the meta is that if you pick an Earthshaker, it actually tells you you're going to play a slower pace. And I think these melee 4s usually need an item or 2 to feel impactful, and thus you actually are starting to pick ranged 4s with melee 3s because the guy that's doing shit on the map gets online at 8 minutes rather than 14. Is there going to be a Faceless Void this game with the Snapfire?
I think it heavily depends on Spirit's pick here, because of course Windstrike has the last pick in this phase. So I'd love to see from Windstrike then pick up a strong 4 here, and then for Spirit to reveal 4 heroes, then you get to go for that carry pick. For Spirit, most likely they want to just go for their position 5, unless they see a glaringly obvious pick here. Juggernaut's banned out, Wraith King's banned out. Lifestealer doesn't feel that great. So yeah, I think just a casual position 5 here, see one more hero, then pick the carry from Spirit. Windstroke will then obviously respond with.
Do you feel like you need a save for this puck against the Mars Lion, or do you just tell your puck player just don't get stunned?
Maybe somebody else that goes first or stands in front. Something like a Tide comes to mind right now, based on the lineup I'm seeing from Team Spirit. You want that beefy boy that, hey, dare you to go on this guy?
I mean, like Lion and CM, they don't have this damage deal with any of these beefy boys, right? Like, sure you have Finger, but the way that Spirit's killing someone right now, it's the comboing up for Toronto Tokyo to have a good game. He's a little bit tired there, but yeah, it's nice to see Spirit actually kind of diversify away from kind of the drafting pattern that they had. Like, we had a brief look at their Dota buff and we just see, mid instantly picked. So I'm expecting, okay, maybe they're going to follow that script. But no, coming into this game, maybe that Mars is that flex pick that Windstrike has done before. Maybe that's what Spirit's doing themselves. Okay.
Now, is that a core Enigma or a 4 Enigma? We saw
like to see
Tundra
core.
do 4.
I'd love
Enigma.
to see this core, personally. You see both the support duo, like, it's hard really to now deal with a core Enigma with.
I'm feeling Medusa or Spectre for Team Spirit here. A lot of the carriers are getting banned out.
Spectre, yeah.
You want either Spectre. She's really hard countered to Enigma in team fights just because of the pure chaos that's created from Haunt and the potential to jump the Enigma before he black holes, or a hero like Medusa that just stands her ground and you don't really want to black hole her in the first place.
Okay.
So they actually elect to wait for their carry, which I don't necessarily like that, just because now they can counter this Slardar in lane.
This is how they deal with the Enigma. It's what we've seen from other teams so far in the patch, which is just we have a mechanism to go for a quick Aegis, and then we don't care about your big cooldowns because we have this carry who's been giving some 17, 18-minute Aegis, throw the body in, waste your spell, suddenly we win the post fight.
Any Drow pickers? Is Drow too weak with Snapfire? I just think if you... Slardar is one of the few offlaners that I think you really, as a carry, just draft a shit on his lane.
My fear is...
It's either day or... It's feast or famine for the hero.
I like that, but it's so dependent on win lane that when you get into the game, you're playing into the chaos of the Mars Arena at defense. When you're trying to siege, you're going to have this Blink Dagger Slardar. Plus his ultimate last bit, yeah.
If you want to go more the carry route, I think PL... Illusion heroes are also very good against Slardar, but you don't want to pick Terrorblade.
You can't pick Terrorblade into Lion. Yeah.
So I think PL or Drow come to mind for me. If I were playing carry in this game is what I would want. It just depends on if they're going for the timing or they're going for the, we have Black Hole, we have the hard carry, we win late. Personally, since you have Enigma, I'm less concerned about having a win condition in my carry.
Someone who can play out their lane and be there with confidence, because you have to think about Mars and Puck. Mars will have a good time there. Okay, they go.
Lifestealer into Slardar? What? That's actually really confusing. I would consider Slardar a hard counter to Lifestealer.
It is.
Well, we've seen Lifestealer change a decent amount. I was curious if you guys thought it's still...
it's the same thing, I think.
I think the key thing here is in the 1v1, Slardar will come out on top. But with the Snapfire coming in as well, that minus armor, the ability for Lifestealer to try and man up as well, I think we can easily see Slardar being killable. I think what Lion brings to the lane, Lifestealer removes that instantly with Rage, right? So I think purely in the vacuum of Snapfire, Lifestealer lane together, plus an active 4 because of Enigma, suddenly the Slardar v Lifestealer matchup doesn't feel as bad because you have 3 people, you have minus armor, you have a way to kill him.
I'm totally ready to be proven wrong. I think that in terms of counters, like in-game as well, Slardar is like a 9 out of 10 towards Lifestealer.
It feels... Slardar for sure is, one of the counters to Lifestealer, but I think maybe they're just looking at playing a more greedy starter lineup.
That's supposed to be your best pick, though. When your first pick, that 8th pick right there is supposed to be like the boom. You win the game off this pick, and they just picked it into a hard counter.
But what if their boom pick is not about the pick itself, but more about the theory of they're going to have Rebel on his puck, one of the best heroes, pairing with this Lifestealer, the 1-2 punch of their cores, always isolating their win condition now. They pick a Slardar active hero enabling, Mars enabling. If they're jumping this carry as this double threat, that alone could be big enough to offset the Slardar v Lifestealer matchup.
I mean, they just pick Medusa and they win the game, right?
No, they haven't banned.
Team Spirit, dude.
Medusa is, yes, for sure is the key thing here.
Medusa or Sven is what comes to mind for me. I'd say Medusa is way better.
I love the Medusa Enigma matchup just for the idea of it's kind of like who goes first. If Enigma can get the black hole off pre Medusa ultimate, then you're going to be in a good spot. But if Medusa gets that ult off and gets Black Hold, suddenly Enigma's turned to stone, Black Hole's cancelled, the fight's pretty much lost.
I don't love Medusa as a hero, but like I can't think of a better. Like Medusa's the perfect carry when you just want the carry that they have to go on, but they don't feel good about going on.
They're going to feel terrible.
And Medusa, they have Life Stealer, like you said, kind of all ins this concept of Enigma.
Okay.
If Team Spirit 10th picks Medusa or something of the like that I can't think of, a hero that just doesn't mind getting initiated onto, I really like their chances here. Spectre did get banned, so I would have liked that.
Are there any offlaners, Brian, that you don't like laning into potentially as a Medusa? You know, the bans from Team Spirit.
Are you saying like a 4-position
Enigma, and then you suddenly get an active offlane that can pressure this Medusa, and now this timing of Medusa doesn't come into play?
They could preemptively deal with that. Nothing comes to mind because you want a kill lane, but Enigma is not exactly like a high-pressure kill lane. It's just not the same as it used to be because your Eidolons are 50-second cooldown instead of 35 level 1.
I would say that Pango ban is really important.
Yeah, I like
if
that
you are
Pango
going to
ban.
go for a Medusa, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Any long duration, either damage mitigation or stuns are very good against Medusa.
Bat Rider.
Ooh.
Honestly, I would
so
not
far.
hate Bat Rider here. But then you get Slarked, I think. Oh my god, this is like the
this is now this has set itself up to be Medusa for sure. Yeah, I'm all on the Medusa train right now.
Just stand still, man. The counter to this draft is to stand still.
Is Team Spirit going to see that opportunity?
I would be shocked if they didn't pick at least something similar like Terrorblade.
Medusa.
Oh, okay.
Carry Slardar?
Okay.
Carry Slardar in mid TA.
Wow.
Now, I will admit, I did not expect that.
No, we didn't. Whew, some little creativity coming here.
Do you think they knew that was coming? Because part of the problem with Lifestealer versus Slardar is the laning phase, right? But if they saw that, if they knew it was carry and they're like, oh, this is offlane collapse, he's going to be playing the Mars. He's super good at it.
I mean, they were banning offlaners, weren't they?
Yeah.
Or they banned carries. No, they were banning carries. They were banning carries, so they assumed it was Mars and offlane Slardar.
I'm just, okay, Team Spirit coming with a bit of a new take. Again, fundamentally, it's just going to be TA's your win conditions, Slardar, play out your lane, unlock Roshan, blink Deso, Aegis on TA, run over your opponent.
Yeah, you talked about that quick Aegis with Slardar.
Yeah,
TA is going to accelerate that one quite fast.
Mel Strike 1, Mel Strike 2, things gone in like 3 seconds. But yeah, I like how Team Spirit kind of turned their draft on its head, and I'm just worried about the pacing of the game for a Lifestealer. Like, he's a bit more slow, and now you have Slardar and TA. They have the double jump as well. We spoke about Puck Lifestealer. You now have TA plus Slardar, so...
I just refuse to believe you pick Lifestealer into Slardar and win the game, so I will go against that.
All right, BSJ sticking with his guns on that regard.
Yeah, I do favor Spirit. I like the fact that they went for this last pick TA. But Winstrike, they have that energy that a lot of these newer teams have, so I hope they can at least kind of rival up against Spirit.
All right, we'll have to see if they can indeed rival up against Team Spirit, as Spirit have thrown us a bit of a curveball. Maybe our casters saw this coming. We've got Moxie and Fogged waiting for us at the desk.
Man, nothing like a last pick TA and a safe lane Slardar. This is not something I've seen recently with running the Slardar's core. Fogged, how does that work?
This is just something they chose to. It's this big, heavy minus armor strat, and I guess they are looking at, carry versus carry matchup. A Slardar versus Lifestealer. If Slardar gets to get enabled with items, he's gonna be able to always fight that Lifestealer throwing a TA minus armor too. Guess that's the idea that they want, and they want fast pace. I think that's what we've seen from Spirit every time, right? Just quick pace games, quick like getting an advantage, and then just like rolling over the game. Windstrikes looks, the Enigma, I feel like it makes it quite greedy.
I mean, you've got some really fantastic team fight coming out from the side of Windstrike, right? You've got this Black Hole, you've got the Snapfire Kisses that can be tossed in. Oh goodness, people are just disconnecting all over the place here. And then of course you've got a Puck who can kind of set things up really nicely, right? It's a pretty low cooldown to be able to jump in with a Dream Coil and then follow it up with, some of these bigger ultimates. But it is a little scary, especially when you consider the Roche perspective as well. You've got a Templar Assassin and a Slardar. They are going to have H's so fast this game.
Yeah, and we used to, like, people always used to talk about, like, the counter your Dooms, counter your Magnus, counter your Enigmas, those big, long duration cooldowns is you get Aegis online. And even if they take a fight with it, you have that second life after it. And I think that's really how Spirit's going to play. Their lanes look solid. I think that's why they went for that TA last. Because the Mars, he can do pretty well in the mid lane, but they want something to be able to smash the puck post level 2 and 3. And I think it's appropriate. Rebel has been honestly the standout for me from Winstrike, especially on the puck. He dominated the last few games that I saw him play it. So I think Spirit's approach is pretty damn good. And they also have the Lion too. And I look at Winstrike and they only really have the puck to get these initiations, and he could just die immediately after versus a puck, versus that Lion in particular. So a little worried for them on that front, but looking forward to perhaps some that infested puck just detonating heroes really quickly if they can get some good initiation.
Yes, they definitely have some nice burst damage in that regard. But both teams have been smoked up. They're just doing a little bit of reconnaissance, trying to see, what can we find out here? As the Crystal Maiden will reveal herself first and foremost.
Ooh.
Looks like Winstrike not convinced they want to really go in on this, so they're going to back off, as is Team Spirit, grouping around the tower.
Fighting into CM is always a little bit scary. Even though there's a TA who's a literal do-nothing hero, they also have some do-nothing heroes on the side of Winstrike. They have the Life Stealer, and they have the Enigma, who literally are just like attacking early on at level 1. So no one really... Both teams quite hesitant to just take that battle.
They are positioned very forward here, though, over here on the side of Team Spirit. Look at this aggression.
The battle begins.
I'm excited just to get to watch another Collapse Mars and just a carry Slardar. We don't get to see carry Slardar, and a Collapse for me has been the most impressive Mars, besides Boxy, who was looking phenomenal the other day. He's so good on this hero, just so comfortable, and knows which heroes to go for. So I think this game it's going to be similar. Just the angles of approach, just going for killing the poor Puck, Lion, and Mars. They're going to have their eyes set on him.
Gosh, it's so funny that you mentioned that too, because you talked about the Mars, but also like when I think Boxy, the first thing that comes to mind is actually Slardar. So
me too, yeah.
It's kind of an interesting game here for sure, but everyone has just wandered off now into the lanes. We're going to be focusing up on that CS, obviously, and probably not going to see a lot of aggression coming out right away for either team.
No, definitely not. Lane, we'll see. Like bottom is going to be really one-sided, I feel like, for Spirit. They should just get absolute free farm of Slardar, besides just a few Eidolons that get denied. Cheshire Cat is going to heavily struggle down here. They actually didn't even block any of the camps, so there will be pulls that come out. As Miposhka can't kill his sentry in time, but that's okay. He will have the small camp available to pull it back.
Pantomime and Mira just kind of trading hits here. Do have to be a little bit careful, though, because Mira definitely getting the better end of this trade and also able to immediately take down the sentry, block the camp, and sort of set up the lane very nicely for Collapse there.
Yeah, a lot of time Lifestealer is pretty good versus the Mars, but I think with the backup of Lion, it changes it quite a bit, because there's those double forms of Disable, and Lion, the harassment, it really does start to build up, so... Lifestealer does have to be a little bit careful in the first few levels. And yeah, we'll see if this Enigma, if this greed does pay off. I'm a little worried, because I really feel like the mid matchup in particular is going to start getting pretty one-sided pretty fast. First 3 levels, great for Puck, but once TA hits 3, 4, 5, it quickly starts to get much worse.
It's interesting that we're starting to see this Enigma show up in the jungle more and more. I'm trying to remember which player did this recently, where they just went off to the jungle, showed up, and just made a huge impact. Was it Snaking?
It was Snaking, yeah.
Right, yeah.
I was going to say it. Yeah, he did really well. He actually got some really clutch black holes in the game too. And I think it's probably the best way that you have to play the hero, because of just your conversions are so bad. Like the cooldown now, if they get killed in the laning phase like early, you have like 30-40 seconds when you're doing nothing. Can't actually deny the same like double range creep every time. So you just have to play your own game. It's back to the old days of Enigma.
I was about to say, man, it has been a while since we've seen someone just straight up just walk right into jungle.
Yeah.
It used to be an actual thing way back in the day, but it is interesting though. I wonder now, because we're seeing so many of these Enigmas, right, they're heading in the jungle, if we're going to be seeing a resurgence of these roamers a little bit more that can really put the pressure down, because he does tend to sit very low. They have to be so careful down here. Yatro and Poshka are just slaughtering Cheshire Cat. They need maybe one more hit, and Yatro will find it.
This is going to be really problematic. Like this Slardar is going to be absolutely huge. CM, I actually feel like Miposhka now soon at some point may just be able to just like ditch the lane soon. When they get in a good position, the Slardar can 1v1 easy versus Bloodseeker, and CM has an open map. And then look what you're mentioning, if he's able to just like walk into the jungle, find an Enigma, that'd be a blessing for Miposhka.
Well, I think it's one of the things that you have to be very aware of, especially after watching, you know, several of Team Spirit's games, is just they reach a certain point and then it's just, they don't stop. They know exactly what their power peaks are. They know, you know, their item timings, and they're just going to group up and be extremely aggressive. And as I say this in the top lane, Diracho is not looking great because Collapse will find himself a kill on the Lifestealer. But I mean, in terms of like looking at their draft, Fog, this is such an aggressive team very, very early on. They're not going to be able to find a footing if they start to fall behind at all on the side of Windstrike.
I absolutely agree. I don't really see the purpose of when they picked the Bloodseeker, you know, I didn't see like some standout being like, damn, it's a good Bloodseeker game. It wasn't really showing anything. You know, these heroes from Team Spirit, they don't really care if they get ruptured as much. They'll just stand in the Mars arena and fight as Yamich checks the rune.
Mad. He's so mad. He watched it just get denied in front of his face, and Toronto Tokyo was having none of that.
Well, he shouldn't be too mad anymore as he gets himself handed a free kill. I mean, that's okay. I think this game is going to get pretty one-sided pretty quickly. Like, Lifestealer is not getting a good start up top at all. I feel like it's going to get progressively worse as we see Collapse. Just early game items. Just Soul Ring straight into Orb of Corrosion so they can constantly harass this Lifestealer. Yeah, Diracho's game is going to be quite slow.
It's just so difficult, right? And you figure, you know, he does have that little bit of an insurance policy in the fact he has, you know, Rage. But Cookie Hop 4 might be able to find himself a little bit of a kill here as he uses the Rage. He used the Fairy Fire, so he does manage to get a kill on Mira. So that definitely feels a little bit better, but does have to be careful because, again, the aggression coming out from the side of Spirit is intense and furious here.
He's still just not really getting many last hits. Like 14 last hits to the 27-16 of the Slardar, who's also getting kills enabled on him.
Top lane? No, just a little bit more pressure over on Collapse, but when you don't have that cookie available, you have no way of locking them down and holding them in place. As Mira making a rotation here, hoping that maybe Rebel will get a little bit too aggressive perhaps, but Rebel just gonna back off, realizing Lion is nowhere to be seen on the map. Maybe now is not the time.
Yeah, he's smart. Plays it careful. The lowering Collapse up top to like 200 health is actually quite nice. Even if they don't kill him, it's actually opening the lane bottom for Cheshire Cat because he has all the thirst stacks. He's got like 400 move speed. They can't actually go for the kills on him. Not getting last hits, but he's up to level 5 already on Bloodseeker, which I'd say is not too shabby.
I think you're pretty happy with the fact that you're able to at least soak, right? Sometimes it sucks when you're not able to actually hit those creeps, but at the very least, you can get close enough to the creep wave to make sure that you're getting those levels online and you can be an impact.
And you know what, honestly, because they did make that Slardar the 1 position, the Bloodseeker Rupture is going to be a little bit more effective. As long as they're not fighting inside of Mars ult, because if that's the case, then they're not really going to be moving a whole lot.
Nope. Definitely not. But be interested to see, you know, when we're going to start seeing some of those rotations, if we're going to start to see the puck, you know, try to be a bit aggressive, or... I feel like they're just getting too much done here on the top lane, honestly. In fact, yes, there it is.
They got to make a move.
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Rebel coming in hot here. They'll follow up with Yamich, and there's going to be 4 heroes that will help Rebel collect his first Dream Coil kill here. I don't even think he used the Dream Coil, actually. Never mind.
No,
not even necessary.
Yeah, quick rotation too, and Diracho starting to catch back up on the last hits nicely. This little rotation is quite clean as Rebel. He'll get some harassment from Tokyo. Tokyo actually has a haste, so he might think about just like running at him at some point soon.
No, he's fine.
But
He's fine just vibing.
Yeah. Hanging on to Coil, though, is huge, because now we see Cheshire Cat. He's at level 6. So now even Yatoro, he has to be a little bit cautious down bottom, as he's gone full greed. It's a Midas first on the Slardar. I like it, though. I actually really like the Midas on this Slardar carry. The attack speed is just so beneficial as a Slardar. And just, of course, you know, levels. He's gotten away with a free lane, so why not? Yep. And I think they're playing greed versus greed, so if they want to raise the greed, he'll raise it right back as mid.
This mid, the Meld Strike, they have all the lockdown for the puck, but not going to be able to quite finish off as last second, though, Toronto Tokyo turning around. He is ruptured, though, use the black hole to take down the TA as well. So I think both of them getting punished here, but we'll lose both of the mids. I guess this opens the door, though, right? Because they did use the black hole. It was definitely a worthwhile target, but... they definitely have a lot of breathing room here where they can start making more plays without that worry over on the side of Team Spirit.
I think overall Spirit is going to be more of like the fast-paced gameplay rather than having to rely on cooldowns. They're going to constantly be looking for these type of pickoffs on Pantomime here in the river. Do they have the damage?
Look at the damage. Yeah, they do have the double damage over here on Lion. He can just murder Pantomime, and it's not enough damage to take down Mira here. So that's a nice little pickup for the Lion.
Yeah, this is like, they don't have to worry about like the coil. They don't have to worry about the hole now. So I feel like for Team Spirit, they can just kind of chill in their lanes, just farm it up, and I think that their draft it scales really nicely versus this Lifestealer carry. Sure, Enigma's getting away with his greed. He's actually top net worth for his team somehow, Yamich. But this Lifestealer's game is just never going to be easy into these matchups. TA and Slardar will shred him if they ever get any type of disable onto him.
And this whole thing, it just comes about because Pantomime was trying to wait for Ribble to get over there and pick up that double damage rune, but unfortunately not going to be able to do it. Cookie Cap just a little bit short here. The top lane, Mira getting to position, lands a beautiful Earth Spike over onto 2. The Hex comes out. They have to be careful. They'll use the arena. They drop the Midnight Pulse. Yatoro is, of course, here. He's chasing, Collapse, trying to stay alive. Does look like he's going to be all right, but the Blood Right's going to come in over on the side. Can it connect? Oh, he's still alive. Oh, no, Yatoro at the top lane. He TP'd in, and he TP's into his death, as it looks like they'll be able to get another kill. Cheshire Cat will collect over on Collapse Toronto Tokyo. Oh, my goodness. The Dream Coil. They've even got the Kisses. It does get interrupted, but they'll still be able to take down the TA, and this is not looking great for Mira here, as there's just too many arrows, too much damage. Windstrike hitting fast and furious here.
And they clean up the big creeps of the Ancients. They actually get all 3 of the big creeps. Dyrachyo going to finish those up, and I take back everything I said about the Bloodseeker. Cheshire Cat, the Rupture is being extremely effective right now here, especially on that Slardar who TP's in a little too aggressively. They thought they could take the fight, but Windstrike, they bring the numbers. And this Enigma, it's starting to work out. He already has Solar Crest. I mean, he's so farmed. Now Dyrachyo, even though he's had a bit of a tough time in the lane, he's completely recovered when he's buffed up. Look at his armor. 26 armor. So now those melds and that Slardar corrosive phase won't be nearly as effective.
Well, it's definitely necessary for sure to stand toe-to-toe. It's still not a super easy game for this Lifestealer when you have this many, not necessarily counters. I guess, yeah, Slardar is definitely a counter, but feels a little
the chain
bit
stuns and all that will be definitely problematic. The bash overall always will. Corrosive Hose always will be some type of problem. So if you can get the rage up, or if they can get the initiations with those infests. That's a big hit though. Windstrike. After a little bit of a weird lane, a little bit of a shaky start here with that Enigma in the jungle, they hit big around Ancients.
Yeah, definitely have to feel good about that, being able to take down so many heroes, and we'll still make another initiation over on Dyrachyo. Rage will
misses
come
the
out.
chain stun.
He's just going to go right back to hitting those creeps. Seems pretty happy about it.
Pretty big slip up there from Mira. That was definitely, I think that was a free kill there if he actually connects the stun. They have Collapse with the ult. They have the Finger too. So they actually miss out on a kill on the Lifestealer perhaps there.
Huh. It looks like the TA is going BKB first.
Okay. That's quite different.
Yeah. I'm not usually used to seeing a TA do something like that. Usually the Deso, of course, the Blink Dagger. Yeah, we've just got that Mithril Hammer, and pressure being placed now over on the mid lane.
Maybe he is really feeling just the scare after he just gets coiled in Mortimer Kisses. He maybe is just feeling that could just happen every time in the game. Maybe he's just feeling like he just has to go BKB, or they're just going to focus him every single time in the fights.
Definitely a possibility. I'm just a little bit worried. Like, yes, you have the Meld Strike, you've got that negative armor and whatnot, but then are you going to end up suffering? Because you get this BKB, which, while it's good for team... Oh, off the mark there. Again, there's going to be the fortification. Because like Team Spirit, they want to jump in on this, but they've got so many buffs over here, over on Dyrachyo, and they just haven't been managing to leave... Oh, they're going in. Pantomime has himself a little surprise inside here. He's looking for the cookie hop. Spot out Yatoro and Maposhka. They have a nice deep ward.
Rebel. Nice stun from Mira, but they can't actually follow it up. And they're actually doing the double up strategy. So they have the medallion on Pantomime. They have the solar crest on Yamich. So good luck. Your meld, your corrosive haste, it's actually answered because they've itemized like this. This Lifestealer is sitting at like 30 armor when he's fully buffed up. Even if he is going to get corrosive, he's going to be strong. This is a cool approach.
That's yeah, I was about to say, it's not something you see often. It seems very cool. Dream Coil's going to get used, though, over here, and immediately they follow up with the black hole. Yatro's toast. So is Collapse. We're not even allowed to participate in that fight. They just get murdered so quickly as Mira does manage to land that Earth Spike and run out, but They have just lost 2 of their big players on the side of Team Spirit. Windstrike looking real nice right now.
Yeah, and they're the ones being the aggressors. I actually did not think it was going to be them looking for these constant moves. I thought it was going to be Spirit because of that TA and that Slardar just having that big advantage in the laning phase. But no, Ward gets placed down. They instant jump.
Yeah, they're making all the right moves, and they had just great vision. That was definitely worth a black hole there.
Yeah.
Very nicely played.
Rebel is just always on point. It does seem like whenever he's playing this puck, the team knows how to back him up perfectly. His coils every single time so far have been so successful. And on the side of Spirit, they're just getting caught with the heroes that usually are the initiators. You know, the Slardar and that Mars. This time, of course, the Slardar is the carry, but he has to go for Blink. They need some form of initiation so that they can actually start a fight. Otherwise, it's just Windstrike time and time again getting the perfect setup. They'll find one here, it looks like. Phantom.
They'll use the Crystal Maiden ultimate, but the cookie out from Phantom. Doesn't matter. Followed up with Waning Rift. Immediately, Mira is dead. This is looking like a dead Maposhka too. As Cheshire Cat goes running in at the speed of light. And Rebel will be the one who slays the maid.
And they can't even kill.
Coming out.
They can't even kill the 5-position snap when they find him alone in the jungle. This is starting to be problematic here for Spirit. Yeah, definitely not a good sign.
It's amazing how fast this narrative has changed. You know, we're saying, oh, Team Spirit, they're gonna be super aggressive. They're looking good, but just some really smart and very just creative ways of playing around the Team Spirit draft. I'm still absolutely loving the fact that, you know, they see that much negative armor. They pick up the Solar Crest and then also that medallion. Like, that's really cool, and that's really thinking with portals.
Yeah, no, I definitely love that they're, you know, just adjusting some little things. It's not your usual build-up for Enigma, but definitely working. He's going to go back for that Blink afterwards for some better team fight. He's almost got Blink, so he'll have follow-up for Rebel every time. Yeah, Spirit just getting ran at, not having a good response so far.
It feels like Collapse just can't find these openings. Like, he did get one arena off top, right? But it was immediately followed up. You saw Yamich there. He drops down that Midnight Pulse. Nobody wants to stand in that, and the rest of the team just immediately collapses on top. But, okay, it looks like Spirit's going to try to go for this Roche, but they scan it out. They know they're in there. The Blink Dagger's just getting picked up now for this Enigma. This is very scary. Doesn't have it just yet, but yeah, they've got the Atos. They're gonna hold the Templar Assassin into place, followed up with the Dream Coil and the Rupture. And the follow-up, though, they'll maybe be able to find themselves a kill. Finger comes out. They do manage to take down Rebel, but Toronto Tokyo standing off to the side. The buyback's gonna come out. They manage to take down Maposhka. Toronto Tokyo, though, he just cannot stand toe-to-toe with Pantherman. And now they're just chasing after Collapse with the Infest Bomb, and they're just moving too quickly. The Atos holding him into place. Windstrike surgically just ripping them apart. Yatoro is still up here. He's got to be careful. They don't have anything to cancel out this TP, so he is just barely going to make it out. His mirror is heading for the trees, pouring, please God, don't pay attention to me, but that is the Roche that is going to be lost for Spirit and claimed by Windstrike.
And that may have just like ruined the whole game plan from Spirit. Like, they are all about Roshan with Slardar and TA, but TA just got owned. She got ruptured, stood still, and I don't know what happened afterwards. If he was still ruptured, he BKB'd at the very end and then just dies. That was kind of weird there from Yatoro, and I take back literally everything I said about the Bloodseeker. Cheshire Cat, he's having a phenomenal time. All these ruptures on point. And look at poor Tokyo. He's just standing there.
He's just standing there, yeah. Did he fat finger it? I don't, like, you're not surviving that.
Yeah, that was definitely a bit weird. And that was, the thing is, Spirit was the ones trying to make this move because they knew that the Enigma Black Hole was on cooldown, but they can't even get that Roche.
They're trying to make something happen over here, but it's just too scary. They're all grouped together.
It's falling apart quite hard. The Collapse, he went for all those early game items, Phase Boot, Soul Ring, Magic Wand, Orb of Corrosion, but now he's just so far from Blink, he's actually not even looking to build up for it, which that's really painful. They need their offlaner to be the one to go first. Instead, it's Yatoro playing the offlane from the safe lane as with Blink Slardar.
The double damage spotted out over in the bottom rune spot. Windstrike looking to pick apart anything they can. This ward has given them so much vision. Is okay. Poshka hoping that maybe that little extra armor would help or something. I don't know, but
they're just getting ran over.
They just can't. They can't find a footing.
Yeah, they can't find any type of pickoffs either. No Blink Daggers for good initiations. It's the carry with the Blink, but he doesn't want to Blink to start these fights because he'll just die instantly.
Right.
So they really need to, honestly, I think Collapse, there's no way he can go for anything else. He needs to get a Blink or this game is just going to, it's going to end without them being able to do anything versus Windstrike, who now has all their ults up again. They're just going to hunt as soon as someone shows.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, they know exactly where Collapse is, so I'm surprised. Yep, I was about to say, Yamich is just going to break down all the trees. They're going to run on in here, just chonk away here over at Collapse. and just put down that damage. You know, Dota is one of those games, Fog. I love being wrong. Like being able to, you know, we looked at this draft earlier and we're like, yeah, you know, this is just going to play too fast. Oh, they lose the courier. Oops. But I believe the blink was delivered at this point. But, you know, we looked at this draft and we're like, yeah, it's such early aggression, you know. This is definitely how it's going to play out. But Windstrike proving me wrong for sure. And just looking so good while doing it.
Yeah, same. It's like it all kicked off of that top fight, right? Where Yatoro makes the first move and just dies instantly after showing up with Midas. They use Collapse's ult. They get nothing out of it, too. It's been a massive snowball effect and just great aggressive moves from Rebel and Cheshire Cat
They jump in immediately. They just take out Miposhka. Easy Infest just hopping a creep, running away here. Yatoro joining in as Toronto Tokyo. How do you get them off of this tower, though, guys, is the question, because Windstrike, they're not going to let up. They know they've got this advantage. They've got a puck with an Aegis. They've got an Atos. Toronto Tokyo just melding in place. Doesn't want to go forward, has the refraction up at the very least. They use the dust, they'll use the rupture.
They see him.
They go right in. They pop the BKB. He's trying to just man fight, and he just stands there, though. That's not what you want to be doing.
The Solar Medallion, it's full countering Spirit. They just have no real actual magic damage. They're all physical. It's solved. He's even got evasion too. He's got the halberd, the best item you can pick up versus TAs in most games, and versus Slardar too. It's really strong. Just they don't have any damage to be able to take out much of anything on the side of Windstrike. Yatoro
gets the bash off. Can they finish him off? Can they burst him quickly? All right, yes, they'll be able to go take down the Aegis. Atos, though, holding in place. Now Yatoro running away is going to get Dream coiled up. He's trying to get over to the high ground here. Miposhka trying to stand in position, trying to do anything that he can to help as, they use the black hole and it only grabs the Crystal Maiden as Yatoro swims away. They'll lose the Maiden. They eventually end up losing the Slardar as well.
At least they got the Aegis, but
I know, right? You got
some
silver linings, I guess. You know, they only caught the Crystal Maiden in the black hole.
Yeah.
I don't even think they need the black hole.
They didn't need the black hole. I think that's probably the biggest highlight, right? It's just like, okay, they use black hole. Maybe Spirit in the next 2-3 minutes, perhaps they can try to make something happen, as they will have the blinks. So they're going to actually be able to do something. Collapse is about to have his finished up. Same thing with Toronto Tokyo. So they will have triple blink daggers. So they still have potential to be able to try to catch heroes. They have to find them at some point when they're split up, because right now Windstrike overall with the team fight has been too strong. But no black hole, no coil, so maybe.
I mean, the problem with picking up these blink daggers is that they don't allow you to scale. They don't allow you to continue forward. As Continent, very forward here.
I just think they need anything at this point. They don't want Yatoro to be the only one blinking, because he was the only one with blink.
Yes, you don't want your safe layer. Okay, there's a nice crush over in the back line, but immediately the Rage comes out. They'll follow up with a very nice arena, as now they'll follow up. Impale, they still take down Yatoro. Pantherman does fall, or rather manages to take down Rebel. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place here. As the Hex comes out, they hold him into place. They go with the Crystal Maiden ulti. Can they take down Diracho? Yes, they will. Now they chase after Pantherman here. He is going to get stunned up. He's got to go Scepter, though. Is he going to be able to teleport out? Do they have anything to cancel it? No, they don't. There's just no mana left over on this Crystal Maiden.
The blinks pay off. Yatoro, he may get focused, as it tends to be the case in every single one of these fights at the Slardar, but Collapse. He finds the dream target. They get Rebel, they get the Bloodseeker, these two die, and then Diracho is isolated. And that was them hitting back when there's no black hole in particular. So that was a nice hit finally for Team Spirit, as they've started to find a little bit of breathing room in this game, as TA has claimed top net worth again.
They desperately needed that. They needed to take a fight where they were able to make something happen, and, you know, definitely paid off. It is scary, though. The next time that this black hole is going to be up, it's definitely something that they have to watch out for, because Yamich has been pretty on point with a lot of these. But yeah, the way that the fight opened up too, with the Slardar, you know, waiting patiently, not being the one getting jumped at, definitely turned that fight around for them.
Just finally able to get an initiation rather than every spell being casted on you and you have no response but watching. As Windstrike, they're smoked up looking for any catch here. Yatoro doesn't quite have BKB. This looks like a pretty easy kill.
This is looking very easy indeed. Yeah, another kill here for Cheshire Cat. He's making this Bloodseeker look really, really good.
Yeah, he is. I'm honestly quite surprised. 5-2 and 8 when he was just left alone bottom. Just always finding the right targets for the Rupture. Just always getting it onto that Slardar or the TA.
Another tower going down. And it just feels like Windstrike has really just taken complete control of this map. some quick math over here. You see the armor with Medallion Solar was the 30. Nice.
Very nice. I'm glad somebody did it for me.
Definitely helps. Lord knows my brain's all over the place today. My goodness. Oh my god, is Rebel gonna... Oh, Mira at last second blinks over to the side. Thought Rebel was gonna get himself a nice little pick off there for half a second.
They still have to be a little cautious on the side of Windstrike of just getting chain stun. The chain stun and just the burst, they can just remove a hero still quite quickly on the side of Team Spirit with these blinks. And the Deso is now about to be done for Tokyo too, so they will have some good damage now coming between the 3 cores. Collapse has also like somehow found almost a full BKB after just getting his blink dagger in the last fight. So they've actually gotten a ton of farm on the map after some scary moments in the beginning. They've actually shrunk that experience lead too from near 10k to below like 4,000. So Spirit starting to get in a much better position in this game.
They go and they use a scan. They know that they're hanging out over in the triangle region here.
Next big thing that they have to watch out for is Yamich's BKB when that ever does come online. It's going to come pretty quick because he does have that Philosopher's Stone. But besides that, I do think that Spirit overall, if they can get a good jump in the fights, it's going to be a little tougher for Windstrike. It's really going to be depending on who gets the initial go.
All right,
So
we
here we
have
go.
the big smoke coming out from the side of Windstrike, hoping that perhaps they will find someone wandering around out in the woods.
Interesting how they infest the Bloodseeker too. Like normally it's like, hey, we have a vessel. We have Puck who can just jump in, but no, he's just giving the Bloodseeker tankiness. Look at his armor. 43 armor when this Bloodseeker is medallioned up. That's without even the Solar Crest. So, and look at his HP, 2480. So maybe just thinking tanking him up is the right approach.
I mean, it's worked
As
for
they'll
them
run into
so
Yatoro.
far. Oh, Yatoro has not had a game at all. He just immediately gets shredded into pieces. Maposhka now running for his life. Cheshire Cat has the Atos, though. He's got the blood right over on the ground. And the Glimmer Cape comes out. Don't quite have that vision, though, so gotta be able to leave.
Yeah, maybe we're seeing why, you know, that Slardar tends to be played in the offlane. Yatoro, he is really struggling. Phase boot, Blink, Midas, almost BKB. BKB will help a lot versus most of this damage that's going to be coming up. But yeah, he just, every time, he's just getting caught.
I mean, the concept and the idea looked good on paper, right? You have a Lifestealer, you want to play really, really fast, you want to get that Roche early, so you've got the Templar Assassin, and of course you've got the Slardar, who tends to be his direct counter. But it just feels like they're really lacking now. It's too scary because, I don't know, I'm not sure here, Fox, because you've got the initiation that can come out from Collapse, but
Yeah,
they're missing an element. For sure.
They most definitely are. He is the entire team fight for the team. It's all on Collapse. He has to get like a dream arena, while on the other side, they have great ways to take team fight. On the Puck, the Black Hole, the Mortimer Kisses and everything too. They have a lot of different ways to follow up. I just feel like it's literally all Collapse. If he misses his spear with his ult, they just lose. They just lose the fight completely.
It's a lot of pressure on this Mars for sure. They're grouping up a little bit here though, perhaps hoping that they can get a smoke with Mira nearby, but they do need to
Triple
push out
BKB.
these waves.
Yeah. They're probably feeling pretty strong though. Triple BKB into this Puck who doesn't have Aghanims. If they can jump on the right targets, like it's going to be tough for win. If they can actually get the jump, as long as they're the ones who jump first, they should be able to win that fight pretty hard.
They have to be careful. The Black Hole is up, of course, so that's going to be one of the big targets there that they need to make sure will not be able to survive and get this off. Collapse getting into position. Will get spotted here. Immediately the Atos holds him into place. He's gonna go for the arena. And just barely misses off the side as Yatoro. He's looking for any sort of a target. He has the BKB. It's gonna get ruptured. So they'll have to back off a moment here. Toro hiding in the pit. They know the kisses come out. The invest bomb, they just absolutely blow them up over on the other side too. They go for the Black Hole. It does get canceled out. But Toronto Tokyo chasing after the Cookie Hop coming through, but Mira goes down as now they're just chasing after Toronto Tokyo, ripping through that refraction. They place the blood right over on the back lines. You can see that they're just going to town here. Yamich will fall. Frostbite going over here onto Cheshire Cat, but he's still hungry. The Cookie Hop forward. Duracio gets himself a triple kill. And Maposhka hiding in the pit. There is probably the only way out for this guy is death. But it looks like, no, they don't quite see the Crystal Maiden, so. The Glimmer, oh, they have a sentry though. They walks right into it. That is a dead Maposhka. And this Roche easily belongs to Windstrike.
What a disastrous start for Collapse in the fight. He just completely whiffs. The arena is completely off the mark, and Now he's the entire team fight. If that arena misses, like I was saying, there's no way that they can take the fight. Yotaro, it's actually like the worst way the fight can happen. Yotaro is the one who starts leading the charge. He gets ruptured with his whole BKB duration. Has to reset, but they see him perfectly and they just kill him. As yeah, Collapse needs to get better jumps if Spirit's going to have any hope in the game. It's starting to disappear pretty quickly.
And it's very scary with the fact that now the Enigma is going to have a BKB completed for the next time that he goes into these fights. Yeah. To say the Midnight Pulse has done a lot, but yeah, look at it, just barely missing it. Yatro, like you said, has that BKB. Can't do much with it though.
No. He has to get the jump. They have to get the instant jump. They have to catch at least one hero with that spear on the wall and just instantly blow him up. They're going to try again. They have their BKBs at the ready. They've got the ult ready for the Mars. And there is no black hole, so maybe they can try to do something here.
True. They've got to realize
Still
something's
hard.
up, though. Look at this, though. They don't have any other waves pushed out other than bottom.
Yeah.
This is a sort of a desperation play, it feels like right now.
They just want to get one good fight where they at least connect their spells, because then they can start to at least get like a little bit of space on the map, but it's just not happening this game. Wind Strike, they're just buying time now too. 50 seconds for Black Hole. They're going to start their own push. Orb of Destruction into the bags of this Lifestealer, so the push is stronger.
Okay.
Tokyo?
Tokyo just trying to do some cheeky, quick plays here, but it's so difficult. He's so tanky.
Yeah, even when he's Corrosive Haze, it doesn't matter, because now he's got Lotus Orb too to remove it. 47 armor. Like, Jesus. Love the build from Duraccio too. It's pretty standard for Lifestealer, but just Armlet for armor, Halberd for the evasion / disarm versus TA, and then more armor with the AC. And he, of course, finds a Orb of Destruction for more minus armor to be put on them. And then he's just going hard. More Satanic, just buffing himself up, just being that much tankier. Because he knows if he survives the initial go, they'll win the team fight. As Black Hole's back. And there's a BKB on the Enigma, so this next fight, it's just harder and harder for poor Team Spirit.
I mean, they know that Yaturo's not there because he's showing in the lane, so I'm surprised that they're not trying to strike a little bit harder, a little bit faster. Yamage going forward, though, uses the Black Hole on throughout the Tokyo. They just want to get rid of this TA, and they'll be able to do it. Mortimer Kisses get shot out. There is buyback on TA, but it doesn't seem like he wants to use it as this Rax is just falling very, very rapidly here to Duraccio.
Easy for the Enigma. When you have BKB, there's no cancel. Just blink and hold the target, the main one.
Yeah. The jump forward here from Rainbow manages to go and grab up both of these supports, but the immediate follow-up and Collapse, he gets off the arena, but it doesn't do anything because Duraccio just walking in and out and around in circles. They might be able to go. Yeah, they finally be able to take down. And now Duraccio just fighting here with Yatoro with that BKB. He's just going off here, trying to take down Toronto Tokyo. Eventually, the Aegis does indeed pop. Collapse has just been trying to hold everyone over on the back lines. Perhaps they've gone a little bit too far, though, because they do have the Hex, they do have the Chain Stun, they've got the Frostbite, and they'll finally be able to take down Duraccio as he's been in their base for quite a while. Nothing to cancel out the TP of Pantomen then. And Yamich is forced to just run away.
And Windstrike definitely going a bit too far. They're going under the tier 4s, getting the Bloodseeker spear to a tower, the Lifestealer under tier 4s the entire time, getting beat on by Corrosive Haze, Meld, Deso. A clear overextension by Windstrike when they don't have that Black Hole available. They don't have Kisses available. They didn't need to go for all that. They'd already gotten the Rax. They actually just give Spirit quite a bit of hope there. Does cost some buybacks, of course, the triple buybacks coming into play, but pretty decent comeback from Spirit. Still, they need to do this a couple more times to have any hope in the game, but
hey, it's
too
hope.
bad.
It's
Hope.
something. They'll take that. Because the before it was looking pretty dire for them. I wasn't even trying to make a joke out of that, but you know. And I think it was rough too because I believe we noticed as well the Slardar still had his TP on cooldown during that last fight. So perhaps they thought that maybe he wasn't going to show up. Maybe, you know, lots of different situations there. So. I
think Windstrike's just they were feeling themselves a little too much. Rebel just going in for the 2 supports with the coil, maybe not expecting those buybacks to come into play.
Yeah, I have to say, Rebel looks so good on this puck.
He always does, yeah. He's actually been super impressive for me constantly. And I actually Cheshire Cat too. I thought this game was going to be one where he just gets nothing on this Bloodseeker. He's having an excellent game. He's literally rupturing the perfect target every time. In the previous series too, when he's played like his Slardars and stuff, he's looked fantastic, so. Yeah, him and Rebel definitely looking really hot.
I guess the question is this is a situation, because you have the, I don't want to say the ultimate solution, but you do have the solution of a lion, right? To be able to try to like lock down this puck. Is it reaching a point though where Rebel is just getting this puck too often, where perhaps, you know, it's worth it to use a ban on it?
It might be. I mean, the hero is just super difficult to deal with a lot of the times. That's why they went TA too, right? Like to shut down in the laning phase, and it's not really worked. I mean, it might be just worth that ban. There are some, you know, you do need to ban like Beastmaster and stuff though. As Windstrike charging in with the super tanky Bloodseeker.
Pops. Toronto Tokyo hiding over here on the side. Well, turn their attention over to this Crystal Maiden. They do have the vision on her, but we get a big arena over on the back lines. But the Black Hole also capturing two. Toronto Tokyo and Mira getting caught in it. As now the finger comes out. They'll take down Yamich. Toronto Tokyo, though, eventually falling to Pantoman. And Pantoman has been just guiding them left and right, but they do have the BKB, so eventually they'll take down the Snapfire. Buybacks are coming out from the Snap as well. Cheshire Cat still hunting. Oh, the Atos, it clips over onto Collapse. He's not going to be allowed to teleport out. It is silent stuff. Fairly tanky, but he's got Daracho and Cheshire Cat just hunting him through the tree line. Rabel joining in as well. Silence coming out. They've got the damage. Down goes Collapse.
They tried to go for the Enigma so badly. Mira as well as Toronto Tokyo. They tried to get the jump in the back line, but he actually blinks same time, BKBs and Black Holes right onto the Toronto Tokyo TA, who ends up killing him, but the damage was done. The TAs controlled the whole fight. Cheshire Cat gets the Rupture off, and then Lifestealer is fighting on the south side versus things that he doesn't care about. He doesn't mind being inside of an arena versus a Mars or fighting versus Slardar at this point as this Lifestealer. He is a beast. Paladin Sword with Satanic too. No worries for him anymore.
At this point, he can just waltz on into the space and start breaking apart the buildings. It's just too scary for Team Spirit to try to jump in the middle of all of this. They're too far behind now. They've got too many solutions. This Cheshire Cat with the Atos and the Bloodright has done so much this game.
It has.
Dream Coil gets used. It's only on Mira. They do have the... oh, they have the vision, though. They've got the Dust. Daracho just runs right on in, and down goes Mira.
I like how they've approached some of these fights too on Windstrike. Like they're walking into this scary high ground, but they have a Bloodseeker with 50 armor, and then he gets thrown Solar Crest, Infest, Medallion, etc., and he's got like 60-something armor with 3,500 HP. So you may be walking into a high ground, but this Bloodseeker's immortal. So it's a really interesting approach that's worked out super nice for Windstrike this game. And Spirit, I think they're gonna have to go back to some more normal kind of things because this one it's kind of been solved. It feels like.
The immediate jump here. They've got the BKB. They'll follow up with the arena. Cookie hop out, though. Yamich just walks on out, and he got a little bit of help there from the Lifestealer, but will pop out, chase after, over Collapse. Mortimer Kisses do get used. Toronto Tokyo is sitting a little bit low, but they'll buy back. And they need to defend this last tower in racks, or else they're going to have mega creeps here, but not going to have that arena again. Look, he's just so powerful. He's too strong.
The minus armor debuffs and the plus armor.
Jump in here from the puck. Will manage to land the Dream Coil over onto two. They'll even use the Rupture as well. You can see Daracho, he wants to take out Toronto Tokyo, and he's going to be able to do it. The Black Hole comes out. It'll drag back over on Yatoro. He's going to fight back. Maposhka letting it go, trying to just get some of this damage up, but the Science comes out. They'll be able to take down Maposhka. The Hex as well. This nice stun up here from the Lion. They need to get this kill on Yatoro. Again, he needs to get back into his base. He's not going to be able to. The GG gets called. And Windstrike showing up here in this first game, and they just look incredible, Fogged.
Yeah, it really is like these first 15-20 minutes for me. It's a lineup for Spirit where I feel like if you don't get Roche, you kind of just like lose the game. You have to play with Aegis on TA, otherwise the hero overall does feel quite a lot weaker. And Windstrike, they won so many fights early on that allowed them to actually get in to get that Roche on in comparison versus Spirit. And Slardar carry, not looking as impressive as I was hoping it would be, even though it's gotten some changes and stuff like that. It is a good matchup versus Lifestealer. He just got ruptured the entire game. Him and the TA just fully focused by Cheshire Cat. Great approach by Windstrike, and I didn't expect it to work out with that jungle Enigma, but it did perfectly. Spirit just had no solution.
Yeah, it was very interesting, and it's always a lot of fun, especially as viewers, to be able to watch and see them do these kind of creative ways of working around drafts that seem very, straightforward. What we saw coming out from Team Spirit was that whole negative armor. We saw them adjusting, though, and then also just, tanking their heroes up. Cheshire Cat had a fantastic game on that Bloodseeker, especially when he has a Lifestealer hopped inside of him, and he's just so tanky. He can run in with his face. Flip side of things, though, Team Spirit, maybe you have to going back to that drawing board, pick something a little bit more traditional for game number 2.
Yeah, That's right, the curveball didn't quite hit the mark, and Team Spirit have now lost against Windstrike. Can Windstrike actually do this? Can they win the series against Team Spirit? We'll talk about it more after the break.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Every word, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, me and scared, we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts we move that work, but it ain't no D-R-U-G, M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human. If you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dubs on the vision, call it 2020. I got my team up, made it all from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. With y'all leaned up, took in a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud. Willing to fight and we proud, bitch, I don't wanna talk, I just walk rock. 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops, pretty snake jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock. Came too far, now we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot, yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, hunted with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
Windstrike continuing their hot streak now into Game 1 against Team Spirit. Of course, things started off maybe a little bit rocky, at least for some of their players, but they did manage to come through quite strong. I'm particularly curious about my panel's thoughts about the choice of having a jungle Enigma and the 3-position Bloodseeker that was getting bodied by Slardar.
Yeah, so I just want to start off by the fact that you had Slardar, minute 7 Midas, living the dream. But then he suddenly TPs the top lane, tries to get involved in a couple more engagements, and he's then dying to this Enigma coming back out of the jungle and playing that top area. I think that alone just kind of puts a question mark towards Team Spirit's strategy, because you're leaving a free lane, free farm, Midas, you just don't really want to be that active, to then die, and your TA then rushes BKB. Like, Spirit just feel so disconnected with kind of the timings of this kind of quirkier draft.
Well, Purge is actually going to be breaking that down a bit further for us.
Thanks, Cap. Yeah, the jungle Enigma, this is the second time I've seen it be successful. And basically what you do is you sit in the jungle and you hit creeps and you abuse this really fast medallion into Solar Crest timing to feel effective. And it doesn't always seem very overstated, but on Windstrike's advantage, they kept getting these small engagements that were close to where Enigma was already farming. And as a result, he was helpful. He moves over here, gets a Malefice off. Maybe they still get that kill without him, but helps out a little bit, makes him feel some pressure on the map. He keeps hitting creeps, and then what does he do? He ends up walking mid, and he gets a black hole off with the rupture on the TA, ends up producing a really nice kill. This is a huge amount of contribution to the game. And on the other side of the map, they do have a jungle Enigma, so Slardar basically gets a completely free lane, which means Bloodseeker's weaker, and he's got a Midas, but here's the same timing. Slardar's about to hit 7, and here's that play that happens with the black hole mid. Is it really justified getting him ahead in that itemization? Maybe not so much. TA ends up going to clear some stacks later on, but what's happened right before this on the map? Well, Enigma rotates out of the jungle to go help top. He doesn't have black hole here, but he does have an item that gives his carry 65 attack speed, which is really valuable in these early fights. So even though he doesn't actually help that much, this allows him to invade the jungle and then basically contest the TA stacks. We can actually see a little bit better in this clip here when they end up contesting him. Ulti goes down, they use Mortimer's Kisses to break through all of his shields, they kill him, they steal the Ancients. It's kind of just becoming catastrophic, and this continues happening. They rotate over, he gets in the fight, and basically I think it comes down to the Slardar itemization a little bit, and I'd like the panel point out some disconnection. Slardar ended up going for like a 1-4-4 skill build instead of a 4-1-4 skill build. He's like, oh, I'm just gonna get all this extra damage, right? Maybe he skips phase boots, gets a faster blink, gets on the map in an effective way. Because if they don't, they get behind a net worth, and then this Roche goes poorly like it does. And then because the Roche goes poorly, they lose this Aegis timing, they lose a lot of tempo, and then they're just playing from behind with weird heroes. So, cool idea, didn't work out though.
Yes, it certainly seems like conflicting ideas there that when it came to Team Spirit side of things, did not look very polished, but for Windstrike, 4-position Enigma, seemed to work out fairly well.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of contributing factors this game. I think it was a combination of Windstrike pulling out some secret strats here with the jungle Enigma. We've seen it with a bounty hunter, like jungler heroes with a bounty hunter as the offlaner. Bloodseeker's kind of similar. He just like contributes to a fight by throwing out a couple spells, and even if he gets level 6 with no items, he'll still have some impact. And also, Teague, I've already mentioned Slardar TPing top and dying there. You're a momentum-based carry. Like you're even like we saw Tiny, we saw that rotation where we did the whole analysis on him going top. I believe that was on Barame the other day, and it just screws you if you're a hero that doesn't flash farm. You rely on kill threat to accelerate your game, and then you just go feed somewhere.
Yeah, I guess as well, it's the idea that you have this Slardar TA combo, which, we were really excited to see this kind of get pull off because how quickly you go to Roshan. But when you play up against a team that itemizes so well against it, you have the Solar Crest and Medallion, but then also Lifestealer, your fears against the Slardar. If he just buys Armlet, Halberd, AC, then he's getting given Solar Crest, then he's getting given, Medallion on top of that. They're actually dealing with a very one-dimensional draft of Spirit, which is physical damage, go Roshan, win the game. Windstrike, stop the Roshan. They itemized for the anti-physical lineup, so yeah, they're going to be in a great spot to win the game. And they had outgreed with this Enigma jungle.
Yeah, I want to see Team Spirit come back with like a superior win condition. I think if they have that, the dynamic of this series will be quite different.
So you're not worried about them? Team Spirit, that is?
I'm not convinced that Windstrike is as good as they looked that game just because of the wonkiness of Team Spirit's timings and stuff.
All right, fair enough. It does mean our second draft is going to be all the more important, so we don't want to miss out on that. We got to pay the bills. We'll be right back.
heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your way right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you. Carolina skies in the night, floating by your side. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you.
Can Winstrike do it again? Can they actually 2-0 Team Spirit? That would make them 3-0, and that would make them the potential top dog to try and go up against Virtus Pro. One hell of a story if they can pull it off. Let's see if they actually can, though, because there was some ifs and buts for Game 1, right? Team Spirit's draft, a little weird. They did a curveball. They didn't look very practiced or polished on it.
I respect this Enigma ban. You know, that whole jungle thing, it changes the dynamic of the game. What is a carry supposed to do when they just have absolute free farm and there's just no, like I'm saying, you're like a Slardar. You're expecting to contest a lane and all that kind of stuff. It just changes the dynamic of the game, and they say, you know what? Maybe it wasn't the only reason you beat us, but we're not going to let you do it to us again.
Real question here for Winstrike. Are they banning out the Beastmaster? Or will they be letting it through?
I hope not. I love watching Beastmaster.
No,
Very interactive gameplay.
I do too. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yes.
Ooh, come on, Spirit.
Go Team Spirit.
Do you have it in you?
Okay. So they're going to Beastmaster.
I'm jacked
Wait,
up.
here we go. Oh, they go for the
The
Storm.
preemptive Storm
Can't
counter
pick
to
Beast?
What if they just don't pick Storm now?
You mean
Or
Beast?
Beastmaster?
Nah,
You just first
Winstrike.
pick the
Confident. Go.
I've got an idea. Let's go Nyx Anti-Mage first
No,
round.
go Beast Nyx.
No, Nyx Anti-Mage. Just and then you pick the Diffusal PL mid Anti-Mage.
All right, again, but
Burn the mana. Burn the living hell out of this guy's mana.
Oh Christ!
Any other mana draining mechanic? Oh, Lion 4. Let's go. Is Lion ban? Nope. Okay. Nyx Lion.
It's the first phase.
Nyx Lion. We'll save
Who bans
Anti-Mage for
Lion
later.
first phase, Brian?
We'll leave Anti-Mage for second round.
All right, but all jokes aside, they're now discussing. You know, lads, can we get a Beastmaster? Do you think we're going to be good against this?
Are they a Lina team? I feel like you just Lina this.
Ah, there it is. Go on. Pick the Nyx. Go on, Winstrike.
Not Tusk is better. No, not Tusk. Tusk for Team Spirit.
I don't know, I'm so excited over a Beastmaster game.
Do you are you scared of 4 position Rubik at all? I know, like, so the 2 counters we've seen to Beastmaster are Midstorm and Mid Rubik. Are you afraid at all about support Rubik?
Not really.
I'd much be more afraid of a roaming 4 like Tusk. That's what a lot of teams have done. You pick the Storm, but he needs that extra oomph to give him the damage. It's Beastmaster after all. He's not actually a sniper. You know, he plays like one, but he has 1200 health.
Okay, nice.
And Tusk. That's what I want to see. Roaming 4, Tusk clock.
Yeah.
Tusk clock.
Oh, no clock. I like the Tusk. In regards to the whole 4 position thing against Beastmaster, I feel like you don't naturally buy Ags until you've already got a couple items before, so that timing is way too late to what a Beastmaster in the mid lane does bring. But yeah, Windstrike, they're covering themselves
Lion
from the
burns
Beastmaster.
mana. We're setting it up. Nyx anti-mage. I said it.
Did you hate him that much?
That's one of the 3. Toronto, Tokyo. He's the win condition. They go for the save route instead. I can get down for this.
If you're
it's also the magic res. That's a way to deal with the axes.
Yep.
You dispel them and you magic res in the Fate's Edict.
Yeah, I think if you're Windstrike here, you are basically deciding if you're going to pick Tidehunter entering the second phase straight away, or you're going to be banning it out. Simply because the kind of the 1-2 punch of Storm Tide, it counters the Beastmaster too much. Storm can jump the Tide, there's the ban. And then Tide with Kraken can purge off the axes. Yeah, I like this ban from Windstrike for sure.
You just got to go bad in LC, second round.
So Spirit's got like the easiest bans of their life. They see a Lion, they need an offlane, it's like, oh, gotta get rid of the big boys. Centaur, Timbersaw, big 2.
What's the third big one? Bristleback?
Maybe like a Mars could also be kind of cool, but I guess Oracle kind of negates that a little bit with the whole
I don't
save.
like Mars as much because he actually wants to be played with for the entire laning phase. Timbersaw, Centaur on the other hand. They're like, okay, leave me alone. I'll get my levels, come back and impale the guy. We'll kill him. Mars, on the other hand, he wants to battle.
Yeah, so Spirit is actually... Oh, wow. Okay, fun fact for you. Spirit is the only team in the region to actually have beaten Beastmaster. So earlier we had the stat, which was Na'Vi and Gambit were the
only
team to have
lost with it, yeah.
Yep, they lost to it, and it's because Spirit beat both of them.
With Storm Spirit?
In one game, and then Void Spirit in the other.
Okay.
So in that game, in the first game, Spirit had like an Oracle Troll setup, and they had the Void Spirit in the mid lane, so they had the jump with the Void Spirit, and then the eventual I don't care about you with the Troll who can just kind of just run at you. And in the other game, they did have that Storm Spirit combo, and then they had the Tide pairing in that one, so...
Nyx anti-mage, let's go. Nyx it up.
You're being very, you know...
You really want the Nyx, despite the fact they already have Lion.
Okay, that's a Gyro 3, no worries, we're still on pace.
Oh my god. Brian, what's happened to you?
You know...
You've opened up
There's somebody in
banana
Twitch chat who's
playbook.
on the same wavelength as me, and they just say, hey, that Storm can't do anything if he has no mana.
I will say this concept of drafting that you're trying to, you know, maybe bring in as a new meta, doesn't work that well, Brian.
Hey, you don't need all the boxes ticked if one of them's ticked like 9 times.
Yeah, but that's true. And then, oh wait, hold on. I know the strat that you haven't mentioned. You also have to tip the guy and chat war a little bit.
Oh, every time you mana burn him, you tip him. You impale him, you mana drain him, tip. Mana burn, tip.
Mana burn is
with
chat.
anti-mage, hit him, tip.
No, you can't tip too much early because you won't have it for the crucial point. So it's chat wills for the mana burn, and then deaths are for the tips. You know.
I see.
Or if like he has
How about
no
when
mana,
he goes down to 0 mana? You can
that's it. Yeah, once you've completed the sure.
And he has to walk back to base.
Yep, but luckily for our sanity and our analysis, these heroes aren't going to be picked. So
I'm
we can
surprised
probably
they picked
get
Gyro
away from
though.
this.
Gyro's a bit weird into Oracle as well as Storm. You kind of die to the Orchid. You don't have a save yet. Maybe they're going to go for like the Abaddons of the world.
I think the idea of Gyro is simply, well, one, it could be the 5 still. We've seen that in the previous season. Not much has changed to change that.
I guess I've never really seen that this season, but yeah, it could be.
But also, it's the idea that if it is the carry, Beastmaster's timing is quick farm Ags, you know, minute 12 plus, and then he's making plays. Gyro's a very aggressive carry, where maybe if there's a quick BKB, due to that quick Aegis, like he's going to want to go in. He can be that frontliner carry that you can have. The same idea of like a lifestealer, right? He runs in first, enables backline damage.
Not nearly as much of a frontliner as Lifestealer. Gyro needs like 3 items to do that
Or an
job.
Aegis though, right?
Or an Aegis.
And this is what we're looking at. This is basically what the patch is dictating. What team can quickly go to Roshan first and get an Aegis?
Bag shard on the second Roche. Who added that? I mean, who had Valve? Can we get names?
He also added Beastmaster, and he also added, Solar Crest. So there's 2 or 3 things that are kind of,
sick human beings.
Yeah.
In that.
But everything else is pretty good though. Let's not knock the patch.
It's probably one guy.
Yeah, I shrug. If you're listening, I like Dota.
Yeah.
It's a cool game, and I think it's very well balanced.
Yeah, other than Beastmaster.
There's that one guy though. There's the one guy
yeah.
that just
The
had to
people
have
are
his part.
speaking are T-Governor and BSJ. In case you were curious.
Yeah, it was mainly T-Gov that instigated. I was just trying to belong here.
Why are you afraid? We're literally listing 3 things out of like a bajillion things in the game. That's pretty good.
Like I said, it was probably just one guy. Give us names, Valve, and we'll make a Reddit thread about it. And it'll do nothing.
Yeah, just get some upvotes.
It will get upvotes.
Maybe some little badges or whatever they do. I don't know what happens on Reddit.
I've never gotten a badge. I called that one.
Okay, cool.
Remember that?
You have said a lot, Brian.
I actually, right when they picked Gyro, I said maybe they'll get an Abaddon. Somebody in Twitch chat clipped it. We're good.
Yeah, I tried pioneering that analysis.
They clipped every single hero that you
said. But that was my first attempt at analysis, was just try and list every hero as quick as possible. So then I can always I did say Clinks at one point.
I only predicted 1-5 after they picked Gyro.
The Team Spirit, there's...
Why Abaddon over Omni? Out of curiosity.
You're against Storm. I think you just can't be the guy that also gets killed. They can silence you with the Orchid, but they can't kill you.
We also mentioned the whole frontline aspect, but now Abaddon completely takes that away from Gyro. He's the one going in. And I like the idea of Abaddon just for the tower pressure. If you want to have a saving
Roche
5,
too?
the Avernus, beat, slap down a tower, an objective, and off you go. But for Spirit, they're a little bit greedy right now, just in the idea that they don't have natural minus armor within their draft. So PA will most likely have to go for a Battle Fury, which then means Storm goes Orchid, PA goes Battle Fury. These are bigger item timings that don't align for quick aggression. It's PA needs Fury +1.
I'm a bit nervous for this Mars lane. I would have liked to see like a Razor. That's what we saw Tundra, I believe, do against the Gyro Abaddon lane. It did really nicely. Yeah, the quality of competition wasn't necessarily as much in that lane, but I think if you just pick an offlaner that say, hey, screw you, Gyro, and then you can kind of like pick on the Beastmaster while that guy pressures the Gyro. I don't think Mars... I guess it almost feels like they're really gonna all in this timing of like 10 minutes prior to the Beastmaster Ags, where you have this team fight from the Mars, the backup from the Oracle. Storm's not gonna have an Orchid yet, but he'll be active enough, and then they're just gonna get a +1 for that.
Do you think this could just be like another Bloodseeker game for Windstrike, where they have this Bloodseeker Lion offlane, annoy the PA, and just apply it? Ooh,
so they think it might be an offlane Beastmaster.
Okay, interesting.
And they banned Lina. Yeah, Lina would be super annoying, actually.
Okay,
Those
so
are good
first,
bans.
yeah,
Like
first
the
of all,
Ruby
Spirit, they just need their active 4 now, right? They need someone who can connect the pieces and apply some damage. I think, is Tusk still available?
Actually, Willow's really bad against Abaddon. Don't pick that.
Yeah, I think Tusk is... we mentioned Tusk at the very start of the draft. Just a hero that at least gives him some rush potential.
Tusk
tag
Mars,
team.
though, huh? I think that lane would suffer. Double melee against Gyro.
Yeah, I'm trying to think more of the game at this point, because they do lack... I guess I just love the double save of Oracle Tusk.
Gyro is a carry I would like to counter in lane as well. Just because he is feast or famine. He either shoves you out of lane and you can't lane anymore, or you can actually bully him into the jungle. Yeah. Well, they just pick Mirana into an Abaddon.
Yeah.
So that's a little weird.
Yeah.
It's nice in lane, but I think that might be a little too all in.
It's a slight mixture between what you're asking for, right? Which is you wanted range 4 because you're dealing with this lane, but you also kind of wanted something that would roam into the Beastmaster.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Feels like they're trying to do both with this pick.
Yeah, it's just the problem is that the 5-second arrow at any stage of the game can reliably get shielded. If you... I don't know where they would go with this. Clearly, they are worried that it might be a offlane Beastmaster with that Huskar ban. How crazy is like as like a Kunkka mid or something like the Kunkka offlane even, just something beefy like that. Gives you a little team fight catch.
Reduction of X, the cooldown, it does feel a little more viable playing a side lane.
They just have like 3 super mobile cores, and I think X or something of the like would be incredibly powerful Because right now it's just Lion, and I don't think that's enough.
That's also where the kind of Bloodseeker plays in. You just rock the one guy you want to kill.
Fine too. Yeah, similar.
But yeah, I'm just scared for Spirit and the soft greed. Just
Roots.
Underlord.
AoE root. Okay,
yeah.
Underlord's real nice versus PA. In lane, like super early game, PA just doesn't do enough damage to you to ever get rid of you.
So it's just the mid Beastmaster. And Spirit, they are undefeated against Beastmaster. They understand how to play against it, so you gotta give them a lot of props for that. And they do have the scaling of the PA. The question is, Windstrike, they played so well as a team. If they have that grouping of Underlord playing in front, Beastmaster throwing axes, there isn't enough room on the map for PA to farm Ancients and Storm to find kills, and a little bit of disparity in the first 25 minutes on Spirit's draft, which is what Windstrike's lineup thrives in. So yeah, I think Windstrike I prefer, for sure.
Is Spirit's lineup too greedy, Brian? Because it definitely, like, third pick Gyro, they were saying, we're going to run at you guys really fast.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned. I think the problem with their draft is that they need to separate them, but they don't really have tower pressure on the side of Team Spirit, so that means it's going to be difficult to force like TP reactions and then you get favorable engagements. I still think Team Spirit's the better team, but maybe I'm just underestimating Windstrike. I like their draft better this game. I think it's just easier to execute. The pacing, all their cores should have good lanes. I'd be surprised if Team Spirit wins.
Yeah, I just Beastmaster. It's kind of dumb. Kind of need to get nerfed. Just a lot of this. Oh, I got a close up this time. Hi, this is Beastmaster. Get it out of Dota, please. Thank you.
It's a fun and interactive hero. Much like Beastmaster throws his axes, we're now going to throw it over to Moxie and Purge.
That was an impeccable throw right there, I have to say. But yeah, maybe the wrong names here. It's fine. But, I am a little concerned when you take a look at the fact that they tried to do a counter in game number 1, Fogged, right? We saw the Slardar going up against the Lifestealer, thinking that was the solution. And now we've got the Storm thinking he's the solution to the Beastmaster. And I've seen it fail before.
I have as well. It's their comfort, at least, and it's not something super out of left field, like a TA mid, which we don't see too often. It's not a Slardar carry. It's much more traditional, and it's pure comfort for me from Team Spirit, right? They love Tokyo on the Storm. Collapse plays his Mars that he plays so much. Mira, his most played hero, I think, is the Mirana as well. And Mapushka loves playing these saves. But it is playing into some pretty good stuff from Windstrike. They have these ways to dispel and protect from axes on that Oracle. But Windstrike, they have good ways to be able to protect their heroes as well. This Abaddon pick for me is pretty huge versus that Mirana combo with the Mars. If he's always just in position, as long as he's inside the Mars ulti, he'll be able to pop his ult, shield off that initiation off of the Gyrocopter or the Beastmaster, and probably just turn the fight. So we'll see if this greedy draft from Spirit does work as Windstrike. They've drafted themselves just a nice stable one that can fight at all moments.
It does seem pretty peculiar, the fact that they picked the Mirana into the Abaddon, but
Yeah.
perhaps it's one of those situations where they're valuing, the fact that it puts some pressure early on the map. Obviously, Pentolman can't be everywhere in the beginning until, those bigger teammates start breaking out. But also the fact that you do have that Moonlight Shadow, right? So a little bit...
Exactly. That's the biggest one I was actually going to touch on, is the invasion plays that you can do with Mirana. Like, you don't have to always just rely on a smoke to be able to get into those Ancients and shut down Beastmaster, because that's going to be the goal, of course. The Moonlight Shadow, I think, is going to be a pretty cool tool for them to put the pressure on and try to invade at the very least. But we'll see. I think this last pick, Underlord, was really good from the side of Windstrike, because it actually solves a lot of the problems of just control. Versus Storm and PA, the pit is quite problematic. And then I see this, this timing, where it's like usually this 12 to 15, 12 to 16, where Roche is going to happen if Beastmaster get Ags. Underlord and Gyro around a Roche with a Beastmaster. Can Spirit fight that? I think it's going to get to that point, and we'll see if it does, if they're actually able to contest it at all.
I think the other thing that worries me a little bit when you take a look at Windstrike's draft, you talked about the fact you've got that route, right? You've got this big AoE that, Storm can't zip through. Neither can, PA. She can't really move throughout it. And all Beastmaster wants to do is just sit back and toss out those axes. And they found a very eloquent way to sort of deal with this first pick Storm to make it so it's not going to be that easy for him.
Absolutely, yeah. These huge bruisers in the front, and just even the extra heals that comes from the Abaddon. Yeah, in theory, it should be able to protect Rebel, but Spirit overall, I actually have to agree with Brian. Maybe I am not feeling it as much from Windstrike. I do think Spirit overall has shown themselves this season to be a bit of the stronger team, but we'll see how it all progresses. Right now, lanes, looking quite good for Spirit.
Bottom lane, Yamich is taking a decent amount of harass here. Don't believe they have that level 2 online for the Oracle just yet, or else that definitely would be a kill, was being able to nuke down with the Purifying Flames. But yeah, we're seeing some skirmishing going back and forth. The other thing you have to remember too in that top lane is the fact that, I think they canceled out the salve, very nice there. But the fact that you have the classic combination of the Mirana and the Mars, right? It has a lot of setup potential. If you know that they don't have that aphotic shield up and running, you can potentially make some sort of, harassment plays or even possibly get a kill.
Yeah, I think for the most part, it's like going on Pantomime. If he's out of position, they can get the kills. Besides that, I think killing the gyro, that would just be a big mistake from Windstrike, really, if they do let the gyro get caught out too far forward, as it should just be the ABBA. Nice courier kill from Mira.
That little bit of a start there in the lane. Yatoro sitting very low here in bottom. Does have a salve, though, given to him by Mapushka, and he does have a couple wand charges.
Yeah, besides just the, the pit being so effective in the later stages versus Storm and PA, Underlord versus PA in laning phase is also just an excellent matchup. Your base damage is just massive. You can never actually turn onto Underlord and kill him because he's just so tanky. Even though like PA Oracle is a great kill lane, Underlord doesn't care. He has 6 armor.
Cheshire Cat's really been looking very nice in the last couple games that we've been watching him.
Yeah. He's improved a lot over the years. He's always been there. We always talk about it. We always make jokes about like the Cheshire Cat teams. They always seem to have it. But top, the arrow will connect, but Panto, he is there.
Yep, he's already just ready to just remove it. And now Mira has to be careful. Does have a couple of these leaps if necessary,
Mira?
although he's very low and just got too greedy there, deciding not to take the leap early.
I think he just really underestimated the silence coming in. I think he wanted to finish off the missile, but gets turned and also bottom.
Yeah, they find the kill over on Yatoro. He was going a little greedy, chasing after Yamich, and he just wasn't able to do it.
They're just playing around stick charges down here is what I'm seeing from Windstrike.
Oh.
They have so many, as now Mapushka's also dead. Yep.
My goodness, the lanes are going beautifully for Windstrike.
They just both rushed the wand, right? You're versus PA Oracle. These two heroes are probably the heroes that spam the most in the laning phase out of anybody. They had like, when I last checked on the line, he had like 10 wand charges. So what I think happened was PA went on him, they just turned with stick. You have to be a little more careful on Spirit to do those type of plays. And check those stick charges. Cheshire Cat, the tower.
Yeah, they're trying to punish this here, but they have to be careful. Again, very difficult to make moves on Cheshire Cat as this Underlord, as he's very, very tanky.
Yeah, line one of the better actual just right clickers now that we've seen as a 4 position, just sitting behind, constantly harassing PA. Off to a very good start down here.
Things are lining up very nicely for the side of Windstrike. We'll see if they can continue up with this momentum here.
Yeah, mid, it's been kind of even. Tokyo's getting quite a bit more denies, actually. Very impressive by him. Very comfortable on Storm Spirit, as we know.
Oh, yes. Very much so.
How's our stacks looking? So Beastman, yeah, his board is already chilling, waiting. He's got a triple stack already at the ready. He's going to have a quad stack. So that's going to be some nice enabling for this beast. Self-enabling.
Hey, you want to be a good mid, you got to take care of things yourself sometimes. I mean, showing up, getting your own wards sometimes, stacking your own camps.
That's why this Beastmaster is just so ridiculous now. And not only do you have a free ward with Hawk to cover if you are getting ganked, but you're also stacking the Ancients for yourself. And it just kind of feels like it's jack of all trades.
Definitely agree with that. I mean, I remember a time when Kips was casting Kips, and she's like, there's literally a flow chart. When is Beastmaster a good time to pick? And even back, this is way before, he got all these buffs. It was always a very solid addition to your draft, whether you need to push a lane, you need an initiator, you needed someone to carry auras. Like, you have all these options, and he's just gotten even better now.
Yeah, BKB piercing disable. Again, it boost for your carry. It gives you tower pressure, which we're dating maybe going back a little far, but back in the day, there was so little heroes that could actually tower pressure in the same or just enable your whole team to be a tower pressure lineup like Beastmaster. He's like one of the few where it's just like they have no push, and then they pick the team picks Beastmaster. It's like, okay, they have push. It just instantly kind of changes the narrative very quickly.
Yeah, why is there a big aphotic shield over here all by itself? That seems odd. A little bit of a bug there.
I don't have that on my screen.
You don't?
My screen looks totally different.
Huh.
Yeah. I actually have a float. We have the floating one together, though. I have floating one near Mira.
Excellent. Good. I'm glad that I can share this this feature with you.
The shield for me, it shows on top of Panto, man. As
Okay,
it looks like he's about to get like speared.
You just assume that it's located there anyways, but
Yeah.
so yeah, I do have a disconnect. It looks like, so I'm just gonna wait for that player to reconnect in. But definitely, you know, interested to see how the tempo works out in this game.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see if they can actually ever contest the Ancients. That's one big thing. As soon as Beast hits level 7, like he's gonna walk over there and start farming them very early on. So I'm wondering if they can look for those invasive plays. As Tokyo, he's, like we said, fully enabled. He's got an excellent start, 500 gold over the opposite mid. He's already got his bottle, he's got his 6. So he'll be strong, but he did go for farming build. That's the one thing. We've seen like all of these Storm Spears now do this because you kind of have to for the lane, so you can actually win it. You go 3 points in Remnant rather than going like the 1-1-4 or the 2-1-2 that we used to see. So we'll make his damage at least to chase out a little bit different how he has to connect with it. But we will see if they can actually go for those invasions. As Rebel, he's starting to farm.
Just a lot of trading in this top lane, a lot of just trying to put some pressure over onto Pantherman, but Duracho's having a pretty nice time up here. He's able to get decent amount of CS, sitting currently second. Oh, we have a big rotation coming out though in the mid lanes. They get the roar off, and they should be able to chain stun up Toronto Tokyo.
An easy one, really. Just Yamich just TPs in and just actually claims the kill. I think they would prefer if Rebel got it, but yeah, the beauty of Lion versus Storm always if you do have a leading stun. Always able to follow up. And again, other thing about Duracho is he did the same thing he did last time on the gyro. He goes for Urn. I really like it. Like, it's actually quite interesting. Last time he didn't get an Urn charge, I think, to like the 30-something minute mark or something, but the stats are valuable.
Yeah.
As top.
Well, there's no Abaddon here, so we do get another pause. But this time around, you know, you can see that they recognized, okay, they don't have the Abaddon, they won't be able to go and, you know, just use the Aphotic Shield and lift off the stun. So this is the time to go.
No Starstorm. I don't think they have the damage to bring him down unless they bring one more. And they are. They're actually bringing Tokyo up here.
Yeah, look at this. The zip up, zip around the corner. Toronto Tokyo, he's mad that he got taken down by that roar, so he's going to just take down Duracho. And the spear to the tower should allow Toronto Tokyo. Oh, no, you got to get in there. You got to get the final hit off there, Toronto Tokyo. You can't just play with your food like that. So Collapse will end up getting the final hit.
I like that move a lot. They weren't going to get the kill on the gyro if he doesn't go up there, and instead they end up getting a double kill because of his rotation. Very nice from Tokyo, always being super active even if he does die. And now they actually also will have the Arena of Blood if they do want to go for a secondary one if the gyro doesn't have the Abaddon behind him. And the TP, okay, TP for Abaddon is going to be back up since he did use that one mid to try to help the Beastmaster. He didn't have it to return top quickly.
Collapse has just been so off on these arenas today. It's very unlike him. And the tip on top of it. My goodness.
Yeah, that's very rare to see him missing. I think it was an overzealous go anyway. The Abaddon was going to come back up, so I think it would have actually just maybe gotten them killed if they did chase forward for it. So maybe actually fortunate that he misses this one this time.
Possible. Definitely saw a couple really tough arenas. Those were a little bit closer, though, that time around, but
yeah,
it seems a little off on his signature hero. But Rebel over here, more than happy to just continue to farm up these stacks. It's gonna have a pretty fast Ags, I have a feeling.
Yeah, it does buy the Ogre Axe first instead of the Point Booster, so his mana is a bit more limited than usual. And will he get a Ruin as well, as we will have that one spawning. It's an Arcane bottom. Toronto Tokyo, he TPs. Should be able to claim it as well.
Oh yeah, he wants that.
There we go, nice.
Right, so we've got an Arcane Rune on Toronto Tokyo. I have a feeling that we'll probably see him get a little aggressive again if the opportunity presents itself. Especially because of the way that Lion's just kind of hanging out in that mid lane. Could try to make some sort of a play, but they will group up over in the triangle. And leave the lane open here for Maposhka to take some of that experience and a little bit of farm.
Yeah, support's now battling the mid lane as the mid laner's just jungle. Like just getting those level 6s online at a good time. Yamich is very close to his 2 on the line. That should be pretty clutch. They're actually both going to probably hit 6 at the same time, the Oracle and the Lion. So could see some big plays coming out from Miposhka to get a nice save.
Definitely saw them earlier today as well.
Tokyo, yeah, with this Arcane Rune, he's kind of lingering around bottom. Mira,
Oh, there's going to be the root hold into place. Leap forward though
Nice
from
leap.
Mira. Not going to be able to stun up this Mirana.
I love how players tip like that sometimes. It's like, it's a good leap, but like the Lion did all he could. He couldn't get in range of the stun. So it's just like mean. It's just bullying.
It's the mental warfare of it. I mean, all of us have played pubs. We all know what it's like to tilt. If you know, it's worked. We've seen it in the
Yeah,
past. Some of the top tier teams will throw out a lot of tips or a lot of voice lines, whatever. Sprays even. I can't argue with the results.
No, you cannot. It's always fun. It's always a good jest anyway.
I don't know about good jest though.
But that's true. At least for us it is.
It is. It's fun as viewers to see it and just imagine like, oh, did you see that? But everything is calming down just a little bit now. We've got the 6 online for the Oracle and the 6 online for Lion. Regen rune's gonna get snapped up here by Rabel.
Tokyo with the Arcane Rune. He wants to
Zip
punish Cheshire Cat for
4.
stepping too far up.
Yeah, and he's got Yatoro with him, so it's a nice quick kill over on Cheshire Cat here in the bottom lane.
Nice. So it looks like they're just going to be playing their own game and just not really thinking about the Beastmaster, not thinking about the invasion at the very least, because I see they're already starting the prep of the Ancient stacks for the PA Battle Fury that'll get online eventually. Yatoro's making these moves not toward the Ancients. He's actually just helping out his side lanes. So that says to me, they have their own way to deal with it. They're not going to just be going straight for Beastmaster, but just enabling their other side cores rather than actually caring about the enemy lineup.
Well, again, this is one of the few teams that has found success in being able to shut down Beastmaster using the Storm. So perhaps that's why they're feeling a bit more confident and why they're not focused quite as hard on the invasion.
Yeah, I know like one of the games I believe they had like the Tidehunter and the Oracle, the double dispels, but they have the Oracle mid.
Have to be careful here. Arrow comes through, does not connect. They get the Pit of Malice off. Not to Tokyo. We'll just zip away and they'll force out the teleports.
Makes our Yatoro quite happy. PA knows that there's going to be no pressure onto him for quite some time until at least that Beastmaster Ags comes out, and he's got the third component in a second. So it will come out pretty early on, and it's going to have to... I think it really is going to get to that point of, like, Spirit fighting around Roche. Can they fight around that Roche when the Ags comes out, when there's a gyro blanketing it and a firestorm and all that? It's going to be an interesting one.
Is this our new Beastmaster cam? I just realized that it's got, yeah, if you look at the top of the cam, it's got the frogs and the axes here. Man, you know we've hit a certain point when now they get their own special cam as we watch them doing stacks.
They need it. It really is just, it's all about that at this point. And he's got a regen rune too, so he's going to be able to finish up that Ags quite soon here after he does these 2 stacks.
So then what is the play here for Windstrike, right? They're hitting a huge power peak, the fact that the Beastmaster is going to be having that Ags online. Do they start looking to put pressure down, or how did they play this now?
I think you could look for like a roar kill, and if you get it, you go straight to Roshan. I think that's really the biggest thing is you fight around Roche with your gyrocopter call down. PA does not want to fight, so you're going to be effectively like fighting a 5v4. Like PA, if she shows up, she's just going to die to all the various AoE and stuff like that. And it doesn't look like it'll be easy for Spirit to approach that one if Windstrike does choose to play around like that. Because that's why I felt like they picked the gyro and the Underlord. It's just to have these humongous big ults and control around that Roche pit when they inevitably do go for it with the Beastmaster axes.
A nice moment of calm here as we zoom in on the butterflies, the ambient creatures. We don't get to pay attention to those. You know, I know there's a turtle over by one of the spots that Sir Action Slacks always yells at everyone, "Let's get first blood" at. I think he's still there. Did they remove the turtle?
I think he's still there. They made them freeze now too at the pause. They used to move.
Oh yeah, I didn't notice that.
The insects even freeze now too in the river. They used to be still like moving around and stuff like that, but no longer. All right, let's go.
Get back into this game.
Cheshire Cat's job is just defend mid tower so that the Beastmaster can finish off. You even see the wards that they've placed out on Windstrike like 5 minutes ago or so just to cover those 2 side angles as the Rift comes top.
Yeah, it's going up. They're going to try to get this kill on Collapse. There's a lot of people here. All 4, they've got the Pit of Malice just holding them in place, and the burst damage coming out from Dracho is more than enough. But perhaps they can put some pressure on this mid lane in the meanwhile here. So you can see
Yamish instantly TPs. He still has Finger too. He saved it. He didn't waste it up top. He knows he wants to go for the bigger kill, especially on that Storm Spirit if he can.
Oh yeah, because you know that Toronto Tokyo, he's been... Okay,
Miposhka.
they use the Roar over onto Miposhka. And I think, yeah, that arrow unfortunately just goes straight between the 2 of them. But on the very bright side here, looks like Toronto Tokyo is going to be able to grab up an Arcane Rune.
I can't believe Miposhka goes up that hill. Like, you know that this is going to be either warded or hawked at this point in the game from Windstrike. He does it without a smoke. Like, that's just you're just giving away your life, really.
Cheshire Cat just neatly sidestepping around the arrow. And it feels like Windstrike is very sassy right now with the amount of voice lines and tips that they've been dishing out.
With this type of game, like Beastmaster just sat there and got his Ancients done. Like he's got Ags. Gyrocopter wasn't pressured in his side of the jungle either. You have to be feeling pretty good if you are Windstrike. Even though, you know, Spirit, they're playing their own game and they're still good in the net worth and good in everything with the moves they've been making. Windstrike's draft has hit a timing that they wanted without being pressured on the two main heroes.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with the way that Windstrike's been playing because honestly, you and I have cast so many of the Team Spirit games and they look so flawless in those earlier matches that we've seen. But Windstrike's definitely throwing a monkey wrench, or well, an axe perhaps, into their whole plans because it's just seeming much more difficult. Like they have their number for sure. So we'll get some wards placed up.
I totally agree. It actually looks like Spirit's playing a much more passive style today than we have from like any of the other games. Sure, the Abaddon this time I think really kind of cripples it all, but they picked the Mirana into the Abaddon, so they have to know what was going to be coming out in these later stages.
Like how Miposhka just doesn't want them to get the D ward on his own ward there, so he goes for the deny. I do have a TP coming out over in the mid lane. The Axe is completed, of course, for Rabel, so might be looking to get a little aggressive as they start pushing the middle lane.
Time to hunt. They're still just farming on Duracho, but we'll see what they look to make. I think like now it's really up to them to make those moves, like force a reaction from Team Spirit. They'll be able to steal a regen rune. That's going to be pretty nice, denying that away from Tokyo. But he still has his Arcane.
Oh, the arrow does connect over into Duracho. I don't think you go anywhere near that, though, right now, if you're Team Spirit. It's a little too scary, considering everything that they'll be throwing at you, lockdown and damage-wise.
Oh, he uses his Urn on himself. He actually got salved by a teammate, too. So that does waste his only Urn charge, but...
I'm sure he's not too concerned about that.
No, definitely not.
Collapses, of course, being that frontliner, trying. Arrow gets tossed out again. Won't connect. They'll get the root off in place, though. Collapse. Just going to back off. There's no need to go for the dive on this tower just yet. Yatoro also showing up. The zip forward here from Toronto Tokyo. Immediately, though, they'll go use the Moonlight Shadow. And they're already in position here with a nice sentry ward off to the side. They'll be able to keep tabs on various points.
We're definitely seeing the Oracle, the power versus the Beastmaster, though. The Fate's Edict, just the removal of the axes, too, with the Fortune's End, are able to keep these heroes nice and tanky. So Collapse can act as that frontliner, and he also built a hood on Collapse, so just knowing how much damage Gyro, Underlord, as well as that Beastmaster, just the magic that they will be providing in the fights. Windstrike's got to get something out of all this, though. Like, the PA is still getting quite fat. Like, she's not getting pressured at all. She's getting all this farm, so they have to really push the issue forward to get this tower. The scan will come out. Spirit will know exactly where they are.
Well, they are trying to make something happen. They do manage to place down some deep wards as well. Zitaracho is going to be cutting around. You have that little path here. So Mira does have to be a little careful because he's going to run directly into the rest of the team. So yes, they'll find themselves a kill on the Mirana. And that should allow them to go and put pressure over on this mid tower now that they don't have to worry about arrows flying at their heads.
Good angle. Just wrapping through, even though it gets scanned, they get some good, deep, aggressive wards down. And now that Roche, it's on the menu.
I don't know what they can really hope to. Perhaps Storm tries to make a cheeky play, tries to, you know, zip on through, but it's very, very scary when you consider the amount of roots and stuns and all just coming out here from the side of Windstrike. Looks like they're going to put pressure on the top tier 2 instead.
Yeah, they're just going to have to ignore it. Looks like Tokyo's just going to zip the long way down to grab that Arcane Rune bottom, and they're just going to play their own game. It's just going to be, I guess that really is going to be the approach from Spirit in this entirety of it, is just playing their own way and just avoiding the Beastmaster until PA is ready. We've seen the PA work quite good, right, for V-Tune. I think Na'Vi has shown that sometimes it won't matter what's happening in the whole game. Your PA might just be able to carry anyway.
I was going to ask if you were happy with the fact that Yatoro showed up in that mid lane during all that, because I feel like, I don't think he was ready to fight there, right?
No, I don't think so. I was actually surprised he did too. Maybe he just thought that they would overextend. He might be able to get some cleanup kills, but he needs to just get all the farm as possible. But he still is doing that. You know, 9,400 net worth, still looking good for him.
We do have the Orchid completed now for the Storm Spirit, so the potential for pickoff is looking a little nicer. It's pretty hard, though, to burst down a lot of these guys over on the side of Windstrike. I mean, the big one, obviously, is, you know, perhaps you could get the jump over onto, you know, the Lion. He is pretty squishy. You need +1, though, for pretty much anyone else.
Agreed. There's always this Abaddon just sitting behind people. Right now, look at the Abaddon. He's protecting Yamich because he wants Yamich to finish Blink Dagger, and then Phantom is going to go play around his Gyro and his Underlord.
All right, well,
but the Underlord maybe gets jumped too early.
Yeah, they're looking for the opening, and they do have the arrow, the lockdown, and everything. So they'll be able to go burst down here over onto Cheshire Cat. They need a little bit more damage, and I'm not sure. Do they have... Yes, there it is. Leap forward, giving vision, the zip, and they'll be able to remove Cheshire Cat from this bottom lane. You have to be careful. There's a lot of people about to collapse down here on Toronto, Tokyo. They want pressure, so he is going to teleport out. Easy peasy. Everybody just leaves. They don't want to have to deal with Windstrike.
That was close, too. If like Tokyo doesn't have an arcane rune, I don't think he has the mana to be able to go for the kill because Underlord actually had his hood and his pipe locked. So he got the hood active and then he unlocked the pipe and did the pipe as well. Actually ends up almost surviving when his team arrives, but not quite.
Definitely was close. There is a double damage rune, though, available top here for Yatoro. That is the dream for every Phantom Assassin.
He has the Deso, too.
Being spotted over in the mid lane. There are plenty of other friends standing behind him. They'll go for the smoke anyways.
Yatoro is a glass cannon right now.
For sure. He has Miposhka, though, right? He's got someone who's going to be able to try to throw out saves should he reach that point, but we'll see. Collapse is going to have to land a nice arena, and we'll have to see a nice initiation also coming out from Storm with that Orchid. But we have the smoke-on-smoke action as well over on the side of Windstrike. They'll go hunting into the triangle.
They're also playing into Aegis still, so it still seems quite tough. Like this Gyrocopter, he's 2-1-1, but he is also quite a beast in the fights. Has the Grove Bow, has his Aghanims finished up now too, so his damage is going to be pretty crazy if he's ignored inside of the fights. It's a lot of target priority problems for Spirit. Like they have to kill Beastmaster, but they also don't want this Gyro to just go out of control. But they also have to watch out for the Abaddon shields. It's going to be a tough fight.
Who's the primary target #1? Is it still going to be Rebel?
I think so, yeah.
Pushka having to be a little careful. He's very forward. They would love to just get rid of him very easily. Moonlight Shadow, the Hex. They have the Dust. Immediately trying to save Yatoro. Miposhka running away. And they have a decent amount of damage as they're trying to just continue to push back. But the Roar comes out. They have the arena. It'll buy them just a little bit of time here as they'll spear over Cheshire Cat into the wall. And it looks like they're going to survive this.
That Oracle, they got to get on top of Miposhka if they're going to go for that type of kill. He just instantly ults, no hesitation, and then blocks out all the magical. 4 points in that Fate's Edict to protect.
Pressure on here in the mid lane. See Toronto Tokyo is just continuing to push out waves, trying to continue to farm up a little bit. Not quite
they need
ready
the
to fight into
BKBs.
this.
Yeah. They need to just buy some time for the PA and the Storm to be able to confidently be able to zip into the back lines because the Pit and just the Lion control, it's a bit too scary for them still.
Again, they still have that Aegis online too, so it's just very scary to try to go anywhere near this.
And they don't have the same forms of initiative.
Nice save here coming out from Miposhka, almost immediately trying to negate all of that magic damage like we talked about. The root comes out, but it's followed up with another root here from Cheshire Cat.
Can't find a kill though. And we're seeing Collapse's build at least tank him up nicely with that pipe and that medallion, but initiation is really lacking for Team Spirit. They have no real Blink Daggers, no way to start the fight unless the Storm just beelines in, and that's scary when he doesn't have BKB.
No, he's definitely not ready for that. Yatoro, though, doing the best he can, trying to find any sort of breathing room here to hit creeps, try to pull the creep waves away.
They're doing a good job of finding farm when they are, you know, like behind, quote unquote, in the overall game. They're finding quite a lot on the Storm and the PA playing the side lanes because most of Windstrike, they have to play together because the way that draft works. So Gyro's Aegis will get reclaimed, but some nice structural damage coming out from Windstrike after they get that tier 2.
I also like this one very deep ward that the Radiant has placed in the Dire jungle. I think that's nice because you keep seeing them trying to wander in and obviously dodge until they get those BKBs, but it gives them a lot of information, right? It gives them a little bit of information about the lane. It gives them a little bit of information also, you know, if anybody teleports in towards that outpost there.
Yeah, it lets the split push constantly happen for Storm and PA, and they just desperately need it until those BKBs are online. And it's close. Tokyo is about to have his finished. Yatoro still a bit of a ways away. I
think the big thing here is Toronto Tokyo, right? That's obviously you want your PA to have the BKB, but the fact that you are lacking in initiation, I think being able to have the BKB on the Storm and allow him to kind of zip on through and create a little bit of chaos in these fights is very, very value, especially right now.
Agreed. Yeah, especially because like if he does have it, he can do some fun plays where he can BKB and he jumps into the back and focuses line and then orchids the Abaddon. So they have two different forms of control for the back line and not have to worry about any CC besides a Beastmaster Roar, but he should be covered anyway with that BKB to protect from most of the damage. So yeah, they really need that because they can't take a fight until they do have ways to kill that pesky or just disrupt that pesky back line of Windstrike.
Definitely feels like the team with the most chaos in the most recent patch tends to be the ones that are really shining in their matches currently.
Yeah.
So if you're able to split the fights, try to focus up on one person in particular, but then shift the focus, it's just so good.
Now they've got a Solar Crest, 2 on the Mars, so still, I mean, initiation is going to be lacking. It's going to be pretty much dependent onto Toronto, Tokyo.
I mean, Collapse does have the Blink Dagger queued up. He's working towards it, but yeah, it is a bit difficult this time. And there is the BKB now completed as well for Rebel.
These fights feel like they're going to be really hard for Spirit, even if they are getting away with all this farm. It feels like it's going to have to be like a perfect situation for them inside that fight. I feel like for Windstrike, it's a lot just easier to execute if they just click Gyro BKB. They have the shield to protect him too, and Yamich just focuses onto the Storm, just sits in the back lines. Overall, it does feel like it's going to be a much easier approach for Windstrike, and they have overall map control. So the next Roche probably going to be the biggest one that we look at. They should be able to claim that one pretty easily too.
Arrow tossed in. Smoke, though, over here on Windstrike. They know exactly where they are. Sit up on the high ground. Yamich finding the opening is only going to get caught here by that arena. The call down plus the Moonlight Shadow. They'll be able to blow up Yamich. They'll jump over. It's a nice hold, but Toronto Tokyo again. He's got the BKB. He's got to be careful, though. They're doing a decent amount of damage. Ziatro jumping into the lines, has his own BKB, is trying to just put out enough damage to try to take down Rebel, but it's not quite enough. They cancel it out, though. They turn back around. They want to take this fight. They realize that they're very strong right now. So they go throw down the Pit of Malice over onto Collapse. You can do Toronto Tokyo onto the back lines. He's trying to finish off Duracho, and he just cannot seem to do it. Pantherman has taken a lot of damage already. Toronto Tokyo does eventually get chased down, and somehow this Abaddon's still alive, eventually taken down by Baposh. But Rebel falls in Cheshire Cat. They go right back in again. Duracho, oh, he falls, as now Yamich Dataro is just on fire with a triple kill.
Oh my god, and that's a dieback for Yamich too. Yatoro fully cleans up. They chase a little too far for the Storm. Yatoro just jumps from target to target with Imp Claw with Deso. He just killed, I mean, he literally just did all the damage in the fight for his team.
That was wild there. Yeah, you can see, and they fought into like a bottleneck for a second. We got really nervous for Toronto Tokyo, but see Yatoro just jumping on the back lines, and it just doesn't seem like he has quite enough damage, right? He's chasing after Rebel this entire time. Cheshire Cat, they end up canceling out that teleport out. And just look at the way Yatoro keeps dodging in, out, back and forth. He has this capability as Toronto Tokyo drawing Duracho away. And then Yatoro jumps back in here, just waiting patiently.
Beautiful resets, like beautiful constant resets from Yatoro, really.
And you know, I talked about it, Fogg. I talked about having that chaos. That was one hell of a chaotic fight. I didn't even see Yatoro on my screen half the time because they were just so split. They're trying to follow, Toronto Tokyo. They're trying to follow Duracho, and then just the ins and outs, back and forth, those skirmishes. Absolutely beautiful coming out from Team Spirit. It's what we need to see from them.
Yeah, and I mean, I was mentioning how like, V-Tune with the PA was able to just make some magic happen. A couple crits from Yatoro in this fight definitely make the magic happen. They canceled the Rift because they were so healthy too, right?
Yeah.
That 1200 crit cleave comes into play as soon as they cancel, and it's like, oh man. And then the spear pushes Gyro onto low ground, so he chases Storm, and he split from his team. A huge hit, really, from Team Spirit.
And I mean, this Gyro is the one who's putting out the physical damage at this time. Everything else is magical, so if the BKBs are up, it's just not as much of a war, though. Thinking about going back in here. Collapse. Edging forward. They can see Duracho. He's got the arena. Isn't going to go and pop it immediately. Throw out a dagger. Stun off. Moonlight Shadow comes out the zip forward, though, coming out from Toronto Tokyo as they go and they trap 3 of them inside the arena, and they're just going to town over here on Duracho. They just absolutely slay him now. Rebel with the roar, though, will be able to stun up the PA. It's decided. Cheshire Cat says, we got to get out of here. We got to get out of here fast, guys. Everybody in the Uber right now. We're leaving. And oh my God, they managed to tell Cheshire Cat. They take down Collapse. Patham and Rebel also falling. It's a team wipe going for the side of Team Spirit.
They've caught their footing. They hit their timings.
Oh my God.
BKB's ready. They kill the gyro instantly, and now they're gonna get a rush. The game is over for Winstrike. This PA just way too big, and they get the perfect jump. They kill the gyro before he can do anything, and my God, look at the damage. 8,400 from PA.
I mean, the roar buys them like this tiny little bit of time, but look at this. Cheshire Cat, he's trying to get everybody in, but there's just too much damage coming out here.
Oh.
Toronto, Tokyo, zipping.
That was so sick from Miposhka, actually. It's not a save that he used his ult for. I actually didn't see it in the middle of the fight. He used his ult to just purge off the hex of the PA so that she can burst down the Underlord so that they can kill him before he Ubers everyone out. That was actually a heads-up play from Miposhka. That was actually sick.
That's so cool. These little tiny things. Oh my God. All right. Yeah, Yatoro just jumps on Pantomime. Has the fan of knives like we saw in the other matches where it was picked up by V-Tune.
Yep, just gets it from that second rush. I mean, now they just have like full control. It's 14k gold lead. It's these double BKB timings were hit, and they hit really hard in that last fight, which could have gone either way. That first fight that happened, it was so close to going for Winstrike's favor, but now game fully in control by Spirit.
God, the baiting out of Collapse was just so good too. You know, he keeps edging forward and they're like, oh, that's weird. You know, maybe he's by himself, or they aren't quite sure what's going on Winstrike until they wait for Toronto Tokyo to just zip right into the back lines. The arena comes up, captures 3.
And it's a different approach, right? It's no Blink Mars. His build is definitely working, just having that Oracle sitting behind him, constantly putting Fate's Edict to protect first access. That's a really interesting approach from Spirit. It's absolutely won and worked for them this game. As I'm looking at Winstrike, like the posture around the map too. I'm sure they're feeling the same. They're like, oh my God, like what the hell do we do now? Like gyro versus PA? There's nothing you can do as...
There is absolutely nothing you can do here. My God, that arrow just giving the vision, and Yatoro was ready to go. Jumping in with the fan and knives, with big old crits. And now they're just walking high ground. They've got an Aegis, they've got a very strong Phantom Assassin, and they've got a very mobile Storm Spirit. Oh, this arrow gives them a little bit of vision over here on Rebel. Fortification is going to come out. It's going to try to clear up the creep wave, but they're empowering up Yatoro the best that they can here. Tosses out the dagger. He's got the Lotus Orb on him too. Lots of dispels coming out here. Arrow tossed out will just take down the boar.
Another dispel.
They have so many now. Oh, looks like
and they're just so safe. They just back out. And they can't go for these backline heroes now that they've gotten these like 2 successful fights. Everyone's huge on Spirit. Blink, Aether Lens on Miposhka. Like you said, the Lotus Orb on Mira. They have so many ways to just amplify this PA's power and just defense this as overall as another Scotty picked up. We saw that Scotty picked up from V-Tune earlier on the PA as well. Seems like it fits really good versus those ranged carries.
Oh, for sure. And this is the Spirit that I think a lot of people were expecting to see today.
Yeah.
Where they just hit that critical item timing and all of a sudden it's go time.
And I feel like every time I see these PAs, they always get Orber Destruction as well. As the Deso, Orber Destruction, minus armor, etc. The fun. But you know what? I'm happy to see the fun. I'm happy to see all that fun because it's versus Beastmaster Egg, so who cares?
I know, right? We're just all hoping that a Beastmaster loses because we're sick of seeing him in our pubs. We're sick of seeing him in this professional matches. We got to find some sort of way to deal with them. They do have the MKB completed now for the gyro. Can he survive the initial burst, though, I guess is the question. Arrow tossed out again. Yatoro's just being allowed to do whatever he wants as he blinks away. The zip in coming out from Toronto Tokyo with the BKB. They follow up again. They grab 3 over here in this arena, but Toronto Tokyo does have to be a little bit careful. He's going to have to dodge around there. Cheshire Cat going down the BKB over on Toronto. It doesn't do anything, though, because Yatoro, he has too much physical damage. He grabs down another, and they'll find the kill on Phantom. That's another team wipe. The good game, well played, gets dropped here. It's just too strong here. Yatoro, the rest of the side of Team Spirit, they hit those timings like we said, Fog, and boy, did they bring the hurt.
So clutch, like double BKB timings are hit at the perfect moment this game, and honestly, like they didn't really put the attention to Beastmaster. Like they weren't thinking about Beastmaster. It looked like they were just thinking about their own game. playing for these side lanes, playing for the farm, playing for that exact timing that they got, and they did hit it right around that second Roche. They get a huge fight. Yatoro comes out explosively, cleaning up pretty much everybody. And Winstrike maybe really regretting that cancel on the Uber that they thought was going to be a good fight for them.
Yeah, you know, even I got a little bit debated by that. I saw that, you know, they canceled out that teleport and they were looking good, but then Yatoro just zips, or not zips, right? The Storm's the one who's zipping in, but Yatoro blinks and just starts shredding them to ribbons, and it just, again, like I said, this was the team spirit that I think most of us were expecting to see today, and that's nothing to take away from Winstrike because they played absolutely wonderful in that first game, but the draft was a little bit strange coming out from Spirit, and now that they've kind of gone back to what they know, especially Maposhka, definitely a shout out to him. Fantastic plays on the Oracle. So now, you know, I'm excited. It's a 1-1. We're tied up. We're going to get to see so much great Dota. We got one more game coming up, guys, so we're going to toss it over to the panel and see what they have to say.
That's right, the Axeman did not succeed in this game too, and maybe that's for the best for Dota. It certainly wasn't the best for Winstrike though, because they now have to go to a Game 3 against Team Spirit, having lost the momentum. Can they crawl back? Can they take this series? We'll find out after the break.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Look above your heads at the moonlit sky. The stardust drips and shines brightly in your eye. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, 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 The stardust falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning. feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel
During the post-game of Game 1, Brian, you actually talked about Team Spirit and wanting them to draft something where they had the better win condition going late. You said, I feel confident about them as long as they have that. And they certainly proved it in this game, too. It was a close game, no doubt, but ultimately their lineup was going to win out in the late game.
Yeah, I like their draft a lot more this game. I had a bit of doubt that they'd be able to get there, but I think T-Gov probably wants to say what I'm thinking about this game too.
Yeah. Unfortunately, for me, it's just the execution of Teamfight from Winstrike. They played really well, very aggressive, but they make this one critical smoke. I think at the start of those highlights, before the Uber cancel and that kind of calamity occurred, it's that initiation. You know, when you get to that critical 20-minute post-fight, you need to be able to identify how you're going to win and lose the fight. And I feel like Lion, he was a little bit too keen. He sees Mirana, he instantly jumps, suddenly Oracle Sage, fight turns around, PA's killing everything. If you can kill the Oracle, you're only going to be in a good position to start, running over your opponent. That's what the draft's meant to do. So I just kind of feel that the Lion individually didn't really identify who he needed to go on, and that alone kind of dismantle Winstrike's ability to maybe overwhelm their opponent.
It feels like a lot of games in this current meta are all about that one team fight, and Purge is able to break it down even further than T-Gov did.
Thanks, Cap. Yeah, that T-fight was extremely crucial towards Winstrike winning this game or trying to win this game. I think one of the really important things actually was the observer right on the cliff up here for Team Spirit at the top of the screen. Because of this, as soon as these smokes break, the vision is going to be amazing for Team Spirit. They're going to see all of this here. And while the Blink Hex was a little bit over eager, they were able to trade out Lion for the big Mars ulti. I think this is the biggest mistake of the team fight, though. This Savage Roar is used on the Mars, and I don't really see a massive purpose here. Lion is screwed, guys. He's trapped in the Mars arena. What is he going to do in here? The Roar goes directly onto Mars. It wasn't like a precast on the PA or anything, and as a result, Storm jumps the same moment. And then at this point, it's like dive onto the Beastmaster kind of thing. And the Uber escape looked good at first. It was like, things are going kind of iffy. But then this monster crit came out. I checked the damage log. He did 1,800 damage with that crit after reduction total in that fight, which is a massive swing. He cancels the Uber the moment before that comes out, and as a result, they're forced to continue to take this fight at a disadvantaged position. But imagine if Beastmaster had Roar in that moment instead of wasting it on Mars. It would have at least bought them a couple seconds of time from the PA BKB. It would have given them a better fighting chance. Maybe that ulti doesn't come out. They can delay the Uber. They can spend time right-clicking the right heroes. They can have better BKB timings here. But they ultimately hard commit to the fight. Maybe Gyro should have just left as well. And ultimately a catastrophic team fight for Winstrike. Gotta cast those spells well.
Yes, indeed. And you got to hit the crit button. Well, if you're PA, 1,800 damage
spread
in one hit
4 heroes, I think.
after reduction, all because of cleave and crit. Pretty insane.
Yeah, they nerfed Battle Fear on creeps, but they didn't nerf it on heroes, so still 70%.
I will put out there, though, Team Spirit now, 3 games, they beat Beastmaster. So this team is single-handedly making Beastmaster look like a normal hero, which means it might not get, nerfed. So I think Spirit, they're not doing us a favor. They're actually hurting the community by beating Beastmaster so easily, game after game after game.
Yeah, can you guys stop it?
Can you just stop beating Beast, please?
Game 3, Beastmaster banned, yes or no?
I'm fine if they want to do the same thing on Team Spirit's side.
Yeah, I think Winstrike ban it if Spirit can get it, and I think Spirit leave it if Winstrike wants to pick it.
Okay, we'll have to see how the draft order unfolds with Game 3 right after the break.
Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is a
our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
It'd be a massive victory for Windstrike if they could close out this series, and as desperate as they are, Team Spirit is confident that they'll be the ones to do it. After all, they just won that game 2. They go ahead into our third draft with Beastmaster out in the open. Windstrike says, fine.
We'll be
I like
your
that.
own game.
Dude,
Yeah.
that's cool. I think Spirit though, I feel like they just go for the Beastmaster themselves, because this game, it felt more like an execution thing where both drafts are very even. Windstrike had a timing to play for. They kind of misplayed a little bit. And then, of course, PA outscaled. So I wouldn't be surprised if Spirit themselves, they either go for a Void Spirit or for the Beastmaster +1.
I'm sorry, but are people just locked in too much onto this Beastmaster? If the enemy team is first picking Storm, if you just ignore Beastmaster as a hero, surely their draft sucks. If you're looking at
Storm's good.
I have
Like,
to
Storm
imagine-
first phase is legit good if you ignore Beastmaster. I still think this hero is first phaseable. There's the Void Spirit.
First pickable.
I think the
Situation.
meta is so favored towards mid laners that farm, and Storm Spirit just checks so many boxes this patch. It's like very strange, but like you don't need reach on like any other hero on your team. You just need some sort of follow-up. There's so many heroes that pair well with him. There's so many supports you don't want to pick into him, like the Oracles, the backline saves. I don't know. It's weird to think Storm could ever be a first pick based on like what we know about the hero, but I think with the way Bottle works and the runes and your timings, you're just going to reliably get your game, and you don't have to carry it. You don't have to be like, we saw what Toronto Tokyo did that game. He like did a gank, went back to base, did a gank, went back to base.
He was very active.
Yeah, he was not, he didn't really care about his own timings.
Okay, so Spirit go for the Oracle once again.
They did pick the Oracle in the Storm. Now that's interesting.
I do like though when the concept of you play against someone who has big catch, but you pick a hero who kind of is like the big target. You know, Oracle is now in the game. It's like, yo, hit me. If you jump me and you kill me, then my cores will be able to jump and kill you. But if you don't jump me, I'm saving my core. So I like the idea of picking one support or one hero in your draft. That is going to be that big, target on the map for the Storm.
Yeah, you do have to pick something else like that's going to immediately jump the Storm when he jumps the Oracle, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I guess Voice Break somewhat does that already, but okay, let's go for a straight Timbersaw.
That's another hero that feels like something about the patch, something about the meta is being elevated to a kind of insane point. I mean, this Timbersaw is being picked up. He's got no strength heroes.
It's quite simple. Sanj and Kaya buffs and Shard buffs.
But also the gameplay, right? The idea that mid is less dependent on supports now. So if you have this independent offlane, it unlocks your fall not to only help mid if needed, but you can just instantly pivot to that tri-lane at minute 4+. And now you're going to be independent offlane, crushing the safe lane, and your mid should be going well because there's like enough resources there for everyone to go.
Every time I play offlane and I'm against a Timbersaw, like he's on the other team and I know I'm not laning against him, I just get 3-man ganked at like 8 minutes into the game every time. And they just sit in my lane continuously. So what happens is you inevitably have this Timbersaw who's like level 7, the opponent offlaner is like level 5 or 6, and the pressure surmounted on the Timbersaw's team is way less than how much the Timbersaw's dishing out. Just annoying, man. The point that I make is that Timbersaw's always been strong early. He's always created a lot of pressure, but nowadays he actually scales insanely well. The slow from the Shard is insane.
Why?
And now it does building. Yeah, now it does.
Why?
Let's just give it building damage. It was already bought like every game.
Like VP was picking it, Alliance was picking it season 1, and it's like, you know what we need to do?
We need to buff the item that guy always buys.
Yeah, the item that they like. Let's make it better. Oof.
And the Sanj Kaya buff, like it actually gives you mana. I've been trying out a lot of mid heroes, like Queen of Pain, Leshrax, where you just go like first item Sanj Kaya, and you actually have so much mana. And I'm just saying Timbersaws now, they go like Sanj Kaya Lotus with no other items that give you mana, and they actually have enough to work with. Obviously, they got mid too.
That concept bothers me of giving a hero like he has a
something
clear
he's
weakness.
Never had. Yeah.
And being able to fill out that weakness and say, okay, now you no longer have that glaring, like you're supposed to, especially in Dota, individual heroes are supposed to have very strong strengths and very weak weaknesses. And what makes the team composition very important, you
have to have a little bit
of in that regard, right?
I entirely agree with you there, wholeheartedly.
Another thing about the Void Spirit for Team Spirit, of course, a very comfort hero for Toronto Tokyo. They can play it in the offlane with Collapse as well, so a little bit of flexibility there. I think Void Spirit naturally don't like jumping heroes that are innately tanky. He wants to jump in, execute, and disengage and just disrupt the fight. That works well against a Storm Spirit. You can go for the Orchid build or the Axe build, even Yules. This can all annoy Storm Spirit, but you're never going to see Void Spirit jumping the Timber at any point with confidence, so... Okay, now they go for the AA.
AA is like traditionally countered by Oracle though, because the way Oracle ulti works is that it registers all of the heal at the end of the ult, so the ulti of Oracle, as far as I know, is longer duration than the AA ult.
Yeah, you just layer
you
it
have
nicely.
to get the Aghanim Scepter to...
Well, the Ags, it doesn't work that way anymore.
Oh, that's true, that's true.
Yeah, so what happens is even if you've been healed a bajillion times during the AA ultimate, as long as the Oracle ulti is after the AA ult, you'll still get all of it.
But less about the healing factor. AA is still a very strong laner. He can be super disruptive, and he's a hero with good attack range to deal with what...
You think he's a strong laner, huh?
I do. I think the
like
chilling
he's
touch
not.
is good.
Maybe I'm just had poor experiences with AA players, but...
Well, it's also a product of having the correct carry with you, right? Like, you need that Wraith King, that troll, that guy who can just bully with. Obviously, in like a 1v2, it's not so great.
That carry probably does need to have a disable here.
Yeah.
Got a Timber.
Some slow, some disable for sure.
No, the thing is, I don't think you need one, though, because you have a Storm. You can just pick, like, Nyx or something like that in the 4 position, and that's all your disable. I liked what Team Spirit banned out because they realized they're going to have to deal with this Timbersaw, and there's 2 ways to deal with Timbersaw. You, like, 5-man gank the Timbersaw, or you completely ignore the Timbersaw and you pick on somebody else. So they actually banned out Jug and Lifestealer, 2 carries that are incredibly difficult to interfere with on the map.
Yeah, this Tidehunter, he's going to have to rush BKB in this game. Playing into a Timbersaw, you naturally... Tidehunter is meant to be the front line. Obviously, Timbersaw can throw Chakra, the Whirling Death, make you feel pretty squishy. I guess the one saving grace for Tidehunter, unlike other strength heroes, the Kraken, you can purge off the Whirling Death. So you can kind of somehow feel a bit better than most strength heroes. But yeah, it's...
I'm a bit surprised they went
There's the Wraith King, yeah. That's the laning combo. Like
I think it's very good. They always talk about either CK, Wraith King, or Sven, but I particularly worry about his laning stage. It's weird because Wraith King, I thought, got nerfed a lot by the Swift Blink nerfs, the Abyssal nerfs, the Rapier nerfs, but yet he's just going Armlet and feels like the same hero.
I guess the key thing here is that what Winstrike have identified is where is the damage right now for Team Spirit? You got 4 heroes, and none of them with confidence.
They do not have damage.
Don't do anything right. It's all about propping up that carry to be that guy. This is why Anti-Mage ban comes into play, because Team Spirit, they're going to be super annoying to kill. They're tanky, they're elusive, they're going to prolong fights and engagements around objectives.
I wouldn't mind like a Slark ban. Even though you have AA, I think any prolonged fighting carry that benefits from Oracle will be very potent for Team Spirit.
How about like a Troll as well? But then again into AA with the whole...
It's okay with Oracle, but like I don't want a carry that... Like, I want a carry that gives them that bit of catch. Because yes, you have the Void Spirit, but you're kind of lacking. I think Troll gets kited. I think a hero like Slark would do much better.
Well, this is where if they had any other position for him, maybe a bit more magic damage, I would be talking about maybe like a Void, where you just jump the Storm, kill him, you ignore the Wraith King.
Yeah.
But then because there's a lack of damage here, like Void just looks even worse.
I think you need a hero that threatens Timbersaw, because you've got like some decent rotators from the or from the Rubik and the Void Spirit, but like if you imagine the carry, I think if the carry for Team Spirit doesn't threaten Timbersaw, then you're never killing this Timbersaw in the first 12-15 minutes of the game.
Ursa and Troll are some of their most played carries that are still left.
Ursa. I guess it's okay. I'm not a big fan of Ursa this patch, but I take that back. I'd be okay if they picked Ursa.
Yeah, so of course on paper it looks like the bit of a one, but again, Spirit, they do have ultimate last pick, so they're going to be able to
ban the Ursa.
Fully identify what's happening. Yeah, they take away the Ursa. That's fair play. So carries available for Spirit, it's going to be maybe the Troll just for the Oracle pairing, maybe a Slark, but playing into AA might feel a bit uncomfortable. Lack of lockdown does play well for a Slark to have free reign. And this way, Winstrike, they still need to pick up their position 4. Bans from Spirit, the Earth Spirit. What's left? Tusk is already banned out by Winstrike. I would like to see an active 4 that can play off the fact that Timbersaw can be left independent. A little bit more control as well would be good, but again, you have to kind of think forward about what carries are going to be picked, right? So if you want Troll, if Spirit go Troll, you want a bit more lockdown. If Spirit go for Slark, you need hard lockdown, not roots and stuff like that.
You might want to just go Nyx. I think because you don't see their carry, you just want to do something that has synergy with your other support. And Nyx AA has been like a classic for a long time.
That is a classic, but my fear for that is simply the grouping of Spirit, the playstyle. It often aligns for the 4 to huddle around that one quite quickly, and then Nyx won't have that type of gameplay where he's always finding that perfect vendetta initiation.
I just think if he gives information, the Storm Spear will jump the heroes that
that's a nice
need to get jumped.
Talk about information, they ban out Clock.
Yeah, I like the information game. Even something like Bounty.
What are they going to go for? Okay, they go for a Tiny.
Yeah, Bounty would have been bad because of Oracle. Didn't really have time to consider.
And now, yep, Spirit.
Slark it up, baby.
Yep, they just need a carry, an elusive carry to punish the lockdown most likely, and to play, away from the 4. Join when needed, but rinse the map when not needed.
Troll would be okay if they want to do like some steamroll into a Roche. I think Slark's better for like the map movements of the game.
It's just so hard because like you're laning into a Timber. That's so annoying, right? They pick a Timber and you're like, like Ricky could be kind of fun, but then it's like,
no, you can't pick that.
No, exactly, you can't. Yeah,
that's Timbersaw for you.
Yeah, that's the effect.
Troll's actually fine though. Troll can lane against Timber.
What are they gonna go for?
Gyrocopter.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
We've seen Gyrocopter beat Timbersaw lanes before.
Yeah, no, that was the one we haven't mentioned, but yeah, it can lane into Timbersaw.
Maybe it is different with Oracle. I actually don't know, but Gyro is typically countered very hard by Ancient Apparition because the way you scale is by standing still, flacking people with the Satanic on.
That's true.
So maybe it changes with Oracle. I learned this one from Kyle where he talked about how Ancient Apparition hard counters Gyro. One of the few times where I've been like, wait a minute, he's onto something there.
Okay.
Shout out to Kyle for one of the 3 things I've learned from him.
BF Shame relying on Kyle analysis, meaning you're going to go against Team Spirit?
Yeah. I'm down to be wrong that Oracle changes the dynamic of that, but yeah, I think Gyro's pretty bad in AA.
Mr. T Governor?
I think the Gyro does help with the whole how does the 4 of Spirit really get into the game. That Gyrocopter, the early game damage will enable them to run over an opponent. But I think the scaling of the Wraith King will eventually come to a point where it's like, how are we killing Timbersaw? How are we killing Wraith King? And this game, it kind of reminds me of that Alliance series where they had Timber Wraith King. it looks really rough, you lose a couple
Yeah,
racks, whatever, and then
that was-
suddenly,
yeah.
boom, you buy it and you run down lanes and you just can't be killed anymore. So yeah, this is very much Spirit to win early. If they don't, Windstrike, too tanky, can never kill.
Neither one of you concerned about the play inside of the game. We saw Windstrike, very notable.
I have to
team
go off
fight
the
error.
draft and what I think will happen, but obviously I do think Team Spirit executed better.
Team Spirit has had better execution for sure, but I feel like Windstrike, they should identify quite quickly what happened in game 2. They played well game 1. Game 3 should be quite even.
All right, let's get the names right this time. Our casters, Moxie and Fogged.
I thought it was going to throw us a curveball and just put in completely different names, honestly. But yes, we have a game number 3 here. We have a game number 3 here, Fogged. Sorry about that.
I was like, I can't hear you, Mox.
Nope. But, I'm excited. Game number 3, we've got a lot on the line here. Definitely, I'm sure Windstrike would love to, be able to boast that they went and they slew Team Spirit, especially because they are coming from the lower division. And they're really, they've been playing very, very well. So, do have a little skirmish here. Looks like, nope, they're going to back off. They don't really want to take this just yet.
Yeah, it looks like both teams have gone for their own style this time around. Just really confident heroes that they are comfortable with. The 4 positions on both sides for me are kind of the question marks. The Rubik pick, I didn't really see anything that you were just like, oh my god. Besides it being an instant lockdown for the Storm Spirit and stuff like that, it wasn't some like standout Rubik thing. Same thing for the Tiny. So I'm going to be looking at the 2-4 positions quite a bit in the early game, seeing what they can actually accomplish. And looking at Spirit, actually, they're getting the wraparound here. Rebel, he'll be able to spot them out.
Doesn't seem concerned, though.
Well, he's dead.
Yep, they just open up. They've got the root in place. They've got plenty of damage. It's good avalanche over on many of them, but it's not looking great for Rebel. He is going to be the first one to fall. Collapse now. Also running away. Body block a little bit here from Maposhka. But yeah, it was
He's juking.
It was interesting. Yeah, he's still managing to stay alive somehow throughout all of this, so look at Daracha.
He actually lives.
He thought about going back in there, but nope. They just want to back off. They want to get to their lanes, and they want to start hitting creeps.
Yeah, 2-for-2 bounty exchange as well. So Windstrike was at least able to claim that bottom bounty rune before Rebel did die. So not too shabby. And it's going to take them a long time to get up top. And now also, Tide has Gush skilled. So I feel like the top lane, Wraith King, is going to be quite happy about that.
It's going to make his life easier for sure, not having to deal with, that anchor smash or anything like that. But yeah, the fog of war, just enough. And I mean, that is something that we saw that was a change recently. The fact that it stays nighttime until at a certain point. And they also placed a nice ward down to get that vision on the storm early on.
Yeah, no, definitely. I love the nighttime beginning. I think it's a really cool change that's never really been in Dota. I think it's really nice they're able to do these sneak plays. I think this Gush top is going to be really impactful though, because now overall your entire skill points just feel weird. Because you want to be like level 1 and 2, you want Kraken Shell and Anchor Smash for the lane so that you can bully him a little bit more. But you know what, the Gush versus Wraith King isn't really the worst thing either, because Wraith King does have such low armor that perhaps he was going to just skill it anyway. And we do see that minus armor coming into play right here.
Yeah, look at that. They just chase him away here. Does have a salve, though, coming in from Pantomime, so be able to heal up. But a little surprised with the amount of damage they could take out that early. As Yamich here, too, in the bottom lane. They need a little bit more. And yes, he is going to fall to Yatro.
And this top, actually, no, this top lane might just be, it might not matter, even that he got Gush. It might still just be too much for the Wraith King at some point, because it's the AA overall is a bit of a weak laner versus Tidehunter. I think with the AA with the Wraith King, that's what causes the combo to make AA strong, but overall AA in a lane, it's just not really that strong. So I do think the Collapse is going to get a lot up here. Daracha, though, does seem like he's also going to be able to free farm.
I think you're a little bit more concerned in the fact that, the Tidehunter, of course, coming online a little bit faster, a little bit earlier, will cause some problems for Windstrike because they do have to play so fast. But again, we're seeing that combination that we talked about before with Cold Feed, with the stun. Not going to be able to quite finish off Collapse, but the damage has indeed been done here as Merit does manage to go and get a snipe off on the courier. Collapse, though, is... that is true. Collapse, of course, though, is going to need a little bit more regen here.
Yeah, Mira had the salve just brought out on the courier, so we'll be able to instantly salve up his Tide. And bottom?
Just skirmishing back and forth.
Yeah, just constant battles between the two of them. Cheshire Cat, he should be fine. It's just Yamich's positioning has to be a little bit careful for this Tiny, and that's where I was like a little bit, I didn't really get why they picked the Tiny in the game, but we'll see what he can do.
So I know that our panel was pretty split on the whole idea of, the fact that you've got a gyrocopter, right? Gyrocopter wants to kind of stand in the middle of everyone. He wants to just hit people with flak. But then, of course, they have the Ancient Apparition over on the side of Windstrike. So, normally speaking, not super great feeling when you're playing that gyrocopter, but does it get changed with the fact that you have an Oracle on your team?
Yeah, I do think so. He can negate pretty much the Storm, the Timber, the Tiny, and the AA entirely. Like, it's going to be able to just take out so much of that damage. Even not even just with False Promise. Like, if he just throws a Fate's Edict, it's going to be able to protect versus a lot of that burst. And yeah, the False Promise overall, if it's timed properly, it'll always counteract the AA. And then the Lifesteal will kick in anyway for the Gyrocopter. So yes, I think overall, the Oracle should be able to do quite well. And it's Miposhka. This is like his most practiced hero. So his positioning is usually quite on point.
Yeah, he was fantastic in the other games that we saw when he was playing the Oracle, of course, being able to negate a lot of that damage coming out from the magic spells and whatnot. And we even saw, Oracle earlier today as well. I believe it was in the game versus Na'Vi, being able to just negate all the damage coming out from Luna just because you have a good firm understanding of your spells and you sit in very good positions.
Yeah, I think this hero is definitely one of the best 5 positions in the game at the moment, with all just the crazy burst that I'm seeing so many teams have. Is Tokyo and Rebel both want the rune. Rebel has rushed the boots, so he's just a bit faster. He'll steal that one away from Tokyo, and some constant pauses.
The brothers will take a moment to stare at each other. We do have a little bit of lag, though, unfortunately, it seems. So have another quick pause.
This could be a weird spot for Rebel, because I see the Rubik is rotating over. Rubik has boots and a spell. So I think Tokyo might just actually battle with him and just body block him until Rubik gets over.
It seems to be the play here, as he takes a little bit of damage, but again, Mira, with that rotation, throw out a couple of these hits here. The lift, the toss right back in again with that Remnant, and Tokyo will happily collect a kill on Rebel.
It was cute. It was a cute move from Rebel to he rushes boots and bottle immediately with no other stat items in between, so he can try to steal runes away. But Mira, heads up move, playing around this 4-minute rune as well, and also just to stack some camps. He gets a fortunate timing on that rotation. Yamich will stack the small camp so that his Storm can keep getting that good farm. Even though he did die, he is still having a good time. But look at these runes, the double water runes. It's going to be taken away. Spirit's going to get one on Tokyo. Mira's going to take the other, and Rebel will not be able to fill up his bottle again. Yeah, but he does have full anyway, so.
Still hurts though, right? That's one of the perks of being able to play the Storm Spirit right now, is the fact there are so many runes available, so you really do have a lot of options. But again, not the worst thing in the world.
No, definitely not. Cheshire Cat's still only level 3 bottom. He's having a little bit of problems. Whenever the Tiny leaves him, it's actually quite a lot of magic damage between the two of them here, Oracle and Gyro. But Yamich moving top.
They're going to turn this right around over here on Mira. They've got the slow, and with Yamich being here, the toss up into the air, that's a dead Rubik.
Very nice. And Diracho's still able to farm up here anyway versus that Tidehunter, so that'll level out. Collapse also getting something, but Yamich might get the Courier. He wants it. It's dancing.
He's trying. He can't quite get. There it is.
There we go.
Those wards and the clarity. Mira's not getting those today. No siree.
No. And now that he's left Cheshire Cat bottom, he has the levels to be able to tank up decently. There does have to be careful still, Cheshire Cat. I see he's bringing... Okay, good. He's bringing a Raindrop. I was about to say, he should probably get, Bracer or Raindrop to make himself a bit tankier, since it's so much magic between these two. So should be able to get still something down here.
On the top lane, again, the Gush, the toss back again here with Diracho. It's not quite enough damage to finish him off, though. And I do like the way that the bottom lane is playing. The fact that, they... Whenever there is no Tiny in that lane, they are going to play aggressive. They're going to be all up in the face of this Timber Saw.
They have to. I mean, look at Yotoro's last hits. He's starting to fall kind of behind on the Gyro. The Wraith King lane is actually going a bit better than this Gyrocopters is at the moment. And my God, what's going on with their ping? They're lagging like crazy.
There's something going on here, unfortunately. Thought Tokyo's going to have to do a quick disconnect. But yeah, the pressure, we've got level 5 now here for the Timber Saw. So starting to catch up a little bit. And, Miposhka and Yatoro, between the two of them, I mean, that's always been one of the perks of playing an Oracle, too, right? Is the fact that once you hit that level 3, you've got the capability of doing a decent amount of nuke damage. And then paired up with something like a Gyrocopter, of course, you're going to be able to output quite a bit of magic damage from him as well.
Yeah, if the lane's, very close to the Radiant Tower. That's which very problematic for Cheshire Cat. Even if he gets like a couple Timber Chains off, they have so much chase. But if he is able to do stuff like this, where he actually pulls creep aggro back toward his tower, he's in a safe position to survive. Because they need like 2 or 3 sets of spells from like the Oracle to actually kill him. Raindrop might save him too. So if he's close to tower, he should be quite safe. And this is actually an interesting one to point out. Rebel did not even take a point in Vortex. I actually haven't seen a Storm do this in so long. It's every time you hit level 4, you always take Vortex. He skips it.
Why do you think that is in particular?
I think just thinking about the farm game, like he died twice. So he's probably just like, my God, I need to just focus on myself and just play inside the jungle for the time being until I hit like level 8 to make a move to counter gank a side lane.
Okay, so just trying to do the recovery game for the time being. And doesn't want to get too distracted by taking too many, you know, weird initiations or fights in the meanwhile, so.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's still weird to see. It's going to make him, like, if he does gank like one of these side lanes and he doesn't have pull, like he'll just completely miss the kill because they don't have extra disable. And they are quite limited. You know, that's, Panel was talking about it too. They have a Wraith King stun, they have the tiny combo, and then it's just Storm for their control. So it is a little bit lackluster.
Seems like they're still doing fairly well. I mean, again, we talked about the top lane, the fact that you've got the Ancient Apparition paired up with Wraith King, kind of a classic duo that can put out a decent amount of damage. Especially, you know, we watched the Tide Hunter as he ended up falling, or not falling, but, you know, getting a lot of damage placed upon him during that. Wow, that Wraith King looks absolutely ferocious there from this angle. My goodness.
It's got a good good swing going on right there. Ooh. I like it.
Pretty nice. But, yeah, you know, we talked about the fact that the Wraith King is looking very good in terms of, you know, the CS, and the Gyrocopter falling just a little bit behind. Not, you know, horrifically so by any means, but definitely want to be playing very quickly on the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, now Collapse is much safer up top now that he does have at least, you know, he's level 4, he's got point in Kraken, doesn't have to worry about the chain stun of the cold feet and just constantly controlling him, since he'll be able to dispel one off. He is a lot safer, and seeing moves around the map constantly now. 6 minutes checking the runes. Team Spirit constantly helping Tokyo. I see this every time they play. They double check runes quite often. And also get stacks going. Mira already has a triple stack at hard camp and double at Ancients for Collapse to be able to farm and catch back up, because he is having a little bit of a tough time on this Tide Hunter.
I mean, this is just the nature of the lane, like we talked about. Yes, you know, he's tanky, he's got the Kraken shell, so he's going to be survivable, but he's not going to have the greatest time. So I do like the fact that they are trying to, you know, take care of him. We are seeing the Timbersaw, though, making a rotation to the top lane.
He's 6.
So
He can kill Tide quite easily with the Chakram.
Open up with the Timber Chain, getting into position, going to do some pincering. Cold Feet, Vortex, it should... Maybe, oh no, they need a little bit more damage here. And I mean, Collapse is really making them work for it. The body blocks are coming out. He's trying to juke around the trees, but you know who hates trees and cuts them down easily? It's Timbersaw. So he's going to ensure that Collapse will fall.
I love that move so much by Cheshire Cat. The moment he hits 6, he goes top. Wraith King's gonna kind of go jungle. Timber doesn't want to be down bottom. He can play around this top and mid area. And I mean, I think he'll probably just still leave the lane for the AA, but I love that he makes that pressure play onto the Tide Hunter.
Yeah, I think it was entirely necessary because, again, he's very tanky. And, you know, I was in the middle of saying, you know, they've put pressure on him, but they haven't been able to quite get that kill. But when you have that rotation from Cheshire Cat, that makes it way easier. And that's definitely the person that they need to slow down right now.
And actually even cooler. So they're actually going to leave the Timber up there to counteract the Tide Hunter, and they're going to send the AA bottom to soak up the levels. AA can die. Just a quick little setup of anything will kill him, but if he's able to pull lane back, he'll get something out of this. This is great maximization, great efficiency coming out from Windstrike.
Definitely seems to be the name of the game today for them. They've made some really smart adaptations in what they're playing against. And I really love seeing when teams are very dynamic in the way that they play. But Toronto Tokyo here does manage to grab himself a haste rune. Does have to be a little bit careful because he doesn't know where people are situated right now on the map. So he's just going to back off.
And it's Windstrike, its efficiency is the name of the game right now, just like you're saying. Look at the way that they're playing. AA soaking bottom, Timber soaking top, Wraith King farming jungle, Storm farming stacks, Tiny soaking mid. So it's all looking perfect the way that they do have this set up right now for them. However, looking at Spirit, they also have their thing going, right? That quad camp, hard camp now has been farmed for Collapse, so he's caught right back up. And they have that triple stack Ancient stack too. So both teams are being quite efficient with their movements at the moment. I think the supports, though, on the side of Windstrike are going to be a bit more leveled because of this AA able to soak bot.
Again, just seems to be a gentleman's agreement here on the top lane between Cheshire Cat and Collapse. not really able to do too much to one another at this time, but
No.
Diracho
actually showing up. Okay, showing up to the mid lane. I would be so. If I was Yamich, I'd be. But that's my farm. Like,
get out.
That's the point of you guys. You guys go jungle on Storm and Wraith King. I'm at 4 position, struggling for a home. But either way, it's fine. He's able to get the farm, and I guess they want to be active. AA has sit 6, so perhaps the Tiny and AA can actually just look for a setup onto almost anybody here. A lot of damage.
I do like the fact that both of us just watched Diracho just run in mid, and we both had the same exact reaction. Like, sir, excuse me, what are you doing here? But,
it's like, I'm farming here, man. Like, come on.
yeah, he's not afraid of anything at this time. He knows that, the rest of the side of Spirit, they're still, trying to farm up, trying to protect the Gyro, and just doesn't have to fear anything at this time.
Yeah, they're just gonna leave Diracho mid to keep farming. They're gonna send the Tiny to soak the lane where the AA was soaking, and they're gonna play around the runes. Very passive early game here. 10 minutes now, both teams just playing their own style. Just like we saw Team Spirit do in the last game, it's just all about playing to their own strength. Tokyo?
Tokyo was thinking about it, just gonna dodge away. Goes right back in the end though. He has that haste. The Vortex though, tossed back. Ice Blast will collapse over onto Collapse.
He dodged it.
He's going right back into Avalanche though. It looks really nice. It'll buy them just a little bit more time. So Collapse and Drops Tokyo will back off.
Tokyo, still with the haste, wants to make a move top, but it's Cheshire Cat with a hood and level 4 reactive. Probably just wants to take the creeps off the tower so that the pressure stops. But killing this guy's a lot more difficult. Until Mira's 6. Like, he really needs the 6 to have that kill potential.
I mean, you do have the rotation coming out from Yatoro now, as they do manage to slow him down. They've got that remnant. They've got the hit with the missile. Oh, he doesn't quite manage to go, and just... They managed to take down Cheshire Cat. Beautiful play coming out here from the Rubik.
Mira, God. Like, what the...
Perfect
He literally
timing.
perfectly times the lift, so it cancels the chain across, and they get the kill just because of that. And I'm surprised they actually get that kill versus Hood in level 4 reactive and chipped vest. All right. Spirit.
Well, I mean,
Continue to
again, if they
impress.
don't get that lift off, he is just going to hightail it out of there. But look.
Yeah.
Chain goes out, and look at that. Beautiful.
Frame perfect. Picture perfect, honestly. Couldn't ask for more from your Rubik. Is Yamich, they're making the move top.
Top lane, they'll get the jump over onto Yatoro, the toss back as well, and it looks like they should be able to take down Maposhka in just a couple clicks here. Toronto Tokyo also now on the back foot. Mira's just got that chamber chain, so he's going to be able to zip on out.
Nice steal. Great play from Yamich. 4 positions are impressing on both sides here. The Rubik and that Tiny. Rubik with the first thing, and then Tiny catching the Oracle, tossing him on top of the Gyrocopter so he can't get the save. Really nice hit by Windstrike up top. Is that the Orchid done? I think it is already finished. So Rebel, a very early timing on his Orchid, just straight up rushing it with no stat items in between.
It's actually going to make things so incredibly scary for pretty much the entire team, other than maybe the Tidehunter, right? Oh, and a regen rune on top of that. So just ignore Collapse, and I think if you're the Storm, you go hunting.
Yeah, this Storm can like just evaporate the supports in particular. Now Void Spirit Tokyo, he has his Yule Scepter done, so he has a way around it. So the core's probably a bit of a tough target for Rebel, but these two supports very vulnerable to this Orchid right now. And he's got the regen too, so he can make some active move, but they don't feel like they need to. Diracho, he's able to get this free farm. He almost has his Relic for that Radiance online. It's looking pretty good for Windstrike right now.
And you can see the side of Team Spirit grouped pretty tightly together over in this mid lane. Of course, they don't have the Rubik right now. He's just trying to shove out the lanes. One of those supports that has that capability. Surprised that they haven't tried to make anything happen here, considering that they do have the Ravage online for Collapse. They've had it for a while now.
Yeah, and it does feel like they might have to make a move soon. Like, if the Tiny gets a Blink Dagger, then it's going to just make it much easier for Windstrike to just cause havoc inside the fights of just pulling targets away from the Oracle, right? Like a toss back, and then Oracle can't actually get in position to save people. So, yeah, this downtime, I feel like it just does benefit Windstrike, because I like Wraith King carry overall much better than Gyro carry. I actually have not been seeing the Gyros have too much success across the board.
Yeah, I was going to ditto that, and we've even seen it with the Io pickup too, and it just never feels super memorable, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I really do like the way the Wraith King's going to be able to scale in this game.
It almost makes me wonder if they were hoping that they'd be able to pick that up for the side of Team Spirit instead. We have seen Yatoro play quite a bit of it, especially in the first season. But you can't leave it in the pool like that. It is a hotly contested hero. Still.
Especially if they have AA. They just needed the stun hero, and they had the Wraith King still open. So yeah, it was nice. As Tokyo, he smoked, trying to get the hit onto Yamich. They want to kill this Tiny in particular, but Windstrike's prepared in the area.
Looks like they might get a little bit of a fight over here by the rune. The toss up with Bulky Collapse, though. Have the root coming in hot here. Those are cheering it up. Follow up. Yamich gets stunned. We will fall. Ice Blast connects over onto several, but there's just no follow-up damage right now. They don't want to do a hard committal.
Now they have to give up the tower probably too. Whatever, Cheshire Cat, he can at least spam it, but they don't want to take a fight around here without the Tiny. They still need a lot more time for Wraith King to farm, so this one looks like it should get taken down by Spirit quite soon.
Get the pressure out here, but it's taking them a while. They don't have necessarily the greatest tower hitters at this point in the game, so.
Yeah, Cheshire Cat's feeling himself.
Yeah, he really
with the
is.
Ice Vortex too, like just a little amp up. They're too scared to actually pressure, because if they just like overstep by just a bit too much, they will just get killed by the Chakram and all that, but.
Looks like they're gonna turn their attention instead to the top lane. They do have a nice ward over here. They saw that Rebel has been farming, so perhaps they can make some moves. But look at this, already Cheshire Cat realizing that this is their play. It's gonna go just push the creeps off the tower, and we do have a big smoke coming from the side of Windstrike.
I'm loving the way that they're playing the map right now. Like, this Wraith King's getting full free farm. Look at, like, Team Spirits, they're bringing their carry up here to try to pressure, but Cheshire Cat's just in the right place at the right time as they're gonna throw everything on him.
Yeah, they get the, oh, they almost managed to burst down this Timber. In fact, they will do it. They follow up with a nice Ravage over onto 2. The zip forward, though, coming out for Rebel. Yamich not able to get taken down here as they get disarmed, turn around. Dracho now running for his life, as so is Rebel. He doesn't have a whole heck of a lot of mana, and somehow Team Spirit is just chasing them down. One by one, they're looking. They drag him right back in with that Aether Remnant. That's gonna be the reincarnation. Waiting patiently now, he'll come back up, and they just have so much burst damage. Yamich trying with that Avalanche, but it's not enough to save Dracho, as Yatro does eventually fall.
And now Rebel,
he's out of mana. He can't get out of this. It's not looking good for him at all as Collapse just smacks him with the anchor. Whew.
they forced it so hard on the side. I thought they were just gonna play, excuse me, I thought they were just gonna play around like the tower defense there with the Timber Saw, but they even call the Wraith King in over and force a fight, and they whiff the Ice Blast. It actually, he point-click targeted in front of himself. He missed everybody. That was quite a big mistake there from Windstrike, right after I was praising them too.
You Caster's Curse
dominates
them, dude.
the fight. Yeah, I really did.
Oh, a little bit off the mark, but they weren't off the mark this time here, as Void Spirit is able to just step out, sitting a little low. Scott Maposhka here, though, is going to be able to keep him alive and healthy.
Yeah, that was... I can't believe they brought Dyrachyo over. Like, he had Radiance done, too, and he TPs to the end of the fight before the Radiance is even on him. Like, oh... They had such a good setup for all of it, and Spirit, they take a big fight just into everything there from Windstrike, just preparing, because they moved away from their tower. They should have just stayed fighting around the tower a little bit better.
Felt like it was tough too the entire time. It felt like the Storm Spirit didn't have much mana anyways when he first jumped into that fight as well.
Yeah, he zipped in trying to get the big pop on Yotaro, and then the Ice Blast just gets blown right in front of Pent. Like, he just whiffs completely. He literally just double-clicked it or something. So they messed up their initiation, their go, and yeah, it really caused quite a bit of problems.
Costly mistake for the side of Windstrike, but they're still sitting, you know, they still look pretty good right now. You've got this Wraith King who's been farming exceptionally.
Yeah, they're still in a pretty good spot. Like, the Wraith King's still great, just like it's such a sad way, because he just got the Radiance, shows up, he doesn't even have it on him. He actually has it on the courier and then dies twice, so it's just an approach that Windstrike didn't want to have happen. Not in that manner, at least. Like, if they just waited maybe like 10, 20 seconds more, it would have been a different story. Especially if they were like fighting around their tower. Instead, they get peeled down to the south side where the ward is already covered for Spirit. So, yeah, a bit of a weird one.
Double damage snapped up now here by Cheshire Cat.
Do have the blink now on Yamich, so they should have easier attempts of just initiation and better ways to just blow up one of the targets for Pantomime and Yamich. But they do need to find the Oracle. Still going to be the same thing as getting to that back line, finding Maposhka so they can't get these saves off.
And I do have to say, like, Maposhka has been just so good with his positioning.
Always.
It's a difficult thing to play an Oracle into a Storm Spirit. Like, it's actually so incredibly hard. But he's managed to get off all of his spells. Even if he does die in fights, he almost always manages to get off the spells necessary. Looks like Pantomen, though, is going to walk right into Toronto, Tokyo, and Yatro And look at this. Toronto Tokyo doesn't even bother. He's like, all right, I know my boy's got it. Just gonna keep looking and see if anyone else is left behind here.
Call that the bloodthirst. I love to see players, especially mid players, having that. It's like, you don't go for the one kill. You're always going for the next. I always see Toronto Tokyo doing this in every single one of their games. Always goes for the higher priority target. Is they were trying to take advantage of the fact that Reincarnate was down. Even though they didn't have their Ravage, they tried to just still fight because they're feeling strong. Reincarnate's now back, so maybe a little harder to pressure Dyrachyo.
And they know exactly where Rebel is. Like every time, they have great
They do.
vision over there in the dire jungle. I'm surprised that they aren't trying to make more out of it. I guess it's hard though, right? You have to have the right setup to jump the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, they don't have the most disables. They do have some decent ones with the Lift and that Aether Remnant, but yeah, it's definitely a little bit complicated until like Collapse has Blink Dagger in particular.
All right, well, it's more grouping up over here in the mid lane. And again, Cheshire Cat's just going to throw the Chakram out, try to push through, and Rubik
did he
will
give it
get
away?
himself a nice steal there. Will be able to push lanes out himself even more efficiently. And it looks like, yeah, they're thinking about just walking into this Roche pit. It's pretty difficult for the side of Windstrike to get in there when you consider the fact that Collapse does indeed have Ravage. He's got a pipe. You've got saves coming out here as well. I don't know.
It's going to be too hard.
Do they contest?
I don't know if Windstrike can approach. No, I think that they don't have the same amount of team fight. Like, if it's just a walk-in approach, like this Tidorn is going to get a great Ravage. Ice Blast is down now, too. So,
yeah.
Spirit, they can reset, wait for that to come back off, and either smoke and look for a fight or just jump right in.
Is this a situation where they should have been ready to jump in immediately after the Ice Blast instead of using it as a
They
scout?
just weren't in position.
Oh, speaking of position, Cheshire Cat. I know you're feeling very mighty, my friend, but you are not that mighty against what they can throw out against you like that.
Not versus Chakram and Ice Fort. Actually, it wasn't Ice Fort, sorry, that's not his name, but just Chakram. Like, the fact that Mira is able to steal level 2 Chakram is everything for them to kill him, as Pantomim also looking to go down very soon from Tokyo.
Yeah, it feels like Tokyo's just playing with this food right now. Does have to be careful, though. So zip forward. We'll poke again over on Pantomim. They have Collapse nearby. The Gush. Collapse on a killing spree.
And Spirit, yeah, just continuing to impress with their movements. Now they still have Ravage. They got the Roche, so now the next upcoming fight, they'll still have it. They'll be able to take the fight versus Windstrike, and it's starting to get a little complicated for Windstrike. What they want to do is they have to get BKBs online if they do want to look to actually fight into this Ravage and Gyrocopter. So they do have the one, but they have to get the second one on the Wraith King to be able to follow up. But that means also that Dyrachyo's not going to have Blink for the instant follow-ups that we see is so crucial for most of these Wraith Kings.
I mean, on the bright side, he is managing to find farm all over the map. He's doing a great job. He's keeping up neck and neck, of course, with the Gyrocopter. So have to look at that positive side of things here for Dyrachyo. He's very good at that, I find. I find that he's always managing, even if, things are looking really tight, he always finds that farm on the map.
Yeah, and his only death was like his team calling him to go fight with him. So it's quite sad for him as DD does spawn bottom. Okay, Rebel will have that one in the bottle with his BKB at the ready.
Ooh, they might run into Yatoro here. They have the smoke
Spirit
up.
knows.
They're hunting. Yeah, they have the scan. Should immediately be backing off.
Collapse just puts himself right in the front of it all because he's the one who wants to get initiated on. He'll just get a great Ravage if that's the case.
Look at the way they're hugging the tree line here, Dyrachyo. He's being patient as well. We've got Cheshire Cat very forward. Collapse will show himself. See Yatoro as well. Get the stun off. Put out a little bit of that damage. Not a hard committal by any means here, as the rest of the team's still waiting. And very nice position. Drop down a sentry. Dyrachyo coming forward.
The back line.
Going to put a little bit of damage over onto Dyrachyo. Followed up with the Chakram. The zip through coming out from Storm. So he's looking at the back line. He wants to get rid of him here. They want to get rid of that Oracle. They do manage to go with the reincarnation. Follow up with the Ravage as well. Poshka buying back in Dyrachyo. He is going to fall here. As Yatoro and the rest of the crew, they're looking over on the back lines. Rebel is out of mana for the most part as Toronto Tokyo is looking. Yamich, though, will be able to provide some of the backup. And they just keep throwing out these great dispels, trying to keep this Gyrocopter alive. And somehow they finally managed to take down Toronto Tokyo. And they just separate the fight so nicely that they're able to find it. They're not going to be able to go and just cancel out any of these TPs either. So pretty nice fight here coming up from Windstrike. A bit of a shame that they end up losing the Wraith King, but they take out the mid, they got the Ravage, and they took out the Tidehunter to boot.
That was definitely, it was a really good fight. They couldn't get the tier 1, yeah, which kind of stinks, but man, that was crazy. The plays, like Rebel just diving into the backlines for the Oracle. Miposhka actually pre-casted Fortune's End on himself, so the Orchid hit him. He dispelled it instantly, but it didn't matter. He died. It was a really cool play, though. Definitely wanted to highlight it for him, because he did get that little playoff, but overall, great fight from Windstrike, just surrounding them and somehow killing the Tide, killing these right targets, and forcing a buyback from the Oracle, avoiding the Gyrocopter Aegis completely.
Yeah, man, just look at the way they split up this fight. They got the Ice Blast off, too, this time around, so that makes a big difference.
Yeah. Yeah, Collapse not able to heal up at all inside of all of it there. And they're able to just reset with the important heroes. And Tokyo, I don't think he expected to die. Like, if you watch this up here on the top left, he drops so low, he gets the Dissimulate off, and then he gets hit by, like, an Overload hit when he still had an Astral step up. So perhaps he could have played around it, but just takes a little more damage than he expected.
Very nicely done by Windstrike.
And they needed that. So it's looking a little bit scary. And now they do have their triple cores very enabled. And Tokyo dying has slowed down his progress for his next item quite a lot.
So a bit of mirroring coming out now from the side of both the teams. See that there's some play coming out from Windstrike in that bottom lane. They want to put some pressure down on the tower. And they're trying to find safe farm up here for Yatro and the rest of the crew. But still very neck and neck. This has really been a very fun series to watch, honestly, because you're never sure what's going to happen next.
It's super close. It's really up to like huge jumps from Rebel. I'm really watching if the Storm Spirits got able to get the Oracle every time, especially in the next fight, because he did use his buyback, Miposhka, in the last one. So if he does get picked off in the next fight, he won't have it for a very long time. So it's going to be a pretty big window for Windstrike to be able to get access into backlines.
Both of these teams just going to end up trading the tier 2s. Not looking to go in for any other battles. And Dracho's going to keep going forward. Top lane, though, it's taking a lot longer for them to take down this tower.
Yeah, Duracho's got BKB, so now he's feeling probably pretty invulnerable inside of those fights, and he needed it. Like that last fight, he just got completely full focused. His team did most of the cleanup. Now he'll be able to actually contribute something with his team. So could see a very different fight coming out from Windstrike this next one, where they might just crush the fight.
Yeah, like you said, it's difficult when he doesn't have the blink. It's just kind of soaking up most of the damage, but with a BKB now, he can walk in and he'll be able to actually do things instead of...
Collapse.
Nice.
They catch him.
Nice find here. With that Yules follow up. There's just too many heroes here for Collapse to survive. It's a nice find
maybe
here
T
for
was
Duracho.
right. Yeah. Maybe T was right about the BKB on the Tide. It might be something he actually does need. Just Timbersaw and AA, they melt him. They make him look not like a Tide Hunter at all.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he was very isolated up there alone as well. So I can definitely see the necessity of a BKB, considering what they've got throwing out at him. But at the same time, a little bit of positioning there too.
Yeah. In the last fight though too, it's like if he gets hit with the ice blast too, they throw out everything onto him. The Timber can't kill him. I mean, he's not the biggest priority for his team. He just wants to soak all those spells and just get a good Ravage off. So maybe it doesn't matter.
Team Spirit, though, still hanging on to that mid tower. It's about 27 minutes in. They just haven't been able to quite crack it over on the side of Windstrike. That is a very important tower for all of those Roches.
Most definitely is. And the next Roche is probably going to be the big decider from both sides where that big fight does kick off.
You can see already just the way that they're positioning themselves around. They're trying to get some vision, trying to take down any sort of enemy vision as well. And I think a Blink Dagger just got picked up there.
Who ended up grabbing that one? Was it Duracho? Yeah, he does. Okay. So Duracho Blink, they have Halberd on Cheshire Cat too, like his itemization so far in Cheshire Cat this game. The pipe, the Yules into Halberd versus that Gyrocopter are going to be very effective. It's also very tanky.
Step 4 from Toronto Tokyo. Just trying to get a little bit of a drag back here. Zipping over from Cheshire Cat. Timber chains in. Just pokes though. Just little pokes here and there.
Mirov really wants to steal Chakram again. He's just looking out for that spell. It's the best steal it's the second best steal he can get in the game, but he shouldn't get the best one, which is Ice Blast.
Right.
Pantomime should never give that up.
It's like when you see a Rubik grab the Phoenix Egg too. You're just like, should never happen.
Yeah, definitely.
Windstrike, meanwhile, taking up residency in the bottom area of the Radiant Jungle. And they are smoked up. Doing a little bit of a hunt. They've left Cheshire Cat over in the mid lane.
Chakram stolen.
Does get the spot off here. Duracha opening up with the blink forward, but Toronto Tokyo zipping on through. Collapse not able to go on, use that Ravage right away. He's waiting patiently though, fairly tanky. Rest of the side of Windstrike is backing off. They're looking to re-engage again. They'll heal up
Both
the Tide
teams.
Hunter. They're just so reluctant right now.
Yeah, they're both just like waiting for one of the others just to overstep their hand, and then they would both jump the backline. Like Tokyo tried to force it onto the AA, but he couldn't actually quite finish it off because of the Glimmer, and Storm's just waiting for a moment to jump either Rubik or Oracle. Because as we said, you know, Rubik, Mira, he did get the Chakram steal. So it is, we said, like the best spell he should be stealing in the game, and he's got all that crazy cast range. So it is a threat that Windstrike does have to respect.
And yeah, some of those neutral items dropping as well. Maybe seeing different items picked up. Got the Cloak of Flames right now over on Gyrocopter.
Gyro might hit a little bit of a faster timing than the Wraith King in the next few moments. If he's able to finish the Butterfly, that could be pretty huge for them versus this Wraith King. He does have to still watch out about all that big burst, and it's starting to be kind of Gyrocopter versus the world, perhaps, as the rest of his...
Yatro.
behind.
The initiation coming out from Yamish, but he's got the BKB and he's got the Oracle there to keep him alive. Immediately following up. Get the steal over here from the Rook who has the Wraithfire Blast, but got the BKB on Rebel. Toronto Tokyo still alive. Spider Legs just helping Collapse run away, and they just don't want to hard commit. They did manage to take down Maposhka, but they're diving underneath these towers. You have to be a little bit careful here, as you can finally see. There it is. There's the Ravage. Damage will go down. They've overextended over on the side of Windstrike, as Rebel is next to fall. They've left Cheshire Cat behind, and he's very, very tanky, but they've got plenty of solutions here. They'll taunt him. They'll get the kill on Cheshire Cat, and now the rest of the side of Windstrike. I don't think they were expecting that.
No, they got the kill on Maposhka too, right? Where he doesn't have buyback available still for about, I think it was like a minute when he did die. He didn't have that buyback available, but they just push forward too far. They keep going just further and further and further, and then the Ravage comes out. It connects on everyone. That was just a bit too far of a dive trying to get this kill onto Mira. And that's really going to hurt, because now we were saying, you know, that next big Roche is the biggest thing that's going to turn the whole game, and they're going to get it for free now probably on the side of Spirit because of this.
Definitely working away over at there too. And also just keep in mind the fact that Maposhka did get, we talked about the way that he gets these spells off. He still manages to get off the major spells before he dies.
Yeah. Somehow. And he's going to have Blink Dagger now too, so he's going to have better positioning in these upcoming fights, even though he has died. And I'm just watching him shovel. In case you haven't looked at Maposhka's inventory, it looks pretty lovely right now on that Oracle. You know, he's got 5 salves, quad mangoes, and stuff. So
hey,
shovel definitely being super
salves
fortunate.
are amazing on an Oracle player.
They are.
Just throwing that out there, you know?
Yeah, shovel on Oracle and IO is amazing. Like, you're always going to be able to pump up and feed your cores very nicely. And the other thing to point out too in the fight is Mira actually got the gem from Windstrike. So now they have a big advantage on vision too, which has been pretty important, it feels like, especially for Windstrike to get that big jump.
Yeah, you know, you've got a Storm Spirit, and while he does have that zip, you never want to zip blindly in, especially when you consider what they have coming out from the side of Team Spirit here. So definitely a great steal. And the Ag Shard, of course, was picked up over on the Void Spirit. So
I like it. Just more damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a plus here, especially when you're trying to play very, very fast.
And you can just reset further. Like your reach and your ways of being able to get out of fights also becomes quite large with that shard pickup too. As now with that fight, with an Aegis, with this Cheese and Shard, they also now have Ravage back up too. So Windstrike, that last move has really hurt them in the overall control of the game.
And it's just something so simple that they just committed too hard, diving past the tier 2 with still a tier 1 up as well.
Yeah, I can't believe that tier 1's still up. I think it had to have been just this bloodlust of just being like, Miposhka's dead, no buyback on Oracle, right? Where they're just chasing for these kills. But yeah, just a step too far, especially versus Ravage when BKBs are down.
Well, 4K net worth lead now, going over to the side of Team Spirit at 30, we'll say 33 minutes in now. And they feel like they've kind of hit their stride. And again, not knocking Windstrike, because they've been playing very well, but just a little bit of that overextension. Got them on the back foot, and it's allowed the Roche to get taken.
Yeah, a couple mistakes can hurt so much when you are playing into a patch that I feel like is so important around that Roche control. It feels like maybe even more than ever. But just being careful on those timings.
They want Yamich. Step forward.
Tokyo.
They find him. The Ice Blast is just a little bit off the mark. And they'll blow him up. Oh, they've used the Ravage! Oh. And they didn't grab him. That's huge. Oh, you've got to be so happy here.
What a crazy play from Winstrike. The scan was caught out and Tokyo thought that they were alone, but he actually just jumps into an AA blast and everything. That was a very precise hit.
Now look at that. Just a little bit off, like by a millisecond or two.
And now no Ravage. So now perhaps Winstrike can fight back. A little bit of sloppiness coming out from Spirit after a nice bit of a momentum gain. It's Rebel.
He's got the BKB, so he should be able to just run away. They have no ways of being able to stop him while that's up and running, although they do have the missile now that the BKB is over. They're still running after them, though. They want this kill. They get the lift off. They should have. Nope, they've got one more hit. Can Yetoro get the hit off? Oh, he's trying this. Rebel will fall. Maposhka does get taken down by Duracho over on the back lines. The BKBs have run out now, though, so Mira will be the next to fall. The call down coming out. Trying to man fight here with Duracho, but they've got the Chakram. It's just slowing them down, and it's just so much damage. So, again, that Aegis is going to get used. As now Collapse waiting patiently. They know that he doesn't have the Ravage, though. The toss up into the air. The step forward coming up from Toronto Dog does get a lot of silence going, but not enough to save anyone, as now he has to be careful that he doesn't fall as well. But thanks to that shard, the outer ring, he will hightail it out.
All this is a result, though, of that Ravage being used on the left side and Tokyo getting picked off, too. They overplay their hand a little bit on Spirit, chasing the Storm, who overplayed his hand because he runs out of mana, and we have some crazy situations happening back and forth. Love these type of games. Mistakes make games way more exciting.
You can tell they really, really want this, though. Both of them are feeling that pressure. They would like to get this victory here.
It's one of the closest games I think I've casted so far. It feels still it still feels like pretty much dead even though there's like an Aegis. There was an Aegis on the gyro, and we did have that little bit of throw back and forth. It does feel quite even, as Duracho's got the blink, he's got the MKB to counteract that butterfly that we saw coming into play. All about execution here at this point.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I definitely thought, I was like, okay, yeah, they're going to put up a good fight on the side of Winstrike, but Team Spirit has just been looking so flawless. It's a kind of a big, pleasant surprise. This Collapse, very tanky, is going to be very forward here, does have that Ags. It's going to draw a little bit of the attention, has the Ravage up in about a second as everybody is grouped around. Is he going to go for it, though? It doesn't have the rest of the team here. They'll use the save here, coming out from the Oracle, but... Nope.
Wait, what?
That looked like the...
Did he just die through False Promise?
That was the False Promise, right?
Yeah, did he just die through... Wait, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, that was False Promise.
Was something dealing damage through it? Was the flamethrower killing him through it? Did I see something wrong?
I don't know. We're going to have, I believe Purge is weathermanning this one. Perhaps that's something for him to look back at.
I got to re-see.
Yeah,
I don't know, maybe
so he's got the flamethrower. There's the False Promise. It's the gush. He pops.
Oh, he moved his wand? Wait, what? He moved his... What just killed him?
I think it just...
I'm so confused. I have no idea what happened. I don't know how he dies there. He's affected by False Promise, isn't he?
It looks like the False Promise ends, though.
Oh, it does end. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
blind. I'm so sorry. Okay.
There's so many particles nowadays. It's actually so hard to tell on it. Like,
Wait, does it?
That's what it looked like. It looked like it just popped at the very, very end here, right?
It's at 3/4 duration. No, it's not even halfway through duration. He just dies. I'm so confused. All right.
I don't know. We'll have to go back.
What just happened?
Feature, bug, depends on which side of the game you're on, but it looks like they might be able to get a kill on Cheshire Cat.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Was it?
Yeah.
Because he purged off the Whirling Death, right? I think it's the Whirling Death that causes some weird stuff with the stat loss, and his stat loss ended, so his percentage. But why would he? I'm so confused what just happened. Actually, like I'm trying to wrap my head around the mechanic, but
yeah, Purge, Weatherman.
It has to be something with Whirling Death. I have no idea what else it could have been.
It's always fun when you get to see these strange interactions come. And usually, in the past, it was when Loda was playing, right? Loda seemed to find every single bug in the game. Poor guy.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I guess it
Something
could be. I don't know. It's still really weird about how he does die, though, because he still shouldn't.
Yeah, because I thought I saw the False Promise end, but like you said, it shouldn't have ended at that time. Still had the duration.
Yeah, because even if he's below percentage for Shatter, he's affected by False Promise.
Right.
So he shouldn't. That was one of the weirder interactions I think I've ever seen. As we still see, I mean, they're still all grouped together. They still have Ravage and everything. Fights are still going to be very close between who gets the jumps. And we do have Roche in about 40 or finding out about Roche in about 40 seconds. So getting these wards around the area are going to be most crucial for both sides.
That was a bit odd, though. Like, I feel like And again, part of that could be just because we had a strange interaction, like the way that Collapse just like goes running out of the base, right? He's got the Gush, just keeps trying to, you know, reduce the armor, but the rest of the team not in position. So, you know, he jumps into 4 or 5 different heroes right there and doesn't manage to get the Ravage off, obviously, because I think he had a little bit more time. Perhaps. Still not entirely sure there.
I'm gonna have to watch it like 20 times.
Yeah.
To know what
I'm
maybe
actually
someone
very
can see something we
interested.
didn't. I'll check the chat in a couple minutes because it was a fight of those a while ago too. Maybe someone's a genius and see something I don't know. That was really weird.
Yeah. All right, smoke play coming out from the side of Team Spirit. Like they said, on the bright side, they still do have the Ravage. Got the Blink Dagger online now for the Oracle. They've got a courier over here. The smoke will pop over to Duracho. It's just a little bit too fast, though. They're not going to be able to go and cut him down. They do manage to find Miposhka's courier at the very least. Little bonk there coming out from the missile. Toronto Tokyo with the taunt right back in. The rest of the team, though, again, smoked up behind them. And you've got smoke still on the side of Team Spirit. It's just feeling a little spooky right now, I feel, for both sides. They're not fully ready to commit. It's been a very reluctant game. It's been neck and neck as well.
It's gonna come down to a crazy fight at the end of it all. As Gyro, not quite 25, he does have Trickster Cloak. He's got all these great ways to protect himself. He still has the growth to be able to go with an Aghanim's if he's able to pick that one up, the Blessing in particular. Wraith King has it 25 though, and Wraith King's starting to get to the point of maximizing, where I believe the Swift Blink is done now too. He's got a Penta edged as well, so he's kind of reaching his peak pretty soon.
It's just all about who gets the jump on who, it seems, in all these fights. Yeah, there's a Swift Blink delivered. Dracho's going to be looking for whoever he can get his hands on.
Ooh, Yotaro gets himself a Spell Prism. Nice pickup. Oh, sorry, Toronto Tokyo finds himself a Spell Prism, so that'll be really nice for the upcoming fights.
Collapse does have an Invis Rune. He's going to try to do a little bit of scouting here. Don't have any sentries. They do see the Storm. Perhaps they can get the jump on him. Toronto Tokyo looking in position to lift up from Mira immediately. They would like to just blow up Rebel as fast as they can, but he's got the BKB. He's going to be able to just zip around and just get out of this fight here. Cheshire Cat soaking up a lot of this damage. Toronto Tokyo turn his attention now, but they've got the Swift Blink over onto the back line. Zeracha has got his eyes over here onto the Rubik. He doesn't want them to steal the zip forward there coming out from Rebel. They get Mira. They're looking for Miposhka now as well. Miposhka trying to buy himself a little bit more time to toss up into the air. The Ravage comes out, though, from Collapse. Connecting over on 3. They have the cooldown. They've got plenty of damage. Miposhka's going to have to go use his ultimate on himself, but they will end up zipping through. Yamage will fall. They'll find the kill on Rebel. The buybacks are coming out now. They're not happy about this. Miposhka, he bought himself some time, but does eventually pop. As now Toronto Tokyo, he needs help. He needs to get out of there as fast as he can, and thank God he has the shard because he should be able to break some ankles and teleport away just in the nick of time.
Chaotic fights. Rebel does buy back, though. That's what causes all of Spirit to back away. They get on the supports. They get on both of the Oracle and the Rubik. Windstrike able to just pierce right through. They're starting to get too tanky. They're not afraid of this Gyrocopter's damage. They're not really afraid of the Ravage either. And now they're going to get themselves this Roche, which has a blessing on it.
I mean, that Ravage looks so nice there, but again, they're running out of damage and they're running out of HP so that they can continue to do damage. All right, get the Ags picked up now for the Wraith King. This is the, okay, what have we found out here? We go back and we look at this.
Oh no. You're watching it again?
Yeah, we're watching it again. I'm not sure. Did they discover
the thing is,
something?
he's still force promised, so he shouldn't die. No matter what happens, he can't die. Like, even if his stat reduction is changed, like, he shouldn't die. I don't know. Very weird.
Well, we'll find out later. I'm sure there'll be someone in Twitch chat who will let us know that we have no idea what we're talking about. But they easily take the tower now over on the side of Windstrike. Aeon Disc picked up now for Toronto Tokyo. The burst damage has just been very, very strong coming out from these guys, so...
I'm still trying to, I'm sorry if I'm a little distracted. I'm like looking up stuff. I have like a couple players messaging me too, being like, wait, what the heck's going on? So, that was a really
I want to know. I'm not fine with it.
Me too. I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm sure some people are calling us idiots and idiot casters, 2K MMR, AA blast, blah, blah, blah. But whatever. The Windstrike, though, they're really finding their footing. Like this Wraith King is just way too big for them to deal with, and they're just too tanky. Is really what I'm seeing. Like, this Gyrocopter's damage is just not there. Even if he has Daedalus now too, I feel like he's gonna have to get to a Rapier territory.
I was about to ask,
to be able to deal with this Wraith King.
Are we hitting that time? Are we hitting where we need to be seeing the Rapier? He's got a Scotty queued up currently. but the rapier might be necessary. I'm just worried that he's not going to be able to survive it. That is my one concern with Yatoro. There are, you've got Collapse very tanky, and they are just finding Miposhka on the back lines now, and he's been positioning himself very well, but like it's immediately just running away here. Over on Duracho, realizing, okay, this camp's still there, though. They might be able to find something here. The rest of the team, though, Toronto Tokyo jumping on the back lines, does find the AA. Starting to try to burst him down here. Yes, they'll find the kill on Pantaman. Drag back, though, over onto this Oracle, and this is looking like that's a rather dead Mira. So zip in as well. Toronto Tokyo somehow still alive, but they've got a lot of things just running at him, and they do pop that Aeon Disc. It's able to go and pop the BKB, too. He's got to run, though, quickly. He does have that Astral Step, so he's going to be able to zip forward, and he's just so slippery. It's too difficult for them to kill Toronto Tokyo this time around.
Just them running from the fights, though. They just can't take the fight versus all these tanky cores. They get the kill on the AA, though. They force the buyback. So maybe the next one, if they can catch AA at the start of it, they have a chance. But they're too tanky. They really are just way too tanky for the most part for Team Spirit to deal with. This Void Spirit just doesn't really do that much damage. He does great control and all that, but versus all of these, they have too much sustain.
Mastiff Windstrike, they smoke up. Team Spirit playing tightly together. They just need a really good pickoff here on Windstrike, and the door's just open.
Ooh.
I see Collapse. It's got those spider legs, though. And the rest of Spirit, I don't know about this. This is a little scary here, but he does manage to get the 3-man stun to follow up with the Ravage, but the BKBs are coming out of mass as Yatoro also popping his own BKB. They try to jump out to the backline. Ripple, he's taking too much damage. Yamage already falls. They'll get that kill. Now Cheshire Cat somehow still alive. And again, this is the problem. We don't have enough damage coming out here from the side of Team Spirit as they're just able to walk away. Yatoro needs to be so careful now, too. Although they do get the stun, they get the taunt off. That's going to be the reincarnation coming up now. It's coming right back up again. Yatoro has to be careful. Look at that Timber Chain. They just go sliding right on past. And the 3-man Vortex dragging them back as well. They're just trying to dodge in and out this entire time. Cheshire Cat, he's so gosh darn tanky. Eventually, though, does end up falling. Duracho also will now fall as the Rebel just zipping out. Pantaman left behind. They get the Wraithfire Steel.
Oh my god.
And they turn it
Team
right
Spirit.
around here.
Tokyo may be the sacrifice, but a sacrifice for a damn good reason, as the rest of the heroes are just able to cast everything. He gets a 3-man Dissimulate to start it off. Ravage connects on 3 or 4, but I watch Miposhka in the fight. He sits behind everything and just free casts onto his Gyrocopter, full healing him during the entirety of it. And Yatoro just stands his ground. He's able to actually hold it, and now there's no buybacks on 3 heroes. It's just going to be Storm and Wraith King able to fight back, and that could be really difficult for them.
I feel like they do have to be a little bit careful because the Wraith King is very, very scary. But again, like you said, the button pushing coming out from Miposhka here has just been so on point. And you've got a big tanky Collapse here right in front. So he's going to throw out the Wraithfire Blast immediately, the little missile, follow him right back again. They'll use the fortification. Got to buy some more time.
They can get this Rax. These two can't contest versus this just now. It's going to be too difficult until Tiny's back up. I think even if Tiny's up, it's going to be too hard for them.
Another gush over on Duracho. But looks like they'll respect. They'll back off.
I think I might have an answer, by the way.
Oh, what is it?
Some random person messaged me, so who knows if this is true or not.
Okay.
But they said, when you receive 10 buffs, and if your first buff actually gets removed after the 11th buff goes off. So
really?
Even though you had False Promise at 3/4 duration, he had too many buffs and it gets pushed off. I don't know how true that is, because I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
But the person who messaged me said they're 99% sure.
That doesn't seem right.
That doesn't seem right, because I only saw 2 buffs and like 8 debuffs. But I don't know. I'm still looking for explanations. But either way,
I mean, that's the first.
Spirit have completely come back in this game. So.
Yeah. That's, oh man, look at that. Look at the swing on the graphs.
Are scanning.
They are hanging in there for sure.
These fights are just so chaotic. What's our Gyro got now, too? Did he purchase anything big? He's still hanging on to some gold. Now looks like he's going to sell his treads, pick up the Scotty, and does he have buyback with it? It's going to be close. He looks like he's just shy of it still.
He had 10 debuffs and 2 buffs, is what we're getting from production here. So.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. But
Either
that's
way.
the first plausible one that I've heard, one that kind of makes a little bit of sense, I guess.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
All right, they're hunting. Collapse. Spider leg smoked up. Hoping to
Any other
grab
big
someone here.
25s? Who else is 25 now? We did see the Storm hit 25 in the later instances there, did take the bounces. Tidehunter's almost 25, so cooldown reduction will be pretty huge for him for his Ravages. Yataro's on the high ground though. Scotty is finished.
Got the Satanic as well. BKB will allow him to go and continue lifesteal up, but they do force everyone home here in the process. I love this pickup. I was going to ask if Miposhka had the Ninja Gear, because I keep seeing him smoked up in the back lines, and I figure that's the only way that's possible. It's just so good for him to be able to sit back and push those buttons.
Yeah, that's really what we saw just come into play in that last fight, just him getting that perfect positioning because of it, and they're going to smoke. Look for that fight here.
Have the Ag Scepter completed now for the Storm.
That's a big one too, because he did have Timeless Relic, and I did see he didn't have the Ags beforehand, so that could be some big pulls that he can get off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Toronto Tokyo is showing in the top lane. Might try to make a play on him. He is separated from the group here. All right, he has the Yules. Can they stun him up? Can they hold him in place? Does have the Aeon Disc too, but now that's popped.
He's safe. That's why he's playing so risky up there. He knows he's not going to die. They don't have a Hex or anything to chain follow it up, so he should be okay when he plays like that.
That's
It's a little
extra
scary,
risky,
but
though. Like he jumped
that's
right
Tokyo.
in front of the Storm Spirit with his face. Like, oh.
I think Toronto Tokyo's nickname should probably have a little risky in there too, because that's kind of how he plays most of the time.
Toronto Risky Tokyo.
Yeah.
Or Danger. Danger sounds good too. Yeah. Something with a T though. I feel like you got to keep up that alliteration, right?
Yeah, actually, that's true.
Yeah.
He does like his alliteration.
I'm sure someone will come up with something good.
Yeah. I'm like thinking timid, and I'm like, wait, that's the opposite.
That's definitely not Toronto Tokyo at all. Toronto
Deraccio's
Terrorizer?
starting to terrorize. Okay. Deraccio's running out of space. Okay, he actually. Oh my goodness, he full out commits for the Abyssal Blade.
Well, they need the lockdown. They are just running circles around them now.
Yeah, he doesn't have buyback anyway, since he did use it in the last one, so does just want to use out his gold for the next fight, just in case.
This is a good
Aeon
pickup too
Disc.
from Miposhka. Picks
Yeah.
up the Aeon Disc. It's just so important that he stays alive. He catches out these spells. Aeon Disc, of course, procking over onto Cheshire Cat. Jump forward here with the nice Ice Blast. Can they save him? Yes,
Totally
again,
saved.
he hits the buttons. He's going to be able to go and just hit all the things that are necessary. Followed up with a beautiful Ravage, completing over onto 3 as they're just trying to get enough damage over here onto Rebel. Can they get the Storm Spirit out in time? This is not looking good as Tiny has already fallen. Yeah, but they just hold him into place. And yes, all right, that's going to be the first death down. Right back up again, and they are just going to try to run for the hills here.
They're outnumbering them.
They buy back over on Rebel. They find that ancient apparition. Lots of buybacks now.
As they also will finish off Pantom and Beck. I mean, they took the fight because they have the save, and Yatoro somehow does survive during all of it with a nice fall promise from Miposhka. They know Wraith King doesn't have buyback, so they take the fight because Yatoro has buyback. So they take this one, they win the fight, and now Roche is back up with a Refresher and an Ag's Blessing. Collapse definitely looking for that blessing pretty soon. These fights are just so chaotic still, but Miposhka, he gets the save. That's the biggest one to look out for.
Gyrocopter gets himself a nice Ag's Blessing now.
That's the dream. You build all the items up for pretty much being handed that blessing, right? He's got his Satanic, his Scotty, all this that works out so well with that little side gunner. That's going to be pretty huge for him.
Spending money is for losers when you can just get it for free, right?
Yeah, his item progression just looks a
Oh
bit
boy,
nicer
they
than
rock
Deracio,
right
who's getting
into
jumped.
Deracio. Look at the damage coming out. He just immediately
Holy.
pops. Good God, as they follow up the call down coming in hot. They get the silence off over on the back lines, over into Timbersaw, and they're trying to jump over onto Miposhka. They want to get rid of him. He is going to fall, but he's got to buy back. Yamich now, he's got the spider leg trying to run away, trying to buy himself a little bit more time, but they have the magic damage as they'll kill Yamich. Down for 107 seconds.
Oh, they're going to have to take this next fight without the Tiny into double Ravage.
And
Ravage back up in 10, and they have the Shard. Oh boy.
they don't have reincarnation.
They don't. It's back up soon, though. It's only 10 seconds. He's lucky to get out, though, honestly. I actually thought that was the game right there, because Deracio popped BKB before he died the first time, but he was able to blink out. It looked like it was almost going to be the game right there. As Team Spirit still continue
the
this pressure.
lift. Jump forward from Deracio, but they have the Aeon Disc, and they follow up the zip through coming out from the storm, but there's just too much damage. All right, that's going to be the reincarnation. Right up again, Collapse getting into position. He has a nice Ravage over onto 2, the silence, the stun. Another one popped
my
out
God.
as they just rid him into place. Down they go. Rebel is trying everything he can, but Mira is going to be protected by Miposhka. He's hitting those buttons. Oh my word, buybacks coming out again. We've got the Timber and the Ancient Apparition. They don't want to fall here, but they don't have the damage, I don't think, Fogged.
No, Duracio's dead for such a long time.
The step forward, the lift off over on this Ancient Apparition. He just popped back. He can't afford to go down again, and he will. It's just the Storm Spirit and Timbersaw against the world.
That's
a nice vortex going in, but where's your follow-up? Where's your damage? The BKBs come out. They turn right back around again. Cheshire Cat, he's trying everything, but he's not going to be able to escape. They'll just go right back over, start hitting the buildings, hitting the Ancient. This is looking like the victory here for Team Spirit because there's nothing that, unfortunately, this Storm can hope to do other than play a little cheekily.
What a game, though. It was super close until just the last few moments, and Spirit they're feeling their power. Them charging into that fight, into the enemy jungle there, that was them just knowing, like, no buyback on Wraith King. We have the number advantage if we just are able to actually take the fight, and they do. Then they get the Aegis, they get that refresher. Tide gets a beautiful Ravage on pretty much everyone, as they do end up finally taking the game versus Windstrike with some really clutch and fun plays and some crazy interactions that I guess we still don't know what the answer is, but perhaps somebody did find it in the meantime.
Yeah, I'm hoping perhaps, our weatherman will take a look at it and maybe be able to fill us in. But yeah, that was one of the most entertaining matches I think that I've had the chance to really cast recently because it was so close. Windstrike, they're coming up from the lower division. They're facing off a Team Spirit who've been looking absolutely dominant, and they still managed to make it look like a nail-biter the entire time. I had a great time casting this. Definitely, it's a little sad for Windstrike here because, there does have to be a loser, but Team Spirit, showing up looking just so good. And excited to see what Windstrike can do in the future. But yeah, that is it. Of course, it was a full 3-game series, and Team Spirit is going to be able to take the series 2-1.
Yes, they do. Despite dropping the initial game, they do manage to bring it back. 2-1 for Spirit. That freight train of theirs just keeps on rolling through, and if anything, it's going to be picking up more and more speed as they run through this. We'll talk about that more and hopefully have a post-game interview after the break.
Dancing on my own when you spill that ramen coke on my t-shirt. Yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something.
Yes, indeed. Team Spirit 3-0. Damn. They're really taking it to the second season, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing the rest of their games if they continue to be as dominant as they currently are for the next 3 weeks. If they are, well, we'll see how well they do at the second major. Meanwhile, Windstrike, they put up a good fight. They managed to take game 1. There were moments for them in both game 2 and game 3. A very respectable performance by them, and maybe they're a bit sad that they weren't actually able to close it out against one of the strongest teams in their group. They should still hold their head high about their performance and look forward to the rest of the weeks from them, because they can take Team Spirit to game 3. I feel like they can very easily take on almost anybody else.
This game 3 just had everything, honestly. Like, you got Windstrike with the early lead. They dive behind tier 2s, tier 1 still alive. Kind of throw the game a little bit. Then Team Spirit a little bit later. You know what? We can replicate that. They do it as, again, giving Windstrike the lead. And then I think Team Spirit, at the first highlight, that 45-minute highlight was the critical highlight for this game. When Poshka, MVP, his positioning with the Oracle, just keeping everyone alive, always ensuring that this AA isn't having maximum value. And that 45-minute fight, Spirit goes, you know what, let's stop with this, back and forth, who wants to try and let the other team win. This is our game to win. And then they just walk it home. But
the 45-minute fight, you say? That's the most critical moment? Well, I bet Purge is going to break exactly that moment down for us.
That's right, Cap. That's the exact moment that I wanted to look at. Here's Windstrike invading the enemy jungle here, spotting out the Oracle. Oracle blinks to the left, gets in some trees, and the big thing is that Storm Spirit, who goes from about 75% mana, jumps down to about 50 below that, jumping, trying to get that Oracle kill. And now they're just left with their initiation sitting around while under perfect vision for the enemy team. Toronto Choco jumps in, gets a huge 3-man dissimulate stun. Really nice Ravage that comes through. Doesn't quite stop everything Storm wants to do, but here's Storm's rest of the fight. Jumps into the back line, pops BKB, goes on the Rubik. Rubik gets Glimmer Caped instantly by Maposhka, and then he just gets hit by Flat Cannon like 4 times. Hasn't done anything in this fight yet on Storm Spirit. Ends up losing his Aegis here, but unfortunately at the same moment that Timbersaw gets really, really low. So he finally jumps out again. Then he's looking for a target, but everybody looks a little bit scary. Then he jumps over here to ditch his team completely, thinking it's a bad fight. And then he's just waiting way over here thinking, is it worth going back in? Okay, I'm going back in. He gets an amazing electric vortex, but God, I wish he had committed a little earlier, backed up his teammates. Maybe they would have gotten more kills. He does end up cleaning up Toronto Tokyo as well with his reinitiation, but Storm's performance in that crucial team fight was a little bit of a letdown, but again, fighting under vision is very hard, and excellent defensive plays from Team Spirit to get back in the game.
Yeah, such a crazy and intense game 3, and it all came to a climax there with that team fight. Brian, what were your thoughts?
Just the type of heroes people are picking in this meta, especially in this series specifically. If you have like one guy that oversteps, there's a lot of people that are buddying, they rely on each other to stay alive. A lot of these Oracle Gyro combos where if one guy dies, the other guy's definitely going to die. In these fights, they just snowball out of control really quick. And I think when you see these like throws that are going on, it's because the team that messes up, it's not that large of a mistake. Maybe they overstep by a few hundred units or something, and one guy gets caught, and suddenly the punish is just there. It just shows that these two teams really know what to do with their like max potential.
Yeah, I'm just this series. I just like how it came to the game 3 that was so close, and I think
that was nice.
It's so good for Team Spirit being able to come back in this type of game, because that 45-minute fight, some teams would have buckled under the pressure of being down by 12k, just overwhelming, and I think just being able to disengage, play underneath their own vision, and then have that comeback, it just proves that's Team Spirit. They've beaten the best teams, they're beating the up-and-coming teams, and I'm really excited to see how they match up against VP later on in the season. That's going to be like, oof! Good.
Windstrike made a couple crucial errors, but to think that against a team that's been performing as well as Team Spirit that we had to like nitpick those specific errors, they're looking good.
Yeah, lower division team able to fight up against them. It's exciting stuff.
Yeah, this could be the most successful lower division team across all the regions potentially. Like their performance so far is certainly outstanding. Looking forward though for Windstrike, do you think that they're going to be able to? Are they still able to make a contest for that top 3 into the major, or the performance you saw here against Spirit make you think, okay, they're close but not quite?
I think they have the energy, and if on the right day, if they're on the same page, then maybe. But I feel like this series did prove there was a little bit of inconsistency, maybe with Rebel not always performing at 100%, and their team fights did often feel a little bit disconnected. But I think that can be ironed out, and maybe next week this isn't an off day. This could just be an off day for them, where they weren't able to perform at that perfect level. But yeah, I'd like to see them be able to rival up against maybe Na'Vi, but I think fourth slot is kind of where I'd put this team, like a 4th, 5th, easily surviving the second season with maybe an upset to get to the major. But yeah, 4th, 5th is kind of my prediction for them.
All right, well, if Team Spirits continue this way, they are a shoo-in to be going to the major. And I'm sure one person who's very excited about that is their captain, Moposhka, who we have here with a post-game interview. Moposhka, congratulations. That was an intense game 3. How you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling very good, but a little bit tired.
Yeah, I bet. Can I ask you, what was the communication like towards the end of that game? I mean, we were talking about the 45-minute team fight. That was super intense, super close. What were you guys telling each other?
Can you repeat, please?
What were you guys saying?
Exactly.
What were you guys saying to each other? Game 3.
After game 3, or you mean in game?
Either way.
I don't really know how I can answer.
That's okay. That's fair enough.
Just everything. Our atmosphere was great, just good, and we was just focused on the game. I don't know.
Were you confident you were gonna win?
Not really, but we tried our best anyway. There was a little. That game was a little bit nervous, but we saw how we can win, our way to win anyway.
Fair enough.
So your positioning in both game 2 and game 3 was very good. Do you have any tips to support players on how to position correctly as a support player?
I don't know. You just need to think about this like all game. Just that Storm gonna jump you. Their main target is me, so I need to be really far away from the center of fight. That's why about blink, so I can realize my spells. And also, just need to think about this. Like sometimes people can forget about this, but I just try to be focused on this all the game.
It pays off. You know, very good performance.
My question would be, are you still shot calling when you're Oracle in those late game scenarios? Because I feel like your positioning is so important that it'd be really difficult to talk to your team as well about team calls.
What do you mean shackled?
Sorry, are you telling the team what to do like later on in the game while you're so worried about your positioning?
Yeah. Sometimes I'm trying to say like, you go first, I will be in position. Also, I was happy that we got how it goes, that item which provides smoke.
Yes.
Yeah,
Ninja Gear. Yeah,
I was happy with that.
That helped a lot. That did.
Yeah, it helped. It's also really helped a lot, but. Enemies also was really good, and they Race King jumped like, you know, not in front.
On top of you, and then you blinked out. Yeah.
Not on top of me. I mean behind of our team, our force, and tried to find us, tried to show our position, and after that, Storm tried to jump into us. That game was really hard to save position.
All right, Moposhka, your final challenge, Virtus Pro. Anything to say about that?
I'm not sure that is really final. Our final opponent, because even right now, that series against Wayne Strike was really hard for us. They really good team, in my opinion, and also I think their draft is really good. I even think that they're drafting a little bit like we are. And I know that against our draft it's really hard to play. So against VP, I don't know. It's gonna be really late game. I mean, last or maybe game before our last game. So maybe patch might change or something like this, or meta will change, and it might be a really different game, I think.
All right. Well, you did an awesome job. Your team did an awesome job today. We look forward to watching you more. Thank you so much for doing these interviews in English. We really appreciate it.
Thank you too.
Thank you. Congrats.
Awesome.
Nice. Yeah.
Awesome.
Good.
Very well.
I'm impressed. He definitely tried. He pushed really hard to give us his full answer, despite it not being his native language. I respect that a lot.
Yeah, and he was rather humble in that. He said, "Hey, Windstrike was a good team, pushed us pretty hard. I feel like he's saying I'm not going to underestimate any of these other teams, right? The extreme.
It's like I'll worry about that VP when it's like the week before we're playing them.
The smart thing he said there, because he knows that the scheduling it's based on who's like the top dogs, right, for the final series. So he's like, well, we're the top dog. We'll play VP last. We now need to beat, the Extremiums, the Uniques, the Puck Champs. Then we get to play our final, 1v2 series at the end. So he's got the little brag there, but like realistically, each opponent.
I mean, he's just acknowledging what is happening.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and it is certainly something that you don't want to be underestimating anybody here, because this season 2, the Eastern European DPC has been a little bit full of killers, and we could check out the standings, and it's probably not what you would have expected after watching season 1, with Team Spirit being 3-0 now, AS Monaco Gambit being 0-3. Those two teams had to match up against each other in a tiebreaker, which AS Monaco Gambit won and got to go to the major, and now they're on exact opposite sides of the bracket.
If Team Spirit and AS Monaco Gambit have to play a tiebreaker this season, I'll eat my shoe or something. This is
hold them to it, clip it,
clip it and ship it. No, but yeah, this is something else. And the scary thing for Monaco Gambit, they have played up against Virtus Pro, they have played up against Na'Vi, and then also Spirit. So these are the 3 big guys. So for sure, Gambit, they can make that comeback run to maybe beat some of the lower.
To go 4-3 potentially.
Exactly, yeah, the lower seeded teams. And then for Team Spirit, they've beaten the best. They just need to play up against the teams that survived season 1 and that got lower division promoted. So yes, Spirit are looking very good, and of course they have to play VP as potentially the last series of this entire season.
And do you think it's do you think the fact that you have like sometimes an entire week to work with, does that make it more likely that underdog teams are going to be able to upset you because they have time to prepare, or the opposite?
I think it's the opposite. Yeah. I think more time to prepare means that, like, the fact that they open up with Storm Spirit first pick, they just know exactly, like, okay, we have a specific plan against this team. We're going to bank on what we know. And, like, the only reason I think they lost game 1 is that they did some fancy shenanigans with the last pick TA. And I'm not saying that Windstrike didn't give them 2 games, like game 2 and game 3, but Team Spirit did prevail in the games where I think their drafts were relatively standard.
Yeah, I think the key thing isn't time that helps teams, it's experience and understanding how to develop over a best of 3. Because this is a type of game where
there was
Spirit,
a meta here.
They did their own little meta, right? It was a Storm first pick. Okay, nice, that goes their way. And then you have to have Team Windstrike, that needs to then take that away from them. It's like, okay, we're going to try and take that strategy from you. And it's the development and confidence of understanding the mini meta of a best of 3. So that you can't really learn other than experience it time and time again. So yeah, I think Windstrike, they're going to learn a lot from this series, and then they should be looking good for future.
It does feel like the DPC has certainly extended a deeper pool for all of these regions, and it's made the second season very fun to be able to cast. But that is it for ESL One here for the second week. We're going to be back on Thursday with more ESL One powered by Intel.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
Chiqui, escucha loco, siéntate y relájate un poco, que en esta vida el tiempo es loco, puedes perder momentos preciosos y sepas que cuando pides ayuda yo me levanto, todo lo que tengo lo comparto, y aunque me sienta triste yo canto, ay canto, vive una vida llena de personas que te quieran, que te respeten de
me privo